notes a day off with weather, a little bit of inclemental weather out there. We had to reevaluate the track. The drivers are ready. So let's get this started. Hello and welcome to Speed Sport Live from Visions 2023. Well, it's a beautiful day, Erica. After a little bit of inclemental weather, we've got this all figured out. The track is great condition right now. The sun is shining, and we've got a busy day of racing as well as the rest of the week.
Absolutely, Dave. And although some of our amateur classes, they're cut down to one race, I was able to chat with a lot of the drivers, and expert turbo driver Austin Dinger said he's actually happy about it because they're compensating one race with more laps. So he qualified 5th. He said that gets him in a really good position, and he feels like the more laps will be honestly better at this track. So it's kind of interesting, that different perspective.
Right. Thinking about one of the things that get these cars, maybe they go to the max tune that they can to get these machines to scream out there. It doesn't have to race for 2 races now, so they're going to go ahead and, man, I'll tell you what, they're going to bring it. They're not going to try and save these machines. I do believe they're going to let all the tricks out of the bags.
Absolutely.
So some great shots of the little track action there with, you see how it's all set up. The dirt looks good, looking for some good racing. But, you know, we've talked to a few of the drivers, and you mentioned Austin Dinger. Well, Cody Miller's one driver that we're going to be talking about, and I know you had a little time to catch up with him.
Absolutely. Cody is honestly on a roll, and he can do no wrong as of late. He said he's having the most fun he's ever had in his Can-Am, and he's just have a very good perspective on it all.
Well, I'm going to find out exactly how I felt about it because I know you caught up with him earlier. So take it away, Erica.
The man that can do no wrong as of late, Cody Miller. Cody, with each drive, you continue to impress and one-up yourself and have now taken over the Pro Turbo points. What is it that you attribute all of this season's early successes to?
Oh, I really appreciate it. You know, it all comes down to having a good team. I've got a great group of mechanics. These guys work really hard. My shock tuning person, George White, and Elka Suspension are working hand in hand better than ever before, and they've helped to get my program just absolutely dialed. You know, that and the whole program that we've had is kind of proven out. You know, all of my sponsors and Can-Am, they work together and with us to put us on the best cars, and my brother and I have got enough experience on all these different tracks throughout the years that we kind of have learned how to make it work. And really, we've just kind of been trying to grease into this season and make it smooth. So it's like the better that we get, the more adapted we get to the track, and our suspension becomes dialed in. It just becomes easier all the time. So it gets to the point out there where I don't have to stress about trying to go fast because it just naturally falls into place. You know, the car honestly just wants to go to the right spots on the track. And the track is something else that I've got to, you know, brag on. It's coming together awesome. Yesterday was the most fun I've ever had on this property. I mean, the track, you know, now they've got the backside opened up. There's some rhythm sections that are really enjoyable. You know, it really challenges the driver. The rock, they've got to a point where I can run, you know, a super sticky soft compound tire and not get flats. You know, it's been amazing. I've just been having a good time and, you know, just really focusing and relaxing.
And we chatted earlier, and you mentioned that it's all about patience and letting the race win come to you instead of forcing the issue, which could result in a mistake. Do you feel like that mindset has been key for you this season?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Like I said, it's all about setting yourself up to not have to stress about it. You know, you don't force it. You let it come to you naturally, and that's really what I've been trying to do. It's like the less that I try out there and the smoother that I drive, it's just the lap times just keep dropping down faster and faster. It's actually kind of amazing, and it's definitely a good feeling that it brings to you.
Cody Miller, our current Pro Turbo points holder.
Well, very cool to hear a little bit about what is going through Cody Miller's mind. I mean, I know him and his brother, you know, have been going back and forth. You know, Hunter unfortunately didn't have the best of qualifying, you know, had some issues out there. But Kyle Chaney still struggling with the Millers. He was on such a good run. And, man, then the Miller boys.
Oh, the Miller boys. That's kind of been the story
Yes.
of Pro Turbo so far this season. But Kyle Chaney's really searching for some redemption here this weekend. He was not satisfied with second place finishes, and then he was also, you know, not having the best weekend in round 3, but he said that he really got his car back on the dyno. Him and his team went through everything, and he's really got it set up the way that he prefers now, and he's feeling really, really confident going into this weekend. So a confident Kyle Chaney is a dangerous Kyle Chaney, Dave.
Yeah, definitely. And, of course, Pro NA, a little bit of shake-up there also, And, of course, Chase Carr, he, top qualifier in Pro NA, and he's sitting 4th in points, so it's going to be real interesting to see how that turns out also. The perennial favorites, not top qualifier.
Yep, absolutely. Between Chase Carr and Owen Van Eperen, we're really in for a treat in Pro NA.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to find out what it is. The amateurs will race also, but we're going to go pro-light qualifying. So Ken and Pam, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Dave and Erica. Yeah, pleasure to be here. Welcome to Visions Off-Road 2023 here. We're at Mid-America Outdoors. Of course, we will have our qualifying session here for Pro Light to start up here. All of this presented, by the way, by Can-Am. So I'm Ken Stout. That is Pam Hall right alongside, and looking forward here to doing this qualifier.
Yes, I'm excited about it. The weather yesterday, as we were saying, yesterday was canceled, but the track conditions right now, they went out and practiced this morning, and they're saying that they're loving the way the track is right now. We had free moisture yesterday is what we had.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they were talking about. Of course, this track is brand new. So much work, so much money going into building this track, and we just got hammered here overnight. It was Tuesday night. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what day this is. Right, we've been doing this since Tuesday, and Wednesday, of course. Yesterday was just a washout. They wanted to give that track a chance to dry out, and they really thought it would be perfect here today, and that's exactly what we're seeing so far. We've not had any more rain. Unfortunately, we did lose a round of racing for a number of the classes. However, the pros and the experts will all get their 2 races in, so we're looking forward to that. And, of course, we will qualify the Pro Lights here. This is round number 3 for the Pro Light series here, so looking forward to this one for sure.
Yes, and you can see people are over here watching on the hill, watching on the side there. When they were doing the whole overview, there were still some water puddles there, as you can see, which is off the track, which is good for us. But that is an amazing view of the track right there. But we will be going through here in just a moment our starting grid. But the whole park has been having fun. Yesterday, because of the delay, we ended up throwing in a few little extra fun activities. They ended up doing crazy kart racing with water guns over by the pool area.
I heard there was some barrel racing going on as well. I actually meant to catch that and did not. I know the Ultra 4 Series was qualifying yesterday. They were out on the back 40 there, getting it done as well. If you look at this, obviously your eyes gravitate towards the dirt track, but if you look just above it and take a look at all the asphalt, a lot of that was not here, even going back to March. So what they have done here to this complex, 1,600 acres, by the way, and my understanding, 3 different asphalt companies out here 24/7 there for a while, laying asphalt down. All the roads here have been paved. It's just incredible what he's been able to do. But talking about the Ultra 4s, of course, doing what they did yesterday. Last night they had bull riding and bull fighting. They also had live entertainment here as well. So there was something for everybody to do here all day long yesterday, despite us not racing the short course. We're just a spoke in the wheel of what's going on here.
Exactly. And you went over to the rodeo last night and said that was your first time ever at a rodeo.
It was, yeah. For bull riding, yeah.
That's pretty cool. The TK Pro Rodeo, they put on a great show, but after the rodeo was over, we had Tim Montana up on stage. I actually was in meetings last night and didn't quite make it over to there, but that's awesome you did that. But the barrel racing, that was pretty fun. I actually was over there calling that, and it was pretty fun to watch. There was a lot of people that were taking place in racing, and that a lot of our kids that were racing the short course the day before. But let's just go ahead and go through our starting lineup here that we do have. It looks like we do have Connor Berry out there, Johnny Holcher, Kyle Knott, and Kyle Greaves. I do not see Caden Baker's right there. So we have 7 trucks that are supposed to take the green flag today, but I don't think all of them are out there right at this moment, but they're getting all ready to go. As you see, Kyle Greaves taking off.
Yeah, they'll send them out here one at a time since it is a qualifying session. Everybody will look for clean track, of course, and try to lay down that fast lap. This track should come back to them here just a little bit. However, everybody has gone out in the other categories. They've all had an opportunity to go out and practice this morning. That started at 8 o'clock Central Time. So the track has been worn in to some degree. And, of course, the Pro Lights. This will be the first time they've seen the track here all week. A number of these competitors fresh off of a race at Antigo, Wisconsin just last weekend. So rolled in here on Tuesday and then had to prep these trucks, clean these trucks, get them ready to go. And, of course, that'll pretty much what they did all day yesterday. As we take a look at that grid lineup, as you were talking about, the 7 trucks deep. And we'll see if they all roll out here or not. Interested to see why there was only 4 or 5 trucks sitting there on the line. Ultimax there, by the way, sponsoring that grid lineup as we take a look at Greaves, and already has some pressure there on the back bumper. We'll see if he moves over. Has a very good spotter. I'm not sure if his father Kurt is spotting for him or not. I would think so, but of course very seasoned, both of those. And the 44 truck rolling up right there behind him is Johnny Holcher.
Yes, and you see them going around those turns. Now, they are qualifying out here, so sometimes you want to give yourself a little bit more space than what we do see Johnny behind Kyle.
And there it is.
And there, yes, exactly. So the mud on the visor is definitely not something you want to have during qualifying because you want your fast time. But Johnny Holter, a young gentleman that's been racing for quite some time, he also, what could be good for him right now is he's behind Kyle Greaves, who is an amazing driver as well. Follow those lines. Learn what he's doing, and maybe that will help your driving skills as well.
Yeah, and of course this is an out lap, so this lap is not going to provide them a time. You can see as the Optima Batteries timing and scoring screen has popped up there in the top left-hand corner. They'll get pretty much a look at this entire track before they go across start-finish, and then they'll run a lap now. So I'm surprised Johnny didn't back off even more. He had a ton of room back there. I mean, there's only 4 or 5 trucks on this massive track, so I would have backed way, way off. Of course, he's probably thinking, if Greaves gets on the pipe here, I don't have to worry about catching him or at least running him down immediately. And like you say, I mean, maybe trying to stay close enough to see what lines he's running.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all about learning from the people that you're racing against and the ones that are winning the races. I personally think that it might be something that he could be thinking in his head right now, but he does have a little bit more space between them. But the mud on the visors when they're going through the water crossings, that's something I would definitely not want to have during my qualifying run.
Kyle Greaves with 15 wins in this category now and made his Pro 4 debut 1 weekend ago. His uncle, Johnny Greaves, went for a big ride at Antigo, flipped violently, actually, and unfortunately broke a couple of ribs, punctured a lung, broke a scapula, so he had to sit out for a minute. So that provided a Pro 4 truck seat, and he stuck his nephew in it, Kyle Greaves. So Kyle Greaves made his Pro 4 debut. Played it really cool, just laid in the back, rolled around, got used to the truck. Oddly enough, finished up on the podium both days. So he put that together right away, and you can see him. He's a very talented young driver for sure. His father, Kurt Greaves, longtime crew chief for his brother, Johnny Greaves. So he knows how to build a truck. With that said, I will tell you that Kyle is very hands-on. They have the fabrication company. He is a cut, grind, weld guy just like his father, Kurt. And, of course, very, very talented behind the wheel as well. The reigning champ, Pro Light champion here from 1 year ago, and comes in here as the points leader.
Yes, he's won every single race here thus far here at the Mid-America Outdoors Pro Light Truck Series, and so you can see him right there. That is a very steep downhill, so the track has changed like we were talking about earlier. So instead of, they've utilized the backside of our track now that we had used in the previous years. So they have the whoop section here. It's a little bit longer. It's just a tick over 2 miles, which is a great course. Gives them a lot of different terrain and elevation changes that they are racing on.
To look at the time and scoring now, you can see that Connor Berry is up top at the time of 146.77. Kyle Greaves, P2, 147.0. We need to talk about young Connor Berry. He's 18 years old, but he's been racing since he was 9 years old. Has a number of championships going back in the junior karts and in mod karts. Has a couple of wins here in Pro Light as well, out in the gas series on the West Coast. Also competing here in Pro NA, a couple of wins in that category as well. And has come out here and laid down quick lap time here on the opening lap. So solid effort there. His brother Nathan also was very, very fast, but no longer racing. And his father is Clint of CBR, the race team CBR, Clint Berry Radiators. A lot of the radiators that are on the vehicles that are out here in all the different classes are provided by CBR. Wonderful, wonderful people.
Yes, and unfortunately in round 2, Connor Berry did take a tumble out here. He was running an amazing race, but, you know, the racing happens. But seeing him back out here, he was just a week ago racing out in California for the gas series. But we do have Kyle Greaves at a 144.878. We'll see what time Connor Berry turns over with a 146.772.
Yeah, so Kyle jumps up to P1 with that 144.8. Connor will hang on to the second position right now at that 146.7. So Kyle getting after it, picking up the pace. Kanan Baker just jumps up into the top three with a 148 flat as he runs his quickest lap. Johnny Holcher in the 44 truck has fallen down to the fourth slot at a 148.2. Jacob Rosales, Kyle Knott, Austin Vanover not out here during qualifying, which certainly opens up the door for a lot of questions.
I don't have confirmation, but I did hear that Jacob Rosales actually blew his motor last week, his engine last week, and was not able to make it out here. He is on our sheet, though, to be here. So I'm not sure if maybe he got something and he's just saving his truck for the race and not qualifying, because then he would just start in the back and get those points. But I'm not positive. I did not get that confirmation. That's what I was told. But unfortunate if he is not here, but it would be great to see him out here.
So another great shot here courtesy of this drone, and the drone pilots are fabulous, able to follow the trucks pretty much all the way around this track. I actually saw them following some of the Ultra 4 competitors yesterday through the woods of all things. It was very, very impressive, and looks like one looped around there.
Yeah, that was Johnny Holter. Yesterday we were discussing this out at the Ultra 4 area and those barrel racing areas. The grass was wet and the mud underneath it. But he definitely had a little spin out right there. But Kyle Greaves keeps picking up his lap time every lap. Now he's at a 143.358.
Yeah, going and you know, not just going quicker, but I mean big chunks. But a lot of that is getting used to this track. A lot of flow here, and this track is completely different than what it was the last time he was here. So amazingly enough, and we're talking about just a couple of weeks ago during Memorial Day weekend, right?
Yes.
Oh, were they here?
They
the
were
trucks here during Memorial Day
here.
Weekend, yes.
Yes. So they've been very, very busy. They raced
that
Memorial
weekend
Day,
and then Antigo and then right back here. So
exactly.
back to back to back. Yeah, that is very, very busy for sure.
Yes, Kyle Greaves doing an amazing job out there. These guys, they are pushing it. They have their purse overall at the end is a $100,000 purse to win. It's an amazing thing that the Robinettes are bringing different styles of racing in here with our short course. I mean, let's just talk about that for a minute. We have our pit bike racing track that's going to be debuted. It's completely different than the last time. Our Ultra 4 series over there racing on a new course compared to last year. This whole Visions Week has just been an amazing week so far, and we're only, halfway through it? I think.
Yeah, you're like me. You lose track of the days.
Yes.
You see that tire stack up there as they try to keep these guys on course as well. A little over rotation there for Kyle Greaves as he is trying to lay down yet a quicker lap. But talking about this race course, so Memorial Day weekend, just a couple of weekends ago, they were out here on this section of the track, but they have since opened up the back section of the track again, the rhythm section, if you will. So that completely different for Kyle, who he had not seen that one. So that's why I say the track is completely different since he was here just a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, and if we're watching this, I mean, right now the track's completely changing from what they were on earlier on. We did, like you were saying earlier, we did have practice out there, so the track was worn in just a little bit. But noticing right now, watching these guys on the course, it is changing every lap. It's drying out. It's going to be warm today. It's going to be in the high 80s, possibly low 90s out here today. The humidity, of course, keeps the moisture in the track, but I can foresee us bringing a water truck out later on.
Yeah, no question. I mean, they'll keep a handle on this truck. It gets very warm here. I mean, completely different from what we saw there a couple of days ago as we were talking about so much rain. But the weather has been spectacular, honestly. I mean, the temperatures have not been scorching by any stretch. The humidity has not been horrible. So really great racing conditions here as a year ago, it was really hot here during Visions.
Yes, and last night Mr. Robinette was talking about changing it into June, so hopefully we have some moisture in the track because, you know, he lives here. He knows the weather patterns slightly. You kind of gauge it off that. And last year we had it in July. And, yes, you were here doing the RC races last year.
Correct, yes.
It was
It was brutal.
Scorching hot.
It was. We were in the truck and it was hot, so
yes.
It was really tough outside for the competitors for sure. As once again we keep an eye here on Kyle Greaves. 5 minutes left in this session. We'll see if he continues to pick away at this. Does have that option to pull in if he thinks he's laid one down and nobody can get to it. Doesn't want to put any more time on the truck. He can certainly pull it in and take what he gets.
Yes, and that right there is Mr. Kanan Baker, races in the Pro Turbo class as well out here at Mid-America for our side-by-side championship series.
And the Pro NA, right?
Yes.
I mean, busy young man for sure.
And his sister races
as
well.
15 years of age, and his sister 16, Aliana. Very talented. Great to see the Bakers out here as we keep an eye on the 21 truck of Kanan Baker. New to Pro Light, his first year in the Pro Light, so trying to get that one sorted out. Very busy camp over there between his two cars, that truck, his sister's car. So, yeah, they're definitely hands-on over there.
You perfectly said that. I was getting ready to go there myself. I mean, they are always wrenching on these cars, making them the best that they can be out there. But look at him fly over. That jump right there last year was not as wide, so they lengthened that jump just a little bit. That's actually now where our timing loop is as well. So what a finish is it going to be when they're coming over that jump and finishing, getting the checkered flag right there.
That's the over-under, by the way, for the Nitro Series as well. And we have plans on using that, but with all the rain, they've been battling a sippy hole down there, if you will. So some adjustments had to be made. Beautiful job there, hitting that apex right down on the inside of that turn, carrying all the speed possible. Pitch it in there, get that thing rotated to check up a little bit. This track is very tricky. We talked about it during qualifying back on Tuesday for our side-by-side classes. As you can see right here, this is very technical, and if you miss the entry of one of these turns, you've ruined yourself for the rest of these turns. So you've got to be spot on to lay down a good lap, and it's no easy task.
Exactly. And, you know, right there in that turn, if you take that turn a little bit tighter, there is a little bit of you'll catch some air in that turn, let me say. So a lot of the drivers have been keeping up higher to drift through that turn, and those S turns, the snake area, or however we want to say it, has definitely been a fun track for a lot of the racers. Talking to them, they think it's fun because coming downhill, they're able to pitch it in and drift these corners.
That final left-hander as well, if you happen to catch it, we'll see if we can do it. White flag out there. Looks like Kyle Greaves is going to back out of that thing and let it cool down a little bit. Johnny Holcher here with the Yokohama back number 44 right there. So on the inside of that turn, there's a jump in there if you decide to take that one. That's a nitro feature right there for the nitro cars, I should say. And Pastrana was out here running a car with a passenger, by the way, a couple days ago and tried out the inside line, and it didn't work out quite so well as he rolled that thing over a couple times.
Yes, and that one right there, we were talking the other day when we were on the race course as well. Like, if you're battling somebody in that turn, you're catching air if you take that inside line. The outside line is more of a drift turn. So it's going to be very tricky, and it's going to be interesting to see if we do have people going into a battle right there, which line, and hopefully they don't come, I mean, I can't say they'll come in together, but like, you got to be very methodical and think about it if you're taking the jump side, which is the inside line.
Keeping an eye on Connor Berry here. Truck number 2. Great to have him out here, as we talked about before. 18 years of age, been racing since he was 9 years old. 35 wins, over 70 podiums for that young man since he started his racing career. Very impressive for sure. And Johnny Holcher right there behind him. Johnny currently P3, Connor P2 here in this qualifying session. And Kanan in 4th. Kanan just 3/10 off of Johnny Holcher. And Johnny Holcher just 2/10 off of Connor Berry. And then, of course, if you look at Kyle Greaves, he has laid down a monster effort here at some 2.5 seconds better.
I can't wait to get out and talk to these drivers to see what they think about the track compared to what it was from round 2 to 3 with the change of the extension, and how much more fun it was for them out there today.
Yeah, these two drivers are going to take full advantage of this entire session. The white flag had come out there. They are taking full advantage, checkered flag now, of that final lap, and rightfully so, to try and get better. And Johnny Holcher puts one together, huh?
Yes, he did. He definitely picked it up. He knew your spotters are in your ears telling you when you need to pick it up if you want to get that faster lap, and it looks like he did that. Got his fastest lap on lap number 2, or the last lap of this, at a 1:44.589.
Yeah, 1.5 seconds faster he picked up. So that was a massive chunk. So he found something there. And as we talked about before, quite possibly those S's that run up through there, if you could just nail those and really tag the apex of every one of those turns, keep some good mid-corner speed going, there's a ton of time to find in there. So if he put it together, there's a chunk of it.
Exactly. That was an awesome run by these guys. So we have in that number 1 spot, we have Kyle Greaves. Johnny Holcher in that number 2 spot.
Connor Berry there in the number 3 spot. All this courtesy of Handy and Kanan Baker, the 4th truck that came out here to qualify. So we'll find out what happens here in the race, if our other competitors can make it out here or what the struggles are. So we look forward to seeing round 1 for the Pro Lights, effectively round 3 for them for the season, though, as they chase that $100,000 purse.
What an amazing weekend out here. RC track is going on down there in the corner, but we have a rest of the day of racing to going on. Like you said earlier, we have our other racing going on, and then we have Ultra 4 going on. We have all kinds of racing going on this week.
Yeah, no question about it. It's a very, very busy place. And there's a look at the RC track, by the way. World-class, world-ranked drivers that make 6 figures a year will come out here, and they have a $30,000 purse that they'll be battling for on Saturday. Practicing here today and a little bit of racing tomorrow, and then they'll lay it all down on Saturday that you'll be able to see on Speed Sport 1. We'll see you, ladies and gentlemen. We're done here for a moment. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to Speed Sport Live from Visions 2023. Hello, everybody. I'm Dave Arnold, joining alongside again Erica Allred. Erica, we just watched a little bit of Pro Light qualifying. Not a big surprise. Kyle Greaves up on top, but I'll tell you, there was a good battle for that second spot.
Absolutely, Dave. Like you said, no surprise that Kyle Greaves is up on top. He's won 3 out of 4 races and taken both of the overalls. The only race he didn't win was to his cousin, CJ Greaves, in our first round. But Johnny Holter in that second place spot. He continues to progress with every single round. In the first one, he got 4th. In the second one, he got 2nd. But how about Connor Berry?
Well, I know, but I tell you, the fans are going to start turning out. They want to see this Pro Light race. They want to see the amateurs race. And, of course, Pro NA, the naturally aspirated and the Pro Turbos. I'm looking forward to that. We talked a little bit about in our first segment. But it's going to be incredible. The house is going to be packed.
Absolutely, Dave. And the amount of people that come out for Visions, oh, my gosh, the pits are just packed.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I saw lines at the gate and everything. So it's going to be crazy. But a lot of cool other stuff going on here. So we're going to find out a little bit more as we caught up with the mayor here, a little bit of economic impact that happens on the J. Oklahoma town here in beautiful Oklahoma.
It is wonderful to have all these folks in Jay. I got to go out to the track. That's creating jobs, folks that work out there, all the development that's going on. A few weeks ago, someone mentioned something about getting a concrete truck. Well, we couldn't get a concrete truck or an asphalt truck because they were all working at Mid-America. But that's good. That's money being spent in our community, and people coming here, spending money in our stores, restaurants, buying gas in our gas stations, the creation of jobs, economic development. We couldn't ask for more. I've seen advertisements on Facebook this week telling you this is a special for anybody that's in town. So those are all great things. Restaurants coming. We have lots of things that are going to happen, and as a result of the economic growth.
We carry, everything that any true outdoor store should carry, from clothing to guns, optics, thermals, suppressors. We have an indoor shooting range. We've been blessed to have a great facility and good employees and a great town to share this with. And just a little bit of everything, kind of a one-stop shop for the area. So
we work a lot with Mid-America promoting their events, and we're bringing in retail, we're bringing in housing and stuff with all this growth. So we're really excited. They reach out to the school and to different organizations. They also have groups that work for them, and they make donations back to those organizations through our school groups. We have teachers that work out here during the summer. It's a great opportunity for a lot of people. Part of our J Club program, our summer school program, and they're actually out here at the pool, I think 3 or 4 days a week. There's 4 different groups that come by age group, and so they get to enjoy this facility free of charge. MAO donates that for that use, pays for the lifeguards, so that it's no cost to our program.
Well, that's just so awesome to hear that everything's going on. The town's really behind Mid-America Outdoors, as well as, hearing from the mayor, the president of the city, the Chamber of Commerce, and I'm just so excited to see the growth here. I mean, people are still pulling in. I'm looking over my shoulder, seeing cars line up here. The fans are packing the house.
Absolutely, Dave. The things that this facility is doing for the town are truly second to none. It's really cool to see all that the Robinettes have kind of curated and how the community rallies behind it.
Well, folks, we've got a lot of racing. We've got, of course, the amateurs going on. We're going to be having, of course, Matt and Scott going to be doing all the calls, but we got to get this started the right way. And we'll be back in just a few moments with our opening ceremonies. So don't go anywhere. You're watching Speed Sport Live from
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing. It's time to rumble! Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars, at the line! Modifieds or midgets, down to the low side, retakes the lead! Dirt lane models or demolition derby. Oh! Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Are you kidding me? Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome, everybody. It is a 2023 Visions Off-Road Racing Week. My My name is Scott Rain, sitting next to Matt Edmondson, and we're entering round 5 of the 2023 season here today.
Yeah, today's the day. Obviously, yesterday we had a big day planned. The weather had different plans, and so here we are today. We're bringing it all back out. These guys are absolutely ready to race. I mean, I had the whole extra day yesterday to get ready, so they're chomping at the bits to get out there. But, Scott, every time we come out here and we get these days started, we like to start them in, a certain way. And me and Joey, we always like to do everything with the prayer and the national anthem and everything. But Joey's down right now at the live from desk, and we're going to send it down to him to start this day off the right way with the prayer.
Thank you, Matt. I'm excited to be able to do this for you today and to kick this racing off for 2023 Visions Off-Road right here at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma. If you will, please bow with me at this time. Lord, we come to you, and we just ask for favor and protection and safety for all the participants and all the people that are here in this place. Lord, for everybody watching from home, touch their lives, change every aspect of their mindsets, Lord, and let them know that you are King. Lord, we just pray that as everybody in this place grows closer together as friends and family, as we unite this sport all across this country and across this world to work together for like-minded individuals to always have this place for us to participate in these activities that you bless us with the opportunity to do. Lord, we thank you for being right here in this country to have the freedoms and the possibilities to live the lives that we all live. Lord, without you, this is not possible, and it's by the grace of God that we live the lives that we live. Lord, as each person goes out here today to do battle on this track and throughout the rest of this week, we just ask for you to just keep your hand with them, help steer those cars, and keep your hands on their heart and their shoulders and protect them as they race. Lord, let everybody race with a sportsman's spirit, and let them always know that in the background, you're always encouraging each one of us to always do our best and live our best lives. Lord, we thank you, and we have a special request for this prayer, Lord. Number 99, Kyle LeDuc, if you will just lift him up, Lord, just put your hand on him and help heal his heart. We've had many come to us and ask for a special prayer just for him. And with this many people praying together, we know that you are King and miracles happen every day. Lord, and we praise you for everything. In Jesus' name, amen.
Well, amen. And Joey, once again, a very beautiful prayer, opening invocation. And this time, ladies and gentlemen, now for the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world. Is everybody remember, yesterday is Flag Day. Today is our national anthem. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to Jay, Oklahoma, home of Mid-America Outdoors. We're getting ready for round number 5 of the 2023 season. Let's go to our first Ultimax belt starting grid with the women's turbo.
Yeah, Kendra Hoop, Morgan Vanover, Ariel Biarski, Brittany Dunn Crisco, Jennifer Mayo, Marissa Smith, Camber Kirchmeyer, Josie Watkins, Letitia Buffoni jumping in the mix right there. So, man, we have got a heck of a race right here in the first race of the day for our big cars, women's turbo.
Yeah, this is one of those
visions, man. Like, look at this. I'm excited.
We're right.
Goosebumps right now.
We're right in the middle. Yeah, the last stanza of the national anthem with that aerial shot of the background of Mid-America Outdoors. Absolutely fantastic. Green flag is out. We're underway.
Big jump right there. Looks like Kendra Hoop. We'll see who that is on the outside as they come around. But Kendra, the 917 charge, and looks like sliding into second place.
And unlike one round to go back in Memorial Day weekend, we are running the full course out here. Right around 2.5 miles, just a tick under 2.5 miles, I believe, in length.
So that is the 735 of Ariel Biarski battling right now at the front as they head into the back section. That sweeper right there.
It looks like Kendra Hoop is taking the lead. She ducked to the inside, but it looks like Vanover's coming right back.
Yeah, so Vanover, so you got Hoop, Vanover, and Biarski with Brittany Dunn Crisco right there in number 4 and Jen Mayo in the 5th spot. A lot of water on the track. They got a fresh track this morning. The team's been out there, so there you see we just had ProLite truck practice out on the track, and here we are starting the day, race number 1, women's turbo. Exciting day. Yesterday we had some unfortunate weather. Now we're back out here today. Everybody's getting a little bit more track time today in their race, so it's going to make it a lot more fun. But look at that.
Well, nice job by Kendra Hoop checking up just a little bit to avoid making contact with Boyarski.
Kendra Hoop going to dive to the inside right here, see if she can.
You know, and here's the other thing that we're going to do something totally different in these races today. Every class we're bringing in the competition yellow to halfway point, which will regroup everybody, bring them back to the front, and do a complete restart. And what's really good about that, if you get a flat tire on a first, second, third lap or the first half, is we have another pass. We got a great race going on right now between Biarski and Hoop. Whoa.
Kendra Hoop. All right. That is not what we wanted to see. Our track staff's going to get over there and make sure that she is okay.
And another one's going up and over.
Right there. Looked like both those drivers came into that corner. There's a little kicker in that corner. And both of those cars. So we'll get track staff out there and make sure they're good. And they'll hopefully be able to get back out. There you see some moves being made. That looks like the 237 of Josie Watkins has now moved up into the top position over the 735 of Biarski. Josie Watkins, incredibly fast. We always are talking about Josie. And here she is moving straight to the front of the pack. I believe we have an Amsoil. Well, I'm sorry. We have a Rugged Radio replay coming up right now. Let's see if we can see what happened right there when they came around. All right, there you see coming over that jump. Just goes a little too far, buries the front end. And we'll see if we can see right here on the other side what happened right after that.
Just overshot the tabletop.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
And, this is the first shot. Maybe we'll pick up.
Yeah, there's Kendra. And then right after that, I believe Vanover comes in just to our left right here. Another angle of it right here. See, just overshot it right there. Stuck the front end. And you will be able to see the second car come around. Did the same exact thing. So, unfortunate situation for those two drivers. We hope they are okay and back out on the track. It looks like we are now entering our competition caution. Maybe not. This is actually just a caution for theirs.
I think this may be a full course yellow. Because when there's two cars in a situation like that, that doubles up the safety crew, which takes them away from other parts of the track. So it looks like a full course yellow.
Josie Watkins leading the way right now. Biarski in second. Vanover in the third position. And there is Buffoni running in fourth.
So this will probably count as the competition yellow now that I think about it, because we're very close. By the time we go back to green flag racing, we will be just past the halfway point. So I'm thinking this will count as the competition yellow. Are we back at it?
We are back underway. So that was a local caution right there. So now as soon as they got through it, they were clear.
So I miscalled it.
I want to tell you, if you're joining us at home, one of the the things about a local caution is when you go through that local caution, you'll see all these racers will have to go slow down, maintain a safe speed through the caution zone. You cannot advance a position. So that's what we saw right there. Everybody checked up on their speed and safely made it through the caution and then got right back after it to racing. And there you see Watkins and Biarski headed up the step up right here.
Isn't that Josie?
Josie out in front. There's a 237 right there, and the 735 of Biarski in that second position. And there you see Vanover charging. There's a little bit of a battle right there. I think Buffoni is trying to get up there and battle with Vanover. Still 4 laps left, so plenty of time. Buffoni, one of our world-renowned superstars in skateboarding and also doing the Nitro Cross stuff. So,
yeah, I met her yesterday up there. Everybody was just hanging out up in the Nitro grounds, and she was sitting there and watching over her Can-Am, and she's one of the guys. That's what's cool.
Oh, yeah.
She's one of the guys.
Yeah, super cool to have all these new faces out here at the park and all the new people. It's really cool. Yesterday, or day before yesterday, we got to call a lot of the youth action, Scott, and one of the things that stood out to me is how many new faces, new names we called while we were out there. And I know it's Visions, and this is kind of the proving grounds, right? Like we've heard it throughout the week. If you're going to show up and show everybody you're the fastest in the country, this is the place to do it.
Yeah, this is our Indy 500 of the year, and basically we throw all the eggs in one basket, so to speak, for this week. And I didn't say weekend, I said week.
Yep. Last night we had the rodeo. Tim Montana played on the main stage.
12-year-old bullfighter.
Yeah.
12-year-old, and he did great. I think he finished second.
Yeah, that was an incredible show last night, the TK Pro Rodeo team they put on. But, man, right now Josie Watkins is charging. Looks like Biarski's making up some time. Biarski with a 136.5 on that fast lap and the 138 to Josie Watkins. So hopefully Watkins can keep it together. 3 more laps left on the track right now. So
and now keep in mind that they're in contact with their spotters. So I'm sure that Josie knows what's going on. It's just a matter of don't get caught kind of being too relaxed. And I believe we'll be going into the competition yellow this time which will regroup everything and change the face, the complexion of this race, which is very, very cool because now you're adding in strategy to the first half of the race, to the second half of the race. And with the track conditions changing the way they are, every single race in the track and every single lap of each race, that's going to be a big thing.
Yeah, it is. And looking at the track right now, I mean, look at that dirt, Scott. I mean, it's primo right now. We got a lot of racing left to do today. But, man, it just looks like such a good track right now for these drivers. And Watkins is looking nice and smooth out there.
There's ground being made up.
Biarski is definitely catching up to Watkins for sure. Faster right now. They're, like we said, 136.5 to a 138.3 last time around. So they are the 2 fastest on the track for sure. Vanover with a 140 and Buffoni with a 141. So,
well, it doesn't really matter the advantage she may have had in the first half because all that is now gone. And there's maybe a few people that are brand new fans to short course off-road racing, but there adds so many things, so many elements that competition yellow. Like I started to say earlier, that second or third lap, if you get a flat tire, keep going on the course.
Yep.
And you can duck into the pits right before the comp yellow, change that tire, get back out on the course under the yellow, because this is a long lap, and you're still in the race. You're not taken out. Before, if you had a flat tire, your day's done. Doesn't matter what lap it's on. Your day's done.
Well, there you see it. TW out in front, leading the competition yellow around the track.
Now, if this is done right, they'd be right on the bumper of each other. Their cars are still coming across, so we'll give them a chance to regroup. And they shouldn't be doing the full lap. So,
Good Boy Vodka sponsored driver, Brittany Dunn Crisco, coming across your screen right there. What's really cool is Good Boy Vodka out here. They have a couple of really awesome VIP viewing areas. So whether you're on the short course,
already.
Hey, I've definitely seen them. I don't know that I've been in yet. So,
really?
But yeah, right here, right in front of the short course track. There's also one up on top of the hill looking down over the racetrack for Nitro Cross. So, yeah, big shout out to Good Boy Vodka and everything they're doing out here as a sponsor.
You know, it's kind of what's kind of neat about the sport. Also, is I got to throw it out to Travis Pointer.
Mm-hmm.
He has kind of created an industry in and of itself where he's a coach, mentor to a couple of drivers. He's actually spotting for them. They study the racetrack. They study their previous race. And he calls the race for them, and he helps them get better as drivers. And right now, his 3, students that he mentors are running 1, 2, and 3.
That's awesome. It's got to make you feel good, right? So Watkins, Biarski, and Buffoni, 1, 2, and 3. Then you've got Vanover Smith. There's Mayo, Brittany Dunn-Crisco, Kendra Hoop, and Kirchmeyer. So Kendra Hoop, we know, in fact, is not in the race anymore. We saw that accident earlier.
Well, you can see they're running.
So you said they're going to a little bit of a reduced course for the mandatory caution right here.
So they should be getting up bumper to bumper right now. I mean, they should already be there. Out. Man, I'd be aggressively on the back bumper of the guy or the driver in front of me.
In this situation, the lady in front of you.
It'd probably last a whole quarter of a lap, and
I can tell you right now, these ladies out here in Mid-America are so fast. I would definitely be a spectator in the back of the field. They're running super, super fast.
Oh, look at Biarski. She got a great jump going into turn 1. Let's see how it turns out.
Somebody spun. Is that Biarski that spun? I can't tell. Nope, it's not Biarski. That's going to be Vanover. Actually, it looks like that might have been Buffoni. Buffoni spun, was running in the 3rd position, spun out. Now she's back in, it looks like in the 5th spot.
And look at Josie pulling out.
Josie Watkins.
I thought for sure Boyarski had a great jump at the line when they took the green flag and was going to have it going into turn 1, but totally the opposite. Let's go back to, we're getting Amsoil replay coming up right now.
Yeah, there you see, trying to dive to the inside right there is the 13. Wasn't able to make it happen right there. That's Letitia Buffoni. So Josie Watkins still leading the way. Biarski, and I believe in that 3rd spot now it's going to be Vanover. But we'll see as they come around and we get a reading on everything.
Boy, how about that? Josie Watkins, her fastest lap is over 2 seconds quicker than Biarski's and anybody else in the field.
Yeah, she's got it figured out right now. The car looks smooth. She's got her lines dialed. She's hitting these corners really nice. She's only got 2 laps left, and she will potentially be your winner right here in Women's Turbo. She's put together a great race so far. She started and battled right there, and she's held on to that spot the whole time. Biarski's fallen back just a little bit here. And Watkins able to put a little bit of a gap. Yep, so, and it looks like Vanover, I believe, is in that yellow car. We'll see that in a second as they come around and come through the finish line.
You know, Matt, I might be exposing my not knowing enough about our driver that's leading the race right now, Josie Watkins. I mean, she's a multi-time podium finisher, but has she ever finished in the top spot?
I do believe she has, yeah, Josie. Okay. We got another car flipped over. I'm not sure who that is as we get around and see, but that is the 6 of Vanover running second, having an issue, unfortunately, on the roof. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully we can get that car flipped over and clear the track. Smooth sailing now for Josie Watkins. I mean, there is nobody within sight of her, so she should be good to go right here. So that'll allow Buffoni, I believe, to move up in the 2nd position with Biarski running in the 3rd spot.
She is so fast right now. She doesn't look fast. The thing, she is not looking fast.
Smooth.
That's what I was getting at. I mean, she's so smooth. She doesn't look fast, but she is. That's the kicker.
Check out this Amsoil instant replay right here. We'll see exactly what happened. And look, no surprise, same exact spot. We've seen a few people have issues today right there. That little kicker on the inside. So I'm sure that will be something that will be looked at for sure. But right now, Women's Turbo looking good out there. Josie Watkins, smooth sailing.
Yeah, she's on the white flag lap. That will be a very exciting and happy young lady right there, as she looks like she's on her way to win round number 5 of the 2023 season.
On the gas, coming around right here.
Checkered flags in hand, and it's waving. There's our winner. Oh, no.
That's white flag.
White flag, okay.
Yeah, white flag. 1 lap left.
So there's the competition yellows as she inches through. There is a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. Like you had said earlier, no passing until you get past the last yellow flag. You can get back on the gas for racing under racing conditions. But right now our top 5 is Watkins, Buffoni, Smith, Vanover. Oh, no, not Vanover, Boyarsky. And I think it's, like you said, it was Vanover on her side.
Just in the roll. So one more lap left. We'll see if any changes can be made out on the track. But there is the 22 of Brittany Dunn-Crisco running right there.
She's right behind Mayo, running in the top 5. So it looks like Vanover's back on all 4 and racing.
Yeah, I just noticed that. That was a quick recovery right there. Watkins, Buffoni, and Smith, 1, 2, and 3 on the track right now. There you see Watkins coming around. It looks like Josie's actually about to get into some lap traffic. And that will be Vanover that she's about to run into right up there. So we'll see if Josie can get clear. But I think this is Josie's race to win. I don't think that Buffoni can actually catch up to Josie at this point.
Yeah, there's
not enough time left in the race for sure.
There's a nice gap back to second, a little comfortable insurance policy, so to speak, for Watkins going back to second to Buffoni. And I'm sure the spotter's going,
breathe.
Yeah, exactly.
Breathe. A lot of these drivers also, we'll see them come back out. They'll race other classes. So, with a lead like this, you want to take it easy, save the car. And there it is, checkered flag flying right there. The 237 of Watkins taking home the women's turbo top spot.
Letitia Buffoni cross the line in second.
Yep.
Second place in the podium. And let's see if it's going to be Boyarsky or Smith. Look at this.
Yeah, they're going to duke it out right here at the end. So only a few more corners. They are really close. But I do think that Smith has got it in the bag right here. We'll see if Boyarsky can make any moves or any mistakes are made. You got to race it all the way to the checkers. You never know what can happen. Looks like everybody going around on the outside of that inside little tabletop. There it is, checkered flag for Smith. Boyarsky comes across the finish line.
Looks like Jennifer Mayo will round out the top 5. Not a bad run for her. Just her and her husband, Chad, running their racing programs. Just the 2 of them.
Yep. What a race. Women's Turbo. Congrats. Josie Watkins, Letitia Buffoni, and Marissa Smith, your top 3. There is the handy unofficial results for Women's Turbo. Josie Watkins, top spot. Letitia Buffoni, second. Marissa Smith in third. There's Ariel Boyarsky in the 4th spot. Jennifer Mayo in 5th. Brittany Dunn-Crisco in 6th. Morgan Vanover back out there after the rollover we saw in 7th. Kendra Hoop in 9th. And Camber Kirchmeyer in that last spot. So what a race for Women's Turbo. That's how we're getting it started. And I like it, Scott. It's going to be a great day of racing. We got lots of action left. Women's Turbo getting us kicked off right here. Here's some highlights. But there you see, unfortunately,
lots of action in this race.
Couple of drivers just not able to figure out that little inside kicker right there, but everybody else ready to go. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we got more racing action here at MAO Visions 2023.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Welcome back, everybody. Once again, here we are entering into round 5 of the 2023 season here at Mid-America Outdoors, and there's an unbelievable live shot of our RC track, and practice and qualifying is going on right now over there.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. You know, when we got here a couple days ago, that little
it was all tore off.
They got it all built out. You got some of the fastest RC racers in the world right here for one of the biggest RC races in the country for sure. So that is a very impressive track they built there. A lot of good times being had out here at Mid-America Outdoors Visions 2023. There's so much action later on today after short course. We still have Ultra 4 going on today. We still have the Knockout Hill with Joey and myself and Tripp down at the bottom. And then we've got one of the coolest things, something we've never done here before. We've got Mark Gomez, world champion freestyle.
I was wondering where you were going.
Yeah, he's going to be down in the pond tonight. He is putting on a show for everybody while we're down there at the Knockout Hill. My man DJ Brady is going to be in the house with us playing some music down there. So, yeah, we're having a lot of fun today, and we're just getting it started. So we've got the Ultimax starting grid right here for Vet 40 Plus NA. Lackey, Side, Schroeder, Rimmery, Truitt, Johnson, Moore, Hecker, Taylor, and Whitmer. So
a lot of times this is one of the most entertaining and fun races to watch because these guys just don't care. They're out there and they want to win probably more than anybody else out on the track all day long, and they're very aggressive to each other. But if you go back in their pit area at night, they are the best of buddies.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly right. You know, and it's the Vet 40-plus classes, right? You know, we like to say these guys are seasoned. They know exactly what they're going to do out here. They know how to get out here on the track and get the job done. And, you know, at the same time, you said it best. You know, we've seen in a couple of other vet classes, you know, Rusty and Lee Knowles, you know, they are two best friends out here, and we've seen that friendship and what that means to them. So it's super cool out here. And this Vet 40-plus NA, no slouches right here. I'm excited to see this. Mitch Truitt out there. We're going to see him do some battle. Todd Rimmery. There's some heavy hitters in this class. Terry Lackey. So this is going to be a good one to watch right here.
You know, the pit area in the Remerides is going to be super, super, super busy today with Tyler and Todd both racing. And Tyler is just loaded with races this afternoon.
Oh, yeah. He's a busy guy. And I will tell you, I rode by there yesterday, and I noticed something that they have their own nacho thing over there in the pits. And I was like, man, I got to figure out how to get invited in here. So at Rimerides, if you hear me, I like nachos. I'm just kidding. But yeah, this is exciting. I'm ready for this race to get started. Vet 40 Plus NA. We're moving right into race number 2 of the day today.
Hey, one of our best cameramen, not just on our staff here, but probably in any racing circuit anywhere in the country. George Cruz is watching us right now. Dude, you should be.
I was about to say, how are you watching us and filming? But yeah. Somebody needs to have a talk with his producer.
So the green flag is flying right now, and we're underway in the Vet 40 Plus naturally aspirated race. 6 laps.
Look at
full
Lackey.
Course.
Lackey jumping out there, the 04 looking sharp way out front right now. And look at that. That's Rimmery running in that second spot right there. So we're getting to see some battles right up front already.
Yeah, Lackey, man, what a sharp car that is. Just pops so nicely on that screen.
So we're going to see him coming around right there. There you see 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all tight right here. Who's it going to be? The only one that right now has got a smooth track out front is Lackey. Lackey's checked out. He's trying to stay in that spot, but
those famous 2 words
is going to get. Yeah. He's going to give him. He's got all his work cut out for him right now because they're coming.
Clean air.
Yep.
What everybody wants.
The 04 looking sharp right there, coming around the corner, nice and smooth.
You know what? You might be able to appreciate this. I thought about this last night. I was thinking about this part of the race course. We're up and down the hill, back and forth. Nice smooth lines, smooth turns. It ventures to like it was like a slalom course, water skiing. If you screw up your entry to the first buoy, you're screwed up almost for the entire run. So if you get that first turn just right, you're pretty much set up. But if you screw up the first part, you might be out to lunch for the rest part of the.
Yeah, it'll throw your rhythm all off right there if you kind of get out of whack on those things. But, you know, super impressive drive right now for Lackey. It looks like Schroeder has moved into the 2nd position and gotten around Rimmery. So we'll see what happened there. Look, now you see Truitt getting into the mix. There's Mitch Truitt trying to go to the inside on Rimmery, it looks like.
Rimmery just is leaving that door open there again as well.
coming down this hill, we're going to see a ton of speed. Who can drive the farthest down or the hardest down that hill into that jump
car off
line,
the
head
side?
around the backside. Yeah, we'll see who that is. I can't tell from here.
112?
Yeah, that is the 112 of Sides. Unfortunately, Sides off the side of the track. Not sure what happened right there, but back out front, still battling right here. This is the battle between Rimmereed and Truitt right here. And now you're back out front looking at Terry Lackey. Sounds like we have an Amsoil instant replay of what happened to the car we saw on the side of the track right here. We'll see exactly what happens. Man, it's the same exact spot. So we will, I'm sure we'll be hearing about this one, Scott. So there's the Amsoil instant replay. We appreciate that. Now back out front with the 04 of Terry Lackey. Looking nice and clean. That's a byproduct of being in the front, is you don't take any roofs.
You know what I've noticed? I like it when the race cars actually run the raised white letters on the outside.
Yep.
So when they go into the corners, you can see where they brake, where they accelerate, where they brake. Just watch those raised white letters. You can see how the suspension, how the drivetrain is working, and how they're driving their cars via the setup. Are they hitting the brakes hard? You can see the front brakes might be more locked up than the back brakes. I mean, you can see the brake bias, I guess you're saying, as well.
Yep. Well, there you see the local caution coming out right there for the driver that we saw on the side of the track right there. So they'll make their way around through the caution at caution speeds, safely clear it, no advancing of positions, and then back under
right
race speed. There you see it, over the bridge.
It's almost in the same lap, it wasn't, as the last race, wasn't it?
Yeah, exact same spot. And there is Rimmereed. Oh, no. So something has happened right here with
right
Todd
rear
Rimmereed.
Just not laying the way it should.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Is that past the finish line?
It looks like it. Looks like it will possibly be able to see, but maybe not. But right now, back up front, Terry Lackey still cruising. We still are going to have a competition caution that will come underway here shortly and allow them to regroup a little bit. So right now, look at the lap times. Look at how fast the lap time is right now. Terry Lackey with a 134.9. Schroeder next fastest on the track with a 137.6. Lackey is absolutely flying right now. But I do believe, though, when we come back around, we're probably going to see a little bit of a faster lap out of Yeah, we have a local yellow right there, so we won't see a faster lap until the track is actually clear. But it looks like Schroeder is making up some time right here. It looks like they're going to come back into that section. There's going to be another caution right here. There it is.
See, here's where it gets tricky. You got to watch that second place guy. A lot of times they'll cheat a little bit. I'm not saying it's going on right now, but I say a lot of times you can see time made up a little bit under that yellow zone. And if they can get away with it, they can get away with it. You know, it's just that's part of racing.
Yeah, one of the good things, though, is here in the Vet 40-plus classes, you know, like we said, these are seasoned drivers. So there's a lot of respect on the track. There's a lot of sportsmanship in these drivers. And like we saw right there, Schroeder slowed down to the speed, came around. There we see TW on the track. This is the start of the competition caution right here. So TW will lead them around the track, let them tighten back up, and then we'll get back underway.
You know, I got it real quick. I want to throw it out to my wife. She's on a girls' cruise right now with my daughter, my granddaughter, and my sister-in-law. Oh, boy, there's a bunch. But they're on a cruise right now on their way to Bahamas, and they're sitting at the tiki bar watching us poolside. So
we should feel special. At least you for sure.
Yeah, I'm the one paying for the cruise.
Oh, yeah. Well, at least they tuned in, huh?
There's a cool shot of our current leader, Terry Lackey. Is that a smirk on his face right there?
Yeah, that's what you do when you're in front like that far.
Yeah.
So
chase me if you can.
Yeah. Fast lap, 134.9 right there. Terry has figured out how to put the power down. He's got traction. He is flying. So we'll see if he can hold off Schroeder. Schroeder was making up a lot of time right there. He still got Moore, Truitt, Taylor, Johnson, and unfortunately Rimmereed is out. I believe Sides is also. But we'll see here in just a minute when they come back around. There you see him dragging Rimmereed into the middle to clear up the track, so that way we can get.
Looks like maybe the whole front end is jacked up. I know the left front is laying down on the ground. But that's what you don't like to see when the cars come off the track not on a hook, but on the forklift.
That's right, yeah.
So here's our top 5 right now. In that 5th spot is Briar Taylor. Mitch Truitt's in that 4th spot. Justin Moore 3rd. Rick Schroeder and Terry Lackey. And this is the first time that any of these drivers have got to experience the strategies and the regrouping and that competition yellow, how the second half more than likely is going to change the complexion of this race.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So we're about to see right now. We saw Schroeder really seem like he was making up a lot of time on Lackey. Now we've bunched him back in, and we're going to get to see them battle it out for 3 more laps. So we'll see how this shakes out here in just a few moments. We continue them around on the competition caution here at Visions 2023 for your Vet 40 Plus NA race going on right now.
Nice looking track. I mean, just perfect conditions.
Big shout out to the track crew. All these guys have gone out here, worked super hard.
Did you know in the drivers meeting last night in the Ultra 4 drivers meeting, Gala got up in front and started talking about the track crew and how many hours they put in, not only over the last month or so, or 2 months or 3 months, but just in the last week. And it almost brought her to tears because these guys have been putting in mega hours.
Yeah, lots of effort out here to make this place what it is, and it's, it's always evolving. There you see our drivers taking back off. That is the green flag restart. And there you see Mitch Truitt. It looks like going to try to make a move on the inside and make some passes. Going to dive up in the 3rd spot right there. Terry Lackey doing exactly what he did in the first race, trying to check out right now. So you've got Lackey, Schroeder, Moore, Truitt. I believe Truitt's moved into that 3rd spot, actually, so that would be Lackey, Schroeder, and Truitt running 1, 2, and 3 right now on the track.
Well, look how clean Lackey's car is to everybody else's right now.
Got out front and ran away with it. He's going to do the same thing or try to do the same thing again right now to put this Vet 40 Plus NA race in the bag.
Guys looking so. And if you notice, that whole back straightaway, that back section, I guess we're calling it, used to be rhythm sections. Or unrhythm, if we want to call it that. Now it's a series, I think, 3, maybe 4 tabletops.
Yeah, they've definitely created more of a rhythm section back there through the backside now, and come around the pond, hit that big step up, come back into the track and step down, as you see right here, into another tabletop. So lots of jumps on the track, lots of opportunity to pass. 1, 2, and 3 checking out right now. So Lackey, Schroeder, and Truitt, I believe, 1, 2, and 3 on the track. Still enough time right now. We may see the 978 of Schroeder. If he can find it, he's trying to get up there and battle a little bit with Lackey, show him a will. But there is Mitch Truitt also trying to sneak in there and let him know that he's here to play also.
I can't help but think that everybody's still getting used to that section of the racetrack. But where it comes out, that back stretch, going into the back section, that's where they're confident, that's what they're used to, and that's where you're going to see the pass around. I think they're still getting used to that up and down, super high banking.
There you see the clean car, the 04 of Lackey, still leading the way.
Just a tick under 2 laps remaining. Lackey, Schroeder, Truitt, Taylor, and Moore are top 5. Actually, Johnson just made the pass, just past the start-finish line, so now Jeff Johnson is running in that top 5.
Moves are still being made, 2 laps left, but no changes out front.
Buddy of mine back in the Midwest, Mike Van Kirk checks in from Lena, Wisconsin, home of Dirt City. A very cool little off-road track right there.
Yeah, we thank you, everybody at home that's tuned in, watching us today, and joining us for all the fun we have out here at Visions 2023. We're just getting the day started. And right now, Terry Lackey leading the way, putting on a show for you. I'm telling you, Schroeder is not far off. If Lackey makes any mistake right here at all, Schroeder is going to be there to capitalize. And he is, to me, it looks like Schroeder's actually made up some more time right here.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I mean, they
went from 2 to 1 car. And
bumper to bumper. But you can see that 04 has a ton of acceleration. He's able to pull away from Schroeder pretty easily coming out of these corners. That could either be a power thing or a traction thing for sure.
I'm still waiting for some of these cars to try that high side of all that banking.
I will tell you this. Last race we had here, we watched Austin Dinger absolutely put a show on during that. He would take the outside line through that corner every time and rail, just fly through the corner, and we would watch him make 2 or 3 passes every time by doing that. So there is some truth to a lot of speed by going around the outside like that. But white flag is out, so 1 lap left for the 04 of Terry Lackey. And now you see the 978 of Schroeder is pushing super hard. I mean, you're running out of time, Schroeder. 978, you better make some moves right now. You got a little bit of time left, but it's between Lackey and Schroeder for the top spot. And it's tightening up, Scott.
Oh, boy, here we go. That long straightaway series of tabletops headed towards the pond.
All right, 978 is going to try to go around the outside.
Big time dive to the outside. Trying to make it work.
Not happening today. So
you're going to tell me that front. You're going to tell me that Terry wasn't caught snapping right about there, because that was a shot. Wow.
It looked like he was taking a bite of a sandwich or something in the middle of that one. I'm not sure what happened, but he definitely put it down and regrouped right there and got back up front, because that was a quick recovery. Lackey still out leading the way, but we got a few more corners. We're going to see if Schroeder trying to show him a will again right here. Not able to do it so far. The 04 of Lackey still cruising out front, so it looks like he's able to put a couple of links between them. Little bit of breathing room. Only a couple more corners left.
Yeah, I think Terry's got it figured out where you go into the corners, you nail the brakes, you can watch that car dive down in the nose and be able to make that rotation, make that turn, then accelerate, and the car squats in the back. And look at how he's pulled away through this section. Wow.
Well, the 978 of Schroeder getting a little bit loose in the corner back there that allowed Lackey to absolutely pull away. There's the checkered flag for my man, the 04 of Lackey, taking the win in your Vet 40 Plus NA. There's Schroeder coming across, and Truett 1, 2, and 3 as they cruise back up the hill right there in front of the Good Boy Vodka VIP area. And check that out. Right there in the back, coming up later this week, you are going to get to see Nitro Circus right here at Visions 2023. They got a huge ramp. They got it all set up back there. We're going to have some fun with them. We've got Nitro Cross. We've got Pro Rock Racing. We've got Nitro Pit Bikes. We've got Pit Bike Racing. We've got concerts.
And you got Jeff Johnson crossing the line.
Yep, that's it. Jeff Johnson coming around. Looking very, very patriotic.
There's a drone shot. Now you're seeing the RC track. A little bit more to the left. Oh, and there we have the handy unofficial results. Terry Lackey obviously taking the win. Rick Schroeder second. Mitch Truett rounds out the podium. Briar Taylor in the fourth. Jeff Johnson top 5. Justin Moore 6. Todd Remery will end up finishing in 7th, even though he didn't finish the race. Nice little wreck earlier in the event. Austin Sides in the 112, 8th, and Matt Hecker and Nathan Whitmer, I believe, didn't make the call at the start of the race. So that'll take care of the unofficial results there. A little bit of action earlier in the race. Oh, I never noticed that. Little blue smoke out of one of the cars.
Yeah, one of the cars was definitely having some issues right there. Here you see the battling starting right at the front. There's that big rollover in the corner that we've seen.
That's one of them right there. Well, we're going to take a moment and catch our breath and step aside real quick for a few words from our sponsors. We're in Jay, Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
And welcome back, everybody. Once again, we're in Jay, Oklahoma, home of Mid-America Outdoors. And there's a great shot of our vendor area. You can see Ford has got a big representation here this weekend.
They do, and they're rolling right into the screens. One of my favorite things you can see when you're out here, the Ives brothers, Kyle Ives right here.
We got to talk about that.
Yeah, there's some great dudes. They're putting on a killer show right there, riding those Harleys on that wall. And later on today, we've got Ultra 4 coming up, and sounds like we had a chance to catch up with Mick yesterday from Ultra 4 at the Live From desk. We're going to send it down and see how that went.
Hello and welcome to Speed Sport Live from Visions 2023. Hello, everybody. I'm Dave Arnold, joined alongside Erica Allreed. We got a special guest over here. We got Mick Henson. Mick, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great.
It's a beautiful day. I know we had some rain, and I know that was in your mind because you just went and qualified.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it downpoured pretty hard last night, and it's pretty normal out here in Oklahoma, so the rain's good. It's going to settle the dust down, so I'm pretty excited about that.
Did it make the track a little soupy at all in certain sections?
It made it soupy, but it really packed in some of the loose dirt and slowed down the dust.
So a lot of guys were saying that they were hoping for rain. Is this kind of the rain you were hoping for, or was it a little too much?
It was a little too much, but hopefully it's enough to last till Thursday and Friday. So
you've had a successful beginning of year. You got in the top 10 at KOH. You took first in Rush, Kentucky, and a fifth in Montana. How are you hoping to keep the ball rolling here at Visions?
I'm hoping to just get a good place, keep the truck together. That way I can just continue for the rest of the year with the truck, not tear the truck up and end my season.
And one of the things also is going for a national championship is what I guess you're shooting for right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how did you finish in the last couple of years?
In the last couple of years, I've been around in the top 15, top 10. I was 11th last year, and I think around 15 the year before.
So right now you're on pace to sit up there and crack another top 10 just like you did at KOH.
Oh, absolutely. Right now I'm on pace to be in probably the top 3 in National and East. West, I'm kind of battling with some other guys as far as points and stuff, but we're doing really good this year.
Well, let's talk a little bit about your vehicle, the Toyota.
Yeah.
You're racing in the 4600 stock class. I mean, Toyota is definitely a proven vehicle. I mean, for years, these things, I always say they take a licking, but they keep on ticking at Toyota.
Absolutely. The truck is so reliable, it's unreal, and that's the best part about it. Even though it's got some of the highest end parts, some of the old original parts are just still hanging on, and they just keep going.
And how do you think it'll handle here in kind of this woodsy course?
It's going to do great here out here. There's nothing too rough for it, so it's kind of limited on suspension, so that's kind of where it usually slows down. But it'll do really well out here. There's some of the high pace, like across the pastures, that's where it's really going to slow me down, but it should hold together just fine here.
Now, I know you're limited to 35-inch tires on these things. Now, the Toyota usually has a little bit narrow wheelbase there, a little bit, more nimble, I'm going to say, than some of the big Broncos and possibly some of the bigger Jeeps with some of the little long travels on them.
Mm-hmm.
So do you feel that's an advantage to you, too?
Yeah, absolutely. The truck's it's pretty skinny and short, and I can fit between the trees really well. And it's a very fast-turning truck, and the manual transmission's actually kind of nice in the trees because you can run the transmission instead of wearing out the brakes. And so you can just kind of, work the truck. It works really well in the trees.
Well, that's one of the great things about the different classes for the 4600, part of the EMC classes, the Everyman Challenge. So we're going to have to find out. We'll wait and see how he did in qualifying, and, of course, we'll wait to see him how he races. Mick, I want to thank you for coming by, buddy. Appreciate it. And, again, I want to thank everybody tuning in to Speed Sport Live from Vision 2023. We'll keep you updated all week long how it shakes out here at Vision.
Well, thanks a lot, Dave and Erica. And what's neat about the Ultra Ford USA series is the fact there's multiple classes.
Oh, yeah.
So if you like open wheel racing, they got them. If you got the truck classes, you got that. So as we got, you can see a little bit of remnants of what the track construction on top of the hill is still going on. We're going to step aside one more time as we're going to have more racing action right here from Jay, Oklahoma and Mid-America Outdoors.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
Welcome back, everybody, once again. I am joined by Matt Edmondson. My name is Scott Rain. We're getting ready for our next race. And, of course, it's Amateur Turbo.
That's right. All the action. I believe we're going to do a rolling start right here because we've got a big field of drivers right here. Looks like we would have 3 rows if we were going to do that. So we will line them up, get them ready, and we're going to do a rolling start right here.
Man, we're throwing everything at these drivers this afternoon. Yeah. Not only a rolling start, but the competition yelling. They're going, hey, what the heck's going on here?
Well, there you see. I see, looks like Brittany Dunn-Crisco back out there in Amateur Turbo. So we saw her racing earlier in Women's Turbo. I believe Letitia Buffoni is going to be back out in this race also. So this is a big field right here. Excited to get this one going.
Yeah, Letitia's getting some wheel time this afternoon.
Trying to get some practice in there. Nitro, it's going to be something coming up here in the next couple of days. So got to get ready for that. This is going to be, there you see TW getting into his pace vehicle there, the pace car. TW's pace car is not very fast, but, you know what I mean? It's still cool. So here we go, rolling start, kicking off right here. And this is Amateur Turbo action. So
this will be a great time. Actually, the smart drivers are actually using this as a kind of reconnaissance.
That's right.
Okay, checking out that track, that last second moment before they take that green flag. And I really like how they changed this specific part of the track. You take the green flag, you go up the hill like you used to. Instead of taking that tight left hand, and going back down the hill right away, they kind of crest it and stay at the very top. It's like a long, curvy, slight curve straightaway.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Just a slight there, as you can see them coming down right there. Just a slight curve in it. So one of the things that really impressed me too, looking at this new addition to the track and how it runs, is just the incredible speed you see coming down the hill on the backside there. Pro Turbo, when you watch that race coming up later on today, that's one of the things that I think will blow you away, is seeing just how fast they actually come down into that jump line in the back section of the track right there. I got the chance yesterday to hang out with Scott Champion, talk to him for a minute. We were watching some of the stuff, and he was telling me you really have to check up and kind of be aware of where you are as far as speed. But here we have the Ultimax starting grid. So Justice Smider, Charlie Stewart, Ariel Bajarski back out there, Randy Boyder, Hank Hall, Rich Raby, Brittany Dunn-Crisco back out there as well, Kevin Hall, Jace Chilson, Bruce Davidson, Sean Murphy, Parker Frank, Mitch Frank, my man Ian Lane, Andrew Shipman, there is Letitia Buffani, Kendall Hawks, Todd Beckett, and Ryder Van Beekum.
The gang from Lunatic Racing is calling out Bruce Davidson at DD214.
Yep.
Cheering on their favorite driver. How about Hank Hall? For a young guy, he's another one of the really young guys out there, still in high school.
Yeah, having a blast.
Does he have his license yet?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I could be wrong.
I'm pretty sure that if he had his license, we would definitely know. Pam would be a lot more on edge.
Yeah, there'd be a little bit larger insurance policy bill each month. Well, it looks like one of our cars is either pulled off the track or is just wants to go to the back of the pack at the start. So I didn't see who that was. But we've got, 19 cars, I think, in the field?
We are absolutely loaded up in Amateur Turbo right here.
Boy, Ryder Van Beekum's got a long way to go. There
so that
it
is the 106.
Huh, wonder what that was about.
That's Kendall Hawks. So maybe something happened right there, something.
No, is there a safety switch or an on-off switch at the back of the car so when they roll over, the safety crew gets to them and the first thing they do is turn it off? Everything off.
Yeah, it depends. There could be. I don't know if there being any specific rule to having that.
I just thought maybe something like that, maybe somehow shut off. Because I looked like the track crew ran up to it, did something in the back of the car, and she was able to fire up and take off again.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
Not 100% sure there on that, so we'll see when they come around. But we're getting ready. Should be moments away from TW making his exit in the Pace vehicle right here. There he goes. And now you see these drivers getting ready to go right here, the 26 of Schmider and Charlie Stewart right there on the front row. There's the green flag, and they are off. So 6 laps, Amateur Turbo right now.
Well, that could be a hairy start going into turn 1. Already a little bit of a separation, which is a good thing to see at this point. And it looks like everybody, I won't say is tiptoeing, but they're kind of being careful after seeing what's been taking place the prior 2 races off that jump right there. Yeah, Ryder Van Beekum's got a long way to go. He's one of our front runners.
Got some work to do for sure.
We're going to find out how well prepped that little race car is.
Oh, a little over jump there. There you see the 26 getting a little almost lawn dart in that machine right there, just shooting it a little too far on that tabletop. And that's what we talk about, is how fast you come down that hill into that jump line. That one was definitely a little over elevating your day right there. So now you see them getting out of that wet stuff. They got some moisture on the track there from the water trucks. A lot of the drivers choosing to go to the right, or to the left, I should say, and get out of that wet stuff right there, because one of the things that's happening right there for every single person that goes through it, the vision is becoming an issue if you're getting roosted from the person in front of you. So,
see, it's only going to emphasize what you're saying. They're getting roosted from that wet area, that wet mud, and then right away they're in that dusty area, and that'll stick to the wet on top of it. So
you see a driver getting out of the soft stuff, sliding out there wide a little bit. So Schmider, Stewart, and Boyder running out front. There's your leader right there, the 26 of Justice Schmider.
Bajarski and Hall make out the top 5. Raby, Davidson, Dunn, Crisco, Murphy, and Frank round out the top 10. And they're pretty well spread out as they look like they're about to complete lap number 1.
Yeah, as you move back a little bit in the field, obviously you're seeing that everybody's a little bit tighter up. But there you see Hank Hall moving up into the 3rd spot. Nice job, Hank.
And he's just a skinny little kid, too, little guy. And it always amazes me how you look at them off the track, and they're just a skinny little fit little kid, maybe like 2% body fat, but they're so skinny, and the way they muscle these cars around this racetrack.
Well, I can tell you this right now. Hank is all over the 143 of Charlie Stewart. And matter of fact, it looks like he's made the move and jumped up into the 2nd position right now on the track.
And if anyone knows how to play that competition yellow game, because there is a strategy, it is Hank Hall, because he's got experience in
Hank's
racing
still running
short cars.
3rd, actually, so he's still got some work to do. The 143 of Stewart still running that 2nd spot. We'll see if he can make it. You're exactly right. He's definitely got he knows exactly what to do, and he knows what's coming up. We talk about this a lot. There's a spotter section out here. You've got a spotter. Your spotter is going to be guiding you through the headset to tell you when and where and the strategy and different things like that, where everybody is around you. And I guarantee you they're coaching him right now and getting him ready. He's already tightened up. Let's see if he can make a move and get around the 143 before the competition caution, because that would just make it that much easier for him to kind of check out. It obviously looks like right now on the track, Hank Hall is faster than Stewart, just trying to find a place where he can safely show him front wheel. He's getting close right there. Stewart almost opened the door for him.
And the thing is, Hank has got his dad spotting for him, and his dad is a very cool cucumber, can like just really talk him through this whole situation. Oh, contact was made. You can see it right there. It looked like Hank Hall was on the back bumper just enough to not allow Stewart to rotate for the turn. And that screwed him a little bit, but he still maintained that spot. And what's also neat is Brian Axup, who's a tech official for the gas series out west, knows all these drivers, and he's kind of making a prediction who's going to do what, and where,
Well, I'm watching it, too, and I'm sure he's doing the same thing that I see. And I think that right now Hank Hall has a spot in mind where he knows he can make a pass, and he's going to set him up. He's going to try to ride and just get close as he can to him, and he's got his corner picked out. Him and his spotter have probably already talked about this. He knows where he can make it happen, but he's got to tighten that gap up a little bit. He was right there with him, and now he's allowed the 143 of Stewart to pull just a little bit of a gap. Looks like maybe 2 to 3 cars between the two of them.
Well, he's got it. He's probably playing that roost game too as well, just outside that roost. He may, we don't know. A simple thing like just flip up the visor so he can see. Now he's getting his face full of mud. I mean, we don't know if there's a vision problem or not, but that could be a high possibility. And there we have Zach Van Beeken right in the middle of traffic as well. But going back up front to Stewart and Hall.
Still a good battle right here. So 4 laps. You said it earlier, there's going to be a competition caution that comes into play here in a minute. And we're going to see if that allows Hank Hall to regroup and get up there and really finally get in a position to make this move. There you see the 210. That's Frank. So that's the battle between Frank. There's Beckett. There's the 108 of Frank also in that next position. It looked like that's the 44 of Ian Lane making some moves. Look out.
Just about over-rotates.
Right there.
Man, that's a slick part of it. Everybody's
Ian going to the hit side.
How about that?
Too. What a move right there. That's some heads-up driving. Jumping in the mix. So what a move right there for Ian Lane. That's going to put him in, I believe, the top 10 right there. I believe 9th position right now on the track.
Nice move right before the competition yellow, it appears. I think the yellow's coming up this time by.
Yep, so there it is. The yellow. We will dive right into this competition caution.
Wow. How about the top 5 right now? Ariel Baryarsky having a nice run in that 5th spot. Randy Boyder, Hank Hall running in 3rd, a very tight 3rd. Charlie Stewart trying to maintain that 2nd spot. And our leader from the drop of the green has been Justice Smiter. And this, now I started to say that, and you kind of touched on it, that Hank Hall, he has run short course before. On the West Coast. He's got a ton of experience in it with the competition yellow. So he knows how to play that game, and his dad knows how to play that game. And his dad's a chess player. I like how he kind of plans things out, and he plays that chess game. And I have a funny feeling he is doing the same thing right now with Hank and letting him know where to do the certain things. And I think you're not going to see any passing, or not a whole lot of it in that up and down section on the hill with those high bankings, because it appears to be really, really, really slick.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. We saw that just a second ago when Ian Lane was making his moves right there. It looked like the driver that Beckett or Frank, one of the two that he was making the move on at that time, just could not get traction. The car was sliding, and that allowed Ian to slide right through there with a beautiful pass, heads-up driving.
Yeah.
But, you're exactly right, Scott. It looks like on that back section of the track there, you see it right there. It's just kind of slick. So what we did talk about was, yesterday I heard a lot of drivers that were actually trying to figure out what their tire choice was going to be.
Yeah.
I actually saw Cody Martin changing out his tires, going to something totally different, and I'm almost willing to bet that based on getting no more rain yesterday, how the track is going to dry out, he might have possibly changed his tires even one more time, trying to find the right setup for him out here today. But right now, that section of the track you're seeing right there looking to be the slickest section out on the property.
And I know you've had a chance to go up into the nitro area, and like I did yesterday, and I went right into where all the side-by-sides, where all the Can-Ams are, and they're not allowed to touch anything, tire pressures, tires, shocks. They can't adjust anything. Get in the car and go, that's it. And they're running car tires. Their Yokohamas up there are actual automobile, not truck tires, automobile tires, and they can't touch them. And I think they're supposed to run 35 pounds per corner. I think that's what they have to run to as well. So we're coming to the green flag. Yep, there it is. We're back underway. And how about this? Is that Stewart to the inside?
Oh, he tried. Couldn't make it happen, but getting in the soft stuff right there. Well, Justice Smider able to hold on, but Stewart's trying to show him a wheel on the inside now.
As the rest of our field takes the green flag, works their way around to that over and under section. And our top three have pulled away a little bit, about 10, 12 car lengths over fourth in the rest of the field.
Well, here they come to the back section. And it looks like the 143 of Stewart is still want to get up there and show Smider a wheel. And then you got Hank Hall in third. This is what I'd be doing if I was Hank right now. I'd be trying to stay so close. And that way, hopefully, Smider and Stewart would get into a battle, and Hank would be able to slide right on by and take over that top spot.
Exactly, you called it.
But we'll see. He's got to tighten up the gap right now because it looks like the 143 of Stewart has found some more speed in this second go-around right here, the second half of the race. But like you said, that could also be part of the strategy, right? He was running in a good spot. Hold on. We know we're going to competition caution. And then the second half of the race, now you've got to push it. Now this is where you go out there and leave it all on the track and try to get to that checkered flag before Schmider in front of you.
Boy, I don't know who I'm more impressed with right now running 1 and 2. Is it Schmider able to keep Stewart back at bay in that second place and running the line? As somebody got turned around, did a full 360 trying to get back underway. But, yeah, Schmider trying to keep Stewart back, or is it Stewart keeping Schmider true? Keeping him honest, because I'm close enough to make something happen, but I haven't done it yet.
So that was the 44 of Ian Lane we saw right there sliding around. But out front, nothing's changing. So Smider, Stewart, Hall, Boyder, and Byarski, you're 1 through 5. Then you've got Raby, Beckett, Frank, Davidson, and Van Beekum jumping up into the 10th position. I like it. Ryder Van Beekum coming from the back, looking good right there.
Yeah, dead last. Wow, nice run.
So
another very young driver.
Yeah.
Very young.
Very young. Whoa.
Yeah. Flat landing it.
143 of Stewart raking in some frequent flower miles right there. He was trying to go to the moon and come back real quick.
Is that smoke out of our leader?
Yeah, it looks like we got some smoke.
A little puff right there. As long as it stays smoking, that's a good thing. When it stops, not so good.
You know, and it also could be...
Well, here we go.
Oh, making the move to the inside. Oh, Justice is going to be on the gas. Not allowing Stewart to make it happen right here. But this is going to shape up to be a good. We got 2 laps left, and they are right there together. So this is going to be a good battle, Scott.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Hank Hall isn't closer. He should be right there in the mix of things. But, man, here we go. Look at the different
brakes coming down.
Different lines. I mean, they have to slow must be faster right now in those corners.
The other thing, too, is, this is amateur turbo, so these are some fast guys out here on property, but some of these guys or ladies that are out there racing amateur turbo are new. There you see the white flag coming out. So this is the class that you can come out and get started racing in right here in this amateur turbo division if you're driving a turbo car, or you have that amateur NA as well. So right now, Justice Smider not looking new to this at all. Looking very, very well out there on the track. Checking out right now in front, trying to finally putting a gap between himself and Stewart. Stewart was up in the mix, battling hard, but it looks like Smider has found his groove, checked out just a little bit, got some breathing room right now. Look at the lap times. 144.6 for Smider on fast lap and a 144.4 for Stewart. So Stewart definitely has the fastest lap on the track, but now Smider's found the speed and been able to put a little bit of a gap out there. And
what's interesting, you brought up lap times. Everybody's best lap was on the 5th laps. Like, the track is getting better.
Yeah, it's coming together for sure. They're getting some of that moisture that the water crew threw down out there. Some of that slickness in the corners we were talking about is finally going away. They can actually come through the corners without sliding. So,
whoa, our leader's slowing. Our leader
right here.
Smider slowed.
Smider has had an issue.
Stewart has already gone by and is checked out.
Yeah, we did see that smoke a couple laps ago. Not sure if that was the issue. It was a quick little puff of smoke. We didn't see it again. Now we see Smider on the side of the track, and the 143 of Stewart right here on your screen has moved into the top spot with what I believe 1 lap left. So this should be
less than
right
a lap,
there at
half
the
a
end.
lap.
I mean, checkered flag should be coming around right here. So, man, that's another example of racing all the way to the end. There it is, checkered flag for the 143 of Stewart. And that is going to allow the 5-7 of Hank Hall to move up into that second position on the track. So congrats to Hank Hall. Great drive right there. You see him coming through the Can-Am finish line over the Project X tabletop. I love that.
So, yeah, as the rest of the field comes through, you can see it once again. Stewart takes the win. Hall second. Nice run by that young man. Boyer will round out the podium. Boyarski, another nice run. 2 races in a row. Nice job.
That was an excellent amateur turbo race. Still battling going on right here. So that is the 44 and 106. So that's Ian Lane battling with, that's Hawks right there in the 106. But Ian Lane gets around there and gets it done. So they come through. Lane, Hawks, and Chilson. A couple more drivers out there on the track.
So as the rest of the field comes through, once again, Charlie Stewart will take the win. Hank Hall second. Randy Boyer, our top 3 podium finishers. Ariel Boyarski fourth. 5th will be Rich Raby. And
we have an AMSOIL instant replay. I believe, Scott, this is what we saw. This smoke we saw right here on that lap, that puff, may have been kind of the warning to what was to come. And shortly after that, we saw the 26 machine on the side of the track with problems. And we'll see if that was, in fact, what caused this car to not be able to finish the race.
Yeah.
But that's super unfortunate.
It wasn't continuous smoke trail. It was just one puff and done.
Yep.
And that doesn't happen very often.
Well, there we have it. Elevate your day with the handy amateur turbo results right there. So we are still out here trying to get this thing cleared. Charlie Stewart, actually your winner in this amateur turbo race, and Hank Hall getting that second spot. Randy Boyer, I believe, in the 3rd position. What a race. So the track crew out there, big shout out to all the track crew, track staff, the medical staff, everybody here working so hard to make this day happen. So sounds like we're going to get everybody together. And while we're going to take a quick break, we'll be right back with some racing action coming up at MAO Visions 2023.
At 360 Wraps, we've been working hard to transform the vehicle wrap industry. Wherever you are, we're standing by to show you the professionalism you deserve. With a dedicated account manager, you'll always feel confident and in control the entire time. Providing nationwide service to the top brands in the industry, our team will confidently handle any project you give them. One contact, one company, nationwide service. Come by to experience the 360 difference for yourself.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
And we're back once again. A beautiful aerial shot, or I should say a ground shot, but on the far side of the race course, looking at, I think, your favorite area of the race course. That little, as we look at the starting grid, but just a moment ago was that special vodka area that you like.
Oh, man, you know what? I love the pool. I love all the things we have here at Mid-America Outdoors. So, yeah, the pool is a staple for me. You can pretty much find me there a lot of times, and man, we are just having the best of days out here today, and we're getting ready for Women's NA coming up next. And, man, Scott, I'm pumped. I'm having a great time. Visions 2023.
You smile so much, man. You're so electric with your grin. Yeah.
Just permanent. You know, my jaw hurt last night. My wife's like, what's wrong? I'm like, I smiled all day today. There's, you know, yesterday one of the coolest things happened. I got to give a shout out. A lot of people here know that we've been running around having some fun with gel blasters.
Oh, those hurt.
Well, I got ambushed by all the kids in the park. The Singleton bunch, they literally led them over there, and they knocked on my door, and I stepped out.
Really?
I thought all the kids just wanted to come hang out with me and say, hi, what's up, you know? Oh, no. As soon as I stepped out of the door, I took about 300 gel blaster water beads.
And you thought you were Mr. Popular and found out.
I was running for my life out there, so... Yeah, you know, it's just things like that make it absolutely amazing. We have such a good time out here. There you see the hill. Everybody's up here.
Tommy is scoring in that little building there.
Hanging out, having a good time. The vibe is just an amazing one out here, and the culture, the family aspect of what Mid-America Outdoors and the Robinette family have. What they've achieved is just second to none. There's no other place like this in the country. You know, we come here for racing, and you know, racing is very serious. You know, it's a very expensive sport. A lot of people are really putting their everything they have into it, you know. But the one thing you can do is you can come here and race, and you can have a ton of fun while you're at it. You know, everybody here is your competitor, but everybody here is also your family.
Oh, gosh,
and
yes.
They'll work and do whatever they can to make sure every single person here is able to get back out on the track if they have an issue, whatever the situation may be. This place is just incredible. So there is our Ultimax Women NA starting grid. So Kirchmeyer, Watkins, Yoshimoto, Singleton, Rowden, Schroeder, Burchard, and Lemming all ready to do battle. So I'm excited to see this one. This is going to be a fun one.
So you think that Watkins has got a little bit of an advantage having been out here earlier and won that race?
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
If the green comes out, we're on our way. Yeah.
We are going right here. So definitely a little bit of advantage for Watkins already being able to see the track and know what the conditions are like. But It looks like Watkins is back. Is that Watkins? Yep, that's Watkins. Back out to the front right there and on the gas. So there you see the 237 repeating exactly what she did earlier.
Gosh, I like it when it's like this. Angela Haley checks in and goes, "That's my Singleton grandkids." And
yeah, you got to give it up for the Singletons. Yeah. They're the best. So have a good time. We're getting to see them out on the track right now. It's Brooklyn Singleton, and she is running in the 4th spot right now, the Team 360 car, and lots of good racing going on. So our first place driver, obviously Josie Watkins, getting to see the track some a little bit already, is on the gas right now and trying to check out in front and stay clean. We'll see, because look at right there. That is going to be Yoshimoto jumping in the mix, trying to show Watkins a wheel and doing a pretty good job of it so far. So we'll see. There's a lot of racing left. Braking a little bit later than Watson, coming down the hill with a good drive going up.
We'll see if the track is dried out just a little bit on the lower sections of the up and down the hill here, the Talladega turns. Because I know the last, one, maybe 2 classes have seemed like they had to almost come to a stop, rotate their cars, and then get pointed up in the right direction, and then just barely inched up. It was so slick in those sections right now.
Yeah, one of the things, we were watching that amateur turbo class, and you saw some drivers in there that were absolutely setting their car up for the corner, coming in, throwing their car sideways, carrying a ton of speed, a lot of wheel speed through the corner. But then you saw other drivers, like you said, Scott, that were almost coming in, stopping, squaring it off, and trying to get drive going straight up the hill. Oh, man. That is the 13 of Schroeder. It looks like off the side of the track. Unfortunate there. So let me just say this. The 237 right there, I'm pretty sure she possibly could have went tabletop to tabletop right there.
The speed looks like it's coming there. And then not that far back is Yoshimoto.
Yeah, so still a lot of race left. 5 laps left in this women's NA. So Watkins knows what to do. Feeling pretty good on the track. Obviously got all the lines dialed. But here's the thing. Anything could happen. Yoshimoto's still in striking distance, and we'll see if Yoshimoto can just keep it close and hoping for Watkins to make some sort of a mistake that she can capitalize on.
Here's that thing. You got all these cars are gapped out pretty evenly from 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Nice size gap between them. If you're running in 2nd place and I'm Yoshimoto, I'm happy right there.
Exactly.
I'm waiting for that comp yellow. Yes. Don't beat up your car any more than you have to, trying to reel in the leader. But, this is that section we're talking about, how everyone was inching up, but there's a yellow flag out.
We do have a local caution on the track. There you see the flagger.
But I think right now Yoshimoto overall is probably running the smartest race. She's comfortable in 2nd. Don't push. You want to protect your position from everybody behind you, but you don't necessarily have to go after leader and try to make a pass and beat your car up in doing it. And there's
we got another one. I'm not sure who that is. I hope that's not. I can't see the color of the car. I don't know who it is, but it looks like it could possibly be a Singleton. We'll see as they come around.
Yeah. Well, Singleton still. Yeah, we're not able to find out who that is. That all we were able to see is the belly pan section of that race car.
Well, no, not a Singleton. There's the Singleton car right there. So there's Brooklyn Singleton in the Team 360 car running in the 5th spot right there. So Watkins, Yoshimoto, Burchard, Lemming, and Singleton is your running order right now on the track. There you see the 06 right there of Lemming trying to chase down.
Would that be Annie
So
Schroeder?
that is the 13 of Schroeder right there that we saw.
Looks like they're
maybe good to go, trying to get the car restarted.
There's Yoshimoto.
Watkins absolutely flying with a 128.6 fast lap. Yoshimoto with a 129.5. And there you see the caution. Tightening them back up right here. This is not the competition caution. This is another local caution on the track. Competition caution still to come here just shortly.
Yeah, you'll know when the comp yellow is coming out because that's when our pace vehicle goes on the track and collects the field.
There, and it looks like they are clear. You see the 237 of Watkins back on the throttle hard. There you see Yoshimoto in the 528. And not too far behind that is the 04 of Burchard. Josie Watkins leading the charge, looking sharp.
For the second race.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
Trying to take home all the hardware out here today. All the bragging rights. I can't say this enough. There is the flag coming out for the competition of caution right there. But, can't say this enough. What better feeling would it be to walk away from Visions 2023 knowing that you took home that first, second, third spot?
Basically, you're the best in the world.
Best in
For
the
that
world.
moment, you are the best in the world.
And, one of the things we talked about also yesterday was there's a lot of new faces. There's a lot of people here. We're seeing drivers and racers we haven't ever seen before.
Record numbers,
entries. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, what are the drivers' meetings like? Because you're down there.
Drivers' meetings are huge. They're packed, and it's cool. I love when we see these new faces and these new people come because, that's what we want, right? We want these people to come and visit us, check out this series that we have to offer here at Mid-America Outdoors, and not only check out the series, but see all the things we have to do here at Mid-America Outdoors besides just racing. We are way more than just a racing facility, so...
Matt, how about this?
What?
One of the most famous, probably the winningest woman driver out there in side-by-side history in short course, bar none, Corey Weller, just checked in and goes, these ladies could give a class on how to handle a local yellow. Nice job.
Yeah, absolutely. That was that's a big shout out.
Yeah,
that's a big shout out.
Thank you, Corey, and it's great having you tune in. All right, I'm going to call you up. Why aren't you here?
Right.
We talked about this last weekend because I was with her and her husband Jason at the gas race in Southern California.
Well, there you see everybody getting bunched up again. Not really sure what happened. It looks like did somebody go around the wrong, or maybe they got that car back over. So that is that's actually Schroeder you see making entry back onto the track right there at the back of the pack. So they are under the competition caution. Back out there, which is awesome. We're glad to see that Schroeder was able to get that car flipped over there. It is the 13 machine.
But here, she should be allowed under Comp Yellow to do the full course again and get back in the lead lap because right now, officially, she's a lap down.
Well, I believe that's what we just saw. So they
we're going around.
She went around and came back around right there and jumped in at the back of the pack. So I believe that might be what we saw right there. There you see them all stacked up. 237, Watkins leading the way. Yoshimoto. We're going to find out right now, Scott, if yours and my theory was right, if Yoshimoto is going to really turn it on right here and try to make the move and get around Watkins. I can tell you right now, if I was them, I would definitely be trying to tighten up a little bit and get right on the bumper like you talked about.
Oh, wow, there's not a good car. Boy, it's hard to tell a number. But yeah, I wanted to let everybody know as we're getting ready to take the green flag, stay tuned because we're going 4,400 racing right after this broadcast.
Yeah, right after we get done here. So here we go. Green coming. There it is. You see Josie Watkins at 237 getting on the throttle. Look at this. Burchard going to try to make a move. Can't do it, but look at this. And the 06, the driver Lemming trying to dive in there and show a wheel also. Lemming on the inside right here. Burchard on the outside.
Well, Yoshimoto had a little bit of an issue.
Singleton's back in the mix. We'll see if Singleton can get up there and get some drive going up this hill.
We talk about how the suspension, the shocks, when they start to get hot, they make bubbles inside there in that fluid, and all of a sudden you see the car starting to bounce like a basketball. And I think that's what we saw just a moment ago in Yoshimoto. Her shocks might be getting really, really warm. Still running that second spot, and fell back a little bit from the drop of the green flag, but now it looks like she's just planning that moment, kind of like a shark in the water.
Oh, a little bit of a bicycle there for Yoshimoto coming through the corner, but saves it. We are going to see if Yoshimoto has what it takes to run down Watkins in this second half of the race. Look at the drive right here.
Look at the run right here.
Look at the drive. Oh, going to go.
Oh, no.
Pushing super hard right there.
Looks like she's got one-wheel drive. I know there was damage to the left front, but it looks like the left rear tire was spinning. The right rear tire wasn't. And, yeah, there's major damage to the right front now as that wheel is wobbling all over the place. What a break.
Man,
I mean, just tough
Yoshimoto
moment.
had all the drive right there, Scott.
Man, that was a spot. You knew it was coming somewhere. We just didn't know where, but she made her run right there at the moment and just little misjudgment on that course tire.
Very unfortunate for Yoshimoto. Had all the speed right there, still trying to get that car back out on the track, I do believe. But look at that. That allows Burchard to make the move, get up into second position. So Watkins leading the way, and I believe we have an AMSOIL instant replay. Let's see exactly what happened right here. So
you see she was getting a run early on down that straightaway. There it is.
Comes in, bumps, hits the tire. Yeah,
the left rears and the right rear touched coming in.
Here's a look from the inside, so you'll see they
she got kicked
right
sideways a little bit right there.
And then
contact.
Here's the tire. Boom, that tire sends it into the roll. So
she actually judged it right. It's just that when the left rear and the right rear tires made contact, it basically kicked her sideways a little bit into the tires. And
I don't know why, Scott, but when the instant replay team decided to slow it down, I was having some Talladega Nights things going through my head right there.
I'm on fire. Help me, Oprah Winfrey.
I'm flying. But right now, Josie Watkins is getting it done, leading the women's NA with 2 laps left. So you got Watkins, Burchard, and Lemming. Singleton moved into that 4th position. There's Rowden in the 5th position.
There's
Yoshimoto, unfortunately,
Josie
is probably going to finish in that 6th spot. There's the 88 of Rowden. TQR sponsored machine. They got some really cool cars out here. They've been showing up, showing out. They've got their fab program set up, and these cars look really sick, and always fun to hang out with the Rowdens.
Well, Christian Hall just checked in. Got done with his race. Let's tune in to what everybody else is doing. So, Christian, congratulations. Nice run to you and Chad. Chad Hall's a very famous off-road desert racer. But you and Hank, congratulations.
White flag is out. White flag is out. So 1 lap left for Watkins. We'll see if any change can be made. So it looks like on the scoring, you got Watkins. Here we are with an AMSOIL instant replay. And this is the same tire. So, saves it though. That was Lemming right there that hit the tire. And I believe, based on what I'm seeing, that might have allowed Singleton to move up into the 3rd position on the track. So there you see Lemming, the 06, and Singleton right in front. So Singleton did make the move.
Yeah, this is a white flag lap too. So it's all the cards from the table right now.
Happen right now. This is where you hang it all out there and try to finish the race as strong as you can. And I'm telling you right now, Watkins, it's with a 128.6 to a 132 between 1 and 2 on fast laps. Well, this is Watkins' race to win right here for sure. And we'll see if anything can happen. But right now, what the battle we're going to see is going to be whether Singleton can hold off Lemming right here in these last few corners. So let's see. Oh, there it is. Lemming, the 06, trying to make a move. Singleton's got the line.
Nice aggressive driving on Singleton's part.
Going to have to hold on tight. Not a lot left, so let's see if Brooklyn Singleton can stay on the throttle right here in the Team 360 Mid-America Outdoors car.
Tell you, the spotters are working hard right now, too.
Yeah, I guarantee you John Singleton right now is on the microphone telling her everything he can to keep his driver in that spot, especially as they come around this lap traffic right here. There you see Schroeder trying to make... Oh, the 06 is going to go inside right now and try to get a drive. Not going to make it happen. It looks like Brooklyn Singleton going to take that 3rd spot. I like it right there for Team 360. So Josie Watkins takes the win. There's Burchard in the 2nd position. Singleton making the move, getting into the 3rd position. And Lemming in your 4th position right there. So what a race right here for your women's NA. That was incredible.
Yeah, that was there was action going on everywhere. Obviously up front, going back and forth. Josie Watkins will take the win. Heck of a race going on there for her.
Well, there you see the 88. Well, you see the 88 of Rowden coming around on the track. Still got to finish it up, but looking real sharp out on the track for sure.
As the rest of the field crosses the line. Nice, clean. Nice,
88
clean. Nice, clean car.
machine heads over that Can-Am finish line.
She's out having fun. There's
our handy women's NA unofficial results. So Watkins top spot, Bella Burchard, Brooklyn Singleton in the third spot, Alexia Lemming, Crystal Rowden, Annie Schroeder, Leslie Yoshimoto, and Camber Kirchmeyer rounding out your field right there. So, well, Scott, it sounds like you and I are going to step out for a little bit. We're going to let Ken and Pam step in and call some races, and then we will be back here in just a little bit. So when we come back, we're going to have all the fun. Right now we're enjoying these highlights from the women's NA race. There you see all the drivers cruising around.
Lots of carnage.
Man, it's been an exciting day. We'll be back shortly with more race action coming up after these messages.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job.
The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage.
Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Visions 2023 here at Mid-America Outdoors, presented by Can-Am. Ken Stout and Pam Hall here sitting alongside as we are in the middle of race day. Finally, we are racing here. We had a day of qualifying going back to Tuesday. Unfortunately, Mother Nature rained down on us. We lost Wednesday. Welcome to Thursday. We are racing, so looking forward to this one for sure, as the Pro Turbos are ready to line up here and get it done. So, yeah, the Pro classes are coming up. We'll have Pro NA, not Pro Turbo. So Pro NA, and then we'll have Expert NA, then we'll go Pro Turbo and Pro NA as well. We'll have the Pro Light trucks a little bit later on in the day. We'll have a couple of other sportsman classes that will work in the middle as well. But spectacular day out here. The track looks great, Pam. We're ready for the big guys to get after it.
Yes, exactly. And the track, like you just said, is perfect. We had all that rain. Mother Nature watered it for us. I'm super excited. We've had a lot of racing already this morning, and I'm excited for the rest of the day.
I said big guys. I need to say men and women, because Aliana's in this class as well for the Pro NA category. So, yeah, we're looking forward to it. This will be round number 4 for the side-by-sides. It'll be round number 3 for the Pro Light trucks, which will come up, as we said, a little bit later on in the day. Looking forward to this one. This track is definitely technical. You can see them doing a little bit of grooming. It is a beautiful, beautiful day out, sun shining, so a little bit of water here on the track. That'll make the opening laps a bit greasy. That is not uncommon here for this sport, so that's exactly what they do to keep these things prepped and ready to go.
And it's pretty funny to see the water trucks on the track because of all the rain we've had, but we have to be on top of this track.
So, again, something that they need to be careful with. I mean, you can actually put too much water down on these courses, but it's a learning process here for sure. It looks like they're doing a light sprinkle, and with the sun that's out there, it'll burn that off pretty quickly. I was out there trying to count the turns on this track. So the track has changed since Memorial Day. We touched on that a little bit earlier today during qualifying for the Pro Light category. It is 1.4 miles in length. I want to say the gorilla mat that I was doing, and I couldn't see all the way in the back, but I want to say the track is somewhere around 10 turns, somewhere in that general vicinity. We have the S's here. We'll talk about those. You really need to be spot on to get through those. A lot of times, and you know this, Pam, by the way, your son just finished second, if I'm not mistaken, so
yes, he did.
amateur NA, so congratulations on that. It had to be a very exciting race and a stacked field, a lot of cars. But as you well know, whenever you can see the S's there to the left-hand side of your screen, and this is what I'm referring to. So if you get into those, a lot of times the fast lane will leave the bottom open on entry to one of those turns, which, of course, somebody is going to try to take advantage of. So the fast way through isn't always the best way through come race day. So we'll find out what they do. If they have to protect the entry of that line, it'll slow them down a little bit, might open them up to be passed on the end of it. But one thing is for sure, it's a very technical section, and there's a couple of different ways to approach it.
Yes, exactly. And you saying that as technical, it's definitely a technique for them to drive through it. Entering into that first one is going to set you up for the next. When we were just now on that overview of the S turns, there are 5 of them in total. And, you know, setting yourself up for the first one is definitely going to be key for the next. But on that 4th turn, when we go to an aerial, which we are at right now, the aerial shot again, that 4th turn where the water truck is actually getting ready to go down to, that one is also a very off-camber turn. So a lot of our drivers I was noticing out on the race just a moment ago, they're having to check up. That area right there is very steep. So that turn right there to me has been, I think, the most challenging one in that S-turn section.
Yeah, I agree with you. And what we should add to that is that left-hand turn that you're talking about there has a little bit of a kicker right in front of it. Mm-hmm. So it's a little kicker. They get very light. I mean, if you really hit it hard, you get some air, but it makes the car very light. Then you come down to that off-camber section that you were talking about, and we have seen a few cars roll over right there. So it is definitely an area. Again, I go back to the word technical, and that's what they'll have to pay attention to here. They want to run that ragged edge and carry as much speed as possible, but it's a risk versus reward turn for sure.
Exactly, and right here what we're seeing, that is the back section, as I call it. Last year we had a couple different turns in it with some off-camber as well, but that back section is a lot of fun for the drivers. That's where they get their speed up, but that's when they enter into that first section of the S-turn. And right there, that is one of our jumps that we have had a lot of issues with today with the drivers. But it's been a fun day, but our racers are having a blast out here.
It's race day. It's the way it goes. By the way, we have a couple of minutes here to kill before we get going here with our Pro NA category. I want to throw a shout-out to Johnny Greaves, who I know is watching online. Got beat up a little bit last weekend at Antigo. Went for a pretty big ride in his Pro 4. He's been on a couple of them throughout his career. He's a tough cookie, though. He's already back at the shop and bouncing around. Well, maybe not bouncing. That might not be the best term, but getting around a little bit. So he's anxious to get back in the shop and start working again and, of course, get back behind the wheel. It'll be a couple of months before he's all back together. And then I also want to throw a shout-out to Kyle LeDuc, who is watching online as well. If you haven't heard, unfortunately for our good friend, the 8-time off-road champ, 7 of those in Pro 4, he is battling head and neck cancer. It's stage 4 cancer. So he's been in the process, I want to say, since last November when they diagnosed it. Spoke to him last week. Great spirit. Sounds wonderful. You wouldn't know if you didn't know, but it's a very vicious battle that he is in for sure. And a number of the racers out here, both last weekend at Antigo and here as well, have put the LeDuc Strong stickers on their car in support of Kyle. We really appreciate all that. It brings a lot of strength to Kyle as well. He sees the support. Is very, very thankful. And, of course, you can also go to his website, 99duke.com, and he has some swag there that will help them get through the process. I also want to throw some love out to 2 of his sponsors, Monster and WD-40. Both stayed on board with him despite him not racing this year. A lot of integrity in both of those companies to stay on board with him. So we appreciate him watching for sure and wish him the best of luck. So check out that website if you'd like to as we send out our Pro NAs here on their outlap.
Yes, and we should have 21 Pro NAs starting the race today, and it's a stacked field out there. Right there you can see Aliana Baker, but in our Ultimax starting grid, we have Chase Carr in the 913 in the first position. The second position, number 5, Owen Van Eperen. Third position, the 75 of Cross Kirchmeier. Fourth position, the 902 of Connor Berry. The fifth position, the 99 of Kyler Holcomb.
Yeah, Curtis Kirchmeier, Cruz Burchard, Sean Hess, Carson Vale and Kanan Baker round out your top 10 there. That all happened during qualifying a day ago here. This courtesy of Ultimax, Colin Truitt, Nick Burnham, Eddie Ensign, Lake Edwards, Robert Van Beekum, a veteran, Chris Johnson, Chad Mayo, another veteran, Aaron Gervais, Reese Harris, and Aliana Baker as well, and Tyler Rimmerreed. Tyler Rimmerreed unfortunately went for a ride in qualifying. A couple of issues with a couple of cars during qualifying. It was a tough go of it for some of our players. They'll start a little bit deeper in the pack as we bring them back around here, and we'll look for a green flag as they get them back to start-finish.
And Tyler Rimreed's not only racing this today, he will be heading on over to Ultra 4 USA, and he'll be racing in the 4900 class later on this afternoon.
And a good look at the S's right there. This is what we were talking about. If you miss the entry to this turn, it's gonna throw you wide for the next turn. Somebody's going to pass you. Maybe 2 or 3 people are going to pass you. You can see a stack of tires down there at the bottom that they want the drivers to stay on line. They were chopping the bottom of that turn off. That's what racers are going to do. Shorten that track up as much as possible, but became a safety issue. Here you can see a couple of stakes on the inside as well. That's a kicker there. I mean, it can launch. They can carry a lot of speed in there, but if they hit that kicker, it'll launch them and send them to the outside of the turn. And some of the drivers, you mentioned it before, will stay to the outside, try to keep not as much air underneath the car, get the tires back on the ground and run the bottom of the turn. But a couple of different ways to attack that. As we take a look at, you talked about a chase car on the pole. Something we have to tell you about Owen Van Eperen, outside pole. He popped a motor in qualifying. That was a hot rod motor. They're allowed to change internals here. 1,000 cc's, but you can change internals. He did not have another hot rod motor to put in it, so he put in the stock 1,000 that he competes in with Champ. So it's not going to have as much steam. I told him, I said, you're going to have to race here today. Bring those driving skills out. Green flag flies. They already go 3 wide. We're racing, ladies and gentlemen, in Pro NA here at Visions 2023. Let's get it on.
And Chase Carr has that whole shot with Connor Berry closely behind him.
Yeah, look at him, 2, 3 wide, all the way back through this field. Everybody jostling for positions here early on. Big tabletop right there into turn number 1 and charge up the hill into turn number 2. And that is steep. Hard to see here. Off camber, right-hander with a lot of speed. 2 RS1s out front.
Yes, that is Chase Carr, Connor Berry right there. And we do have Cross Kirchmeyer, who's a very seasoned person. It looks like he will be probably in that 4th position back there. But we do have these 2 guys battling out already for that number 1 position.
Yeah, Chase Carr finished 2nd at Visions last year. Started at age 4 in moto and made it to Loretta Lynn's. So, I mean, a talented driver. We talked about Connor Berry as well, just 18 years old. Came out of junior karts, mod karts, won championships in every year that he was in them, and a couple of wins here side by side. They get on the slick stuff and trying to hang on to it. Unfortunately for Chase Carr, he goes completely off course.
Wow, he was on it, trying to stay on it like you were just saying. Now he's back on course. But wow, that was such a battle going into turn 1 of the S section.
Yeah, really, really greasy through that rhythm section back through there where they put the water down, and it's going to be that way for a couple of laps.
And we do only have 1 timing loop out here, so a lot of change-ups already on course, so we'll see where they're sitting as soon as they come in. Oh, and Aliana Baker, Colin Truitt, and I can't see who that is behind. Colin Truitt is our 2022 Pro NA champion. Oh, and the number 95 of Eddie Ensign right there in a little bit of an incident.
Yeah, Colin Truitt also 2nd of the points coming in here behind Owen Van Eperen, so caught up in that one. They will get 2 races here. A lot of the other classes, unfortunately, 1 race here today as we lost all yesterday due to weather. So these particular drivers, though, will get their 2 races, so it's the lowest combined score of those 2 races. See one of the Hondas out there as well.
Going over that over jump, we will not be using the under because of water issues that are under there from all of the rain we have had. But these cars, they're staying tight-knit. They're close together as we saw a 3-car battle going into that last turn.
Cross Kirchmeyer up there in 3rd place as we speak right now. Another talented racer here, 2022 Texas Outlaw Series Pro NA champion.
We do have a yellow local waving right there. Not sure exactly what happened. But Connor Berry, look at his time. He's at a 1:52.514. Owen Van Eperen in that 2nd position at a 1:56.209. So that's quite a gap. But, of course, we know Owen Van Eperen being a very, very seasoned racer. So he will definitely be pushing it as hard as he can to get up there in that number 1 spot or close to Connor Berry.
Yeah, he fell off the pace there early on, as you could see there. You talked about the power inside of that car, but then once you get back a couple of spots, then you've got to deal with roost and, as you know, and pulling the tear-offs, trying to stay in the game there. It makes it even tougher. Another one goes up and over, ends up back on the side. Couldn't see a number there. I saw the 172 of Lake Edwards in that Honda out there going around, but
I think that's Cross Kirchmeier.
And Cross was in 3rd place, if in fact that is the case.
Very unfortunate if so. But look at the battle going on through our S-turn area there. Just now passing up our Barbie Jeep downhill, which we'll be seeing later on in the week.
Thought that might have been Kanan in there battling, trying to pick up another spot. 22 car, driven by Josh Baer, one of the Yamahas in the field. So typically the Yamahas are shifted cars. You can do a paddle shift, or they have a console shifter as well. So you have a couple of options there. The Polaris with the CVT style clutch as well. You can see what happens whenever you go a little bit wide there in turn number 1. You can get past. It looks like another one. So this was the number 13. That is Curtis Kirchmeier. So you were correct when you said Kirchmeier, but it wasn't Cross. So Curtis Kirchmeier, unfortunately, going up and over in that particular car.
And there he is right there, standing outside watching safely off course. There goes Connor Berry across. Now the other rollover, I'm not sure if they got them back on, but there's the 22. We do have 2 22 cars out there. We have Bouchard, and then we also have Sean Hess. So that's going to be a little funny to do, but Sean Hess is in that 22 right there that we are over with our drone shot.
Yeah, right now Connor Berry, the class of the field here, as you talked about lap times, with near 3 seconds on the field, out there in the clean air, clean track, setting these turns up. Again, I go back to, when you start racing somebody through this track, it's definitely going to take some time away. But Connor taking advantage of that. This is a good time to mention that we will run 4 laps, then have a mandatory caution and another 3 laps. So bide your time, pick up a spot, take care of your car, and get ready for the back half.
Exactly. That is Kyler Holcomb and Sean Hess right there, both battling it out, getting ready to come around to our last left-hand turn before they go over for their lap number 5.
Kyler Holcomb, that's that final turn right there where there's a jump on the inside, and you can go around the outside as well.
That tight right-hand turn right there by our rock pile going around to that Raceline Bridge area. That over-under jump right there, they have a little bit of a lip at the entrance of it. I'm not sure if you made it down onto the track, but they made it to where they're jumping over it to keep, to give them a little bit more fun going over that area. But there's Aliana Baker. We saw her earlier in an incident, but she's back out on course.
Yeah, trying to pick up some spots here. Still a little bit deeper inside of the field.
Oh, wow, and the 33 just now flew by 33 of Burnham. Oh, and then we see Carr just now spun around. Unfortunate people were right there, but look, he's already back going. That was...
Yeah, a couple of cars helped him. Just hit the back of it and straighten them back out, and now everybody getting after it.
Oh, and
pushing and shoving.
Yes, and that was Kyler Holcomb right there. He's running in that spot that Sean Hess and him were both battling. Oh, Kyler Holcomb actually is in that 4th spot of the battle going on. So Sean Hess out front of the battle going into that right hand turn, getting tongue-tied right there. That's where it's super tight, but these guys are able to keep their speed.
I believe that was Kanan right there.
Wow, and that's Kyler Holcomb. Wow.
Yeah, I'm not real sure how that went about right there, if that's Kyler Holcomb, because he was in the back of that 4-car pack, the number 99 car. As once again we go back up here, pretty much the middle of the S's as they come down through that final right-hander. See if we can figure out what happened here with our AMSOIL replay. And it was that stacked back up in there.
Oh.
So there's the 22 there. Oh, that's what happened. So Kyler got back into the back. I believe that was Sean Hess, the 22 car, and ended up with no power. Or the car shut off. It might have snubbed it or something like that. And unfortunately, Kanan Baker, no place to go. That brings out the mandatory caution, or gets us to the mandatory caution.
what a race that we have going on in our Pro NA class. This class right here, they have definitely been growing more and more every single year. And I love watching this class because of being in the NAs, but it's so exciting to see all of the cars out here on course, out here battling it out. We had 22 cars take the green flag this morning.
So Owen Van Eperen there in second. Connor Berry having a great race. And we talked about Owen Van Eperen showing up to a gunfight with a knife here. Unfortunately popped that big bullet one day ago. Lake Edwards with a great run. Sean Hess, Chase Carr to round out your top 5. If we take a look at the points, Owen Van Eperen coming in here with a total score of 101, a 10-point spread over Colin Truitt, who we talked about struggling. Colin a little bit deeper down in the field, so a lot of work there for Colin Truitt. He's down in 17th place. Owen Van Eperen kicking the season off with 3 consecutive wins, then a second-place finish. Unfortunately, round number 3 at Wheatland, round number 3 was here Memorial Day weekend, and he clipped the tractor tire, ripped the right rear off. So making some adjustments to the tire wall and the inside of that left-hander as well.
Yeah, it looks like somebody might have clipped him and made them move just a little bit. But that is a part of our track crew out there working hard.
Yeah, a lot of effort here to put this track together, to get it the way it is. It's amazing what has happened here since March. The level of the racetrack, of course, a big chunk of this racetrack. Travis Pastrana and the Nitro cars will be on a little bit later on. As a matter of fact, I think they come out tonight and start getting some seat time, and then they will be racing tomorrow night. Part of the action that goes on here at Visions. Last night we had bull riding that goes on here. There's concerts every night. Professional level, world-class level RC racing. Ultra 4 is here. Of course, we're here with side-by-sides and short course racing. So it's a massive weekend with a lot of stuff going on. And if you just can't keep up, that's okay. Go hop in the pool.
Exactly. There's so much going on. We do have a triathlon going on as well up by the concession area, and that is presented by Good Boy Vodka, which is awesome. We have a Good Boy Vodka VIP section that was built here just last week up there by where Nitro Cross will be starting, and that is pretty cool to see out there. They have been a huge sponsor out here at the park for our 2023 season, but we do have lots of stuff. We do have later on, we have last night we had an Ultra 4 USA Driver Summit. We're doing that tonight for our short course. It's a really nice thing that the Robinettes do, and race director. We go and we have a very nice dinner, a meeting. People can, put their opinions out there, or, changes that we might be doing for the year. But we do see Connor Berry is bringing around the pack of cars, going to be taking the green flag after the
starter right there, ready to go.
Yes,
that thing loaded up in out of the holster and ready to shoot, right?
That is Robin Williams. He comes all the way from up north, and I think in the Michigan area.
Here we go, a 3-lap shootout. Pro NA coming at you. Connor Berry, Owen Van Eperen, Lake Edwards, Sean Hess, Chase Carr. The top 5 side by side. They're going at it down in there. You can see the Honda as well, trying to make a little bit of room as they go side by side.
Wow, and that jump right there, what it's doing is they have the jump and then they go over to the bridge, and then they have the left-hand turn as we see right here going up this Raceline Ridge area. This has changed from the last race. Now they're taking that tight right, which opens them up to the whoop section.
Connor Berry doing a great job here. 35 career wins for that young man, over 70 podiums, a handful of championships as well, coming up from junior karts 2 to karts to mod karts as he progressed up through the classes. Been racing since he was 9 years old. The CBR team is representative of the Radiator Company. Those radiators are on a lot of cars that are out here involved in short course. Clint Berry, his father of Clint Berry Radiators, super good guy, and great to have him out here and racing with us.
Yes, and now that is Owen Van Eperen and Chase Carr battling it out in that area where we were talking about the S-turns. It's a really good area. This is right here where you can see. Now, Owen has a wider and lower stance car than Chase Carr. Those RS1s have that higher stance, a little bit more top-heavy. So in that section, I would say that, the wider cars do have an advantage out here as well.
We should also note that that's what I was talking about, a manually shifted car versus that Polaris CVT style. No shifting in that, just stands on the throttle. He has more power. Owen trying to hold him off here. He's going to get a little bit of breathing room, and there the power will flex. And keep in mind, he was up there our number one qualifier. And then he had that moment with Connor on the opening lap where he hit a wet spot in the track, slid completely off the track. So he's quickly trying to get back up there to see if he can battle with our leaders.
And Chase Carr, he is another one that races all the time. He's from the Arizona area, so he's been racing quite a while himself since he was a little tyke as well. But Connor Berry just got passed.
Yeah, Sean Hess with that Honda.
Yeah, Sean Hess making the pass out there in that number one spot, and I believe that's Chase Carr running in the third position. So Chase
I
Carr,
agree.
I mean, having the incidents that he's had.
And Owen Van Eperen right there, still not out of this thing. Anybody makes a mistake. I mean, the top four are tied up, and that's the beauty of the mandatory caution right there. It bunched everybody back up. Connor Berry had checked out, has to race hard, but it opens up the door. Sean Hess does some great driving, gets out in front, and now Connor Berry under attack from,
Sean
it is
Hess.
Connor, from Chase Carr. Yeah.
Yes.
So Chase Carr trying to get around Connor Berry.
And then in that fifth position, Kanan Baker, he's closing the grounds as well.
So great battle going on here in Pro NA. The Honda out front, and it would be the first time we've seen a Honda win this season. Great to see the different manufacturers that are out here. Chase Carr really looking for a nose, and that's what I was talking about. So Connor Berry driving a protective line at the entry, but that'll push him a little bit wide on the exit. That allows Chase Carr to get up beside him. Can't take advantage of it, though. As he gets up beside him around the next turn, you got to go the long way around. There it is on the inside. So Chase Carr with another nice move there, this time on Connor Berry.
So you can see that they both took that right-hand side. Oh, no, we have the 775 off course. 775 is Cook. Wow.
So beautiful stuff going on here at the front. So far, Sean Hess able to hang on, but he is now under attack from Chase Carr. Chase Carr making a big run. We ride just behind Owen Van Eperen. That's for fourth place. Just ahead of him is Connor Berry, former leader. And, of course, Van Eperen, our points leader. And here's a battle for the lead. That is Sean Hess out front, Chase Carr right behind him. Chase Carr, the number one qualifier, had that big moment on the opening lap and now trying to get back out front.
And that's what it's, showing the perseverance of these drivers and pushing it as hard as they can with Chase having all the issues he's had now up there in that number two spot. But they are checking out a little bit from Connor Berry. Connor Berry and Owen Van Eperen are both getting ready. They're opening a gap between Chase Carr.
So final lap here is what time and scoring indicates to us. Chase Carr making a move. Can he get it done right there? Dives down underneath him and gets back out in front. Wow. Amazing driving out of Chase Carr to dig his way back up to the front of this pack after going completely off the track on the opening lap and one of the wet sections after they had groomed the track just a little bit, prepped the track, and now trying to hang on here in this final lap.
Wow, what a race that Chase Carr has just put on for us out here. And with Sean Hess, he's probably thinking in his head, I've just got to push it almost to the end.
Checker flags out. Here we go. Chase Carr making an exciting race out of this one. Completely off course, comes back on course, has to get around some of the absolute best in the category, including Owen Van Eperen, Connor Berry, who was leading, and Sean Hess in the Honda. So a great job out of him. Kanan Baker starting off deep as well. Works his way up into sixth. Chris Johnson, Cross Kirchmeier, and Nick Burnham all up there inside of the top 10 as the checkered flag waves here in this first race of round number 4. Good stuff, Pam.
That was a great race. If we're getting excited about it, can you imagine what the people at home are getting excited about?
Yeah, that's what it's all about, right? And I'll bet you that'll be a good interview as well with Chase Carr. So, of course, Erica Allreed will help us out with that in just a couple of moments. We'll get her down there with our race winner. So looking forward to that. And he's got to get back over there, of course, catch his breath, get the helmet off, and it was a great run. It was a great battle here. I love the mandatory caution. I love it when it bunches them back up, and we have basically 2 races inside of one. So,
yes, and Rimreed right there, it looks like he has something going on his front right. Might be flat, but he's just getting around to get those points. Like I said earlier, he will be now headed over to the Ultra 4 USA area to race as well, but look at that flat tire he has.
Yeah, and unfortunately went for a big ride during qualifying as well, so they had some work to do to get that one back in race prep. Fortunately for them, they had all day yesterday to do that, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like the results here in this first race of round 4 will go their way. Chase Carr up front, though, certainly went his way. He scrapped right back, man. Just wrong place at the wrong time when he went off the track. Just slid through there, and is what it is. Sean Hess taking advantage of that mandatory caution, jumped up in the lead. He and Connor Berry had a great battle. Connor Berry, who led the first half of this race, ends up in third. Owen Van Epperen, our points leader, will hang on here with a backup motor in fourth, and then Kanan Baker with a great run up into the field to wind up inside of the top 5.
And then in the 6th position, Kyler Holcomb running a great race, but unfortunately did not stay up in those top 5. Chris Johnson in 7th, Cross Kirchmeier, Nick Burnham, Aaron Cuevas. Then we have Chad Mayo in that number 11 spot, Reese Harris 12th, Aliana Baker 13th.
And how about Aliana? Remember how deep she was, and she got caught up in that mess as well and really scrapped her way forward up into the 13th position. So
yes.
Colin Truitt, by the way, second of the points, a tough race for him.
Yes, he's had some unfortunate stuff happen to him out here, but Aaron Cuevas, I didn't mention it about him, but he had a really bad wreck in the practice the other day, and he had to get his car all fixed. But we have Erica Allreed is down there with our winners. So Erica, let's take it away.
Chase Carr putting on an absolute show for us with that drive and last lap pass for the lead. Chase, was this one as much fun for you behind the wheel as it was for us to witness here today in race 1?
Yeah, I qualified P1 yesterday, so I came in strong, but unfortunately, like the first half, I realized I was in two-wheel drive. So when we came into calm caution, I knew I had some work to do. So I flipped some switches and made my way back up to first. But I can't thank all the fans here enough. My mom, my dad, my grandpa, Carlin Fabrication, CBR, Nacho, KMC Wheels, man, everyone that helps me out. West Coast Motorsports, everyone that's here to watch. It's been an awesome experience so far, so we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
Absolutely, Chase. And speaking of that competition, Yellow, how were you able to take full advantage of that one?
Yeah, luckily it came into my favor. This is the first time we've been doing it here, so I remember that in the back of my head, and we came into that. My dad was like, you got some work to do, so you better figure it out. And I pushed as hard as I could, picked my spots where I was going to pass, and I stuck it. So we're here now.
Congratulations on that drive. We look forward to seeing you back in race 2. Guys, Chase Carr on an upwards trend here in Pro NA.
Yeah, great job for him. Of course, he won the first round and round 3 as well, so his second win on the season. Finished second overall in round number 3, so don't want to confuse you too much, but a great job there by Chase Carr. And happen to catch, as you can see here, by the way, this is Expert NA coming out here next on their outlap. But I wanted to touch base on what he said at the beginning of that race. I said he slid off the track. Part of that reason was he said he was in two-wheel drive, not four-wheel drive. So it's an indicator. It's a knob inside of the car where they can do that. I'm surprised that that he was in two-wheel drive, but it's a mistake that is easily made. So glad he was able to fix that thing up and get it back on four-wheel drive and make a good run of it. So nice job in the back half of that race for Chase Carr, as we will bring you our starting grid here for Expert NA.
And
another stacked field here, a lot of cars.
Exactly. That's exactly where I was going with that. It's a large field. A lot of our amateurs, they moved into this class this season, and it is a stacked field, and I love watching this class because of so many people that have been racing for a very long time have moved over into this class.
So here's the story at the top. If those two cars look fairly familiar, Luke Seyfried and Landon Seyfried, both twins and tied for the points lead here. They've won every race that they've done here all along the way as we take a look at our starting grid here. And you can see Luke and Landon up front there in the first row. Caden Isabella down in there having a great year as well. It's a loaded up field here as we'll rifle through a couple of different pages. Bree Seek, another young lady inside of this category, doing a great job. Randy Clifton back down there. Will Harris, who's hoping to turn things around here. So has been racing for a handful of years, intently for the past 4 years. So great to have him out here. Hopefully he has a good round as well. So stacked up field here, Pam, as we go for race number 1, round number 4 for the Expert NA category.
Yes, and having Luke and Landon on the front row in the 1 and 2 spot. It's going to be interesting to see the start. Dad's always a hoot to talk to, and having the dad spotting, it's pretty fun to see all of them and the brothers out there on race course together. This is a stacked field. You can see that right now they're getting them all lined up, getting them bunched
showing
up.
a red flag right there. Flagman was showing a red flag, so they have stopped the field. We've not been made aware of why they've done that. Maybe it's a time and scoring thing. Maybe it's cars aren't lined up properly, correctly in the correct order. So we can speculate forever. At the end of the day, we just do not know why they did that. And once they get us the information, we will certainly relay it.
And there we do have our pace car coming back out. It's going to give them another lead around the lap. So
I don't know if do they have a shortcut. Maybe they have a shortcut so it doesn't take quite so long. Not sure if that's available here on this course or not, but a couple of cars in the back got together, and that's not uncommon either. They get that dominoes effect. If the leaders slow down a little bit, the next guy slows down but gets a little closer. Well, by the time you get 5 or 6 rows back, people are running into the back of each other. So it seems like that might have been what happened. The 1776 in there, that's Braxton Moore back there towards the tail end of the field. Good look there at the number 53 as well. Randy Clifton, mentioned him during the starting grid. So talked about the 2 points leaders, Luke and Landon, the twins. Blake Helms comes in here third in the points. Blake Helms comes in here third in the points. Darren Green fourth, and Caden Isabella having a great year inside of the top 5.
And funny story about Chase Mencken, he was over in the barrel racing yesterday.
Get some seat time.
Yes, exactly. Seat time is seat time. I'm always a big advocate on that. But here we come around that last turn coming, so we'll be coming around for the green flag here in just a moment. They want them to be, spaced out just a little bit, but they want them to make sure they're uniform as well. But as soon as that green flag drops, it's all fair game.
Yeah, big gap right there. Looked like the number 978 of Rick Schroeder leaving a big gap, but it has a couple of turns here to pick it up. Unless there's supposed to be a car there, sometimes they will tell them, leave that hole there. That car didn't show up, but now everybody's filled up the gaps. And you can see right off the bat there, Braxton Moore had to dodge and go to the left just a little bit. You got to be aware when you're in the back.
Because it's exactly what you were talking about, the domino effect earlier on.
And we got a good start this time. Green flag flies. Here we go with the Expert NA category, race number 1.
And that first turn is definitely key to make sure you're easy. We did see a couple cars get into each other just a little bit, but you want to make sure you're holding your line because you cannot win the race in the first turn.
Oh, but you can certainly lose it, right?
Yes, you can.
It can cost you everything. You want to. It's the easiest pass that's made. That's why everybody is so aggressive, right? You make a couple of easy passes here on the opening lap. You want to take advantage of it, but it can cost you everything. As we take a look at the Seyfried twins coming out here, immediately getting single file and some clean air and able to drive away from this field here just a little bit. Again, we will run 4 laps here. Take a look at the rhythm section, or the little bumps that have developed, I should say, in the middle of that left-hander. But we will run 4 laps and then a mandatory caution, then 3 more laps like we just saw with the Pro NAs.
Yes, Luke and Landon out there. They're going to probably want to try to check out. Of course, that's what they try to do. But having the twins out there, then Chase Mencken, he was in that number 3 spot over the checkered flag, or over the green flag, but he is now running in the 5th position, as I saw on camera just now. And Luke and Landon starting the entrance of our S-turn section. A little bicycling by some of the drivers.
Yeah, able to do that. At this track will develop some teeth there. The ruts are coming into play for sure. A lot of racing already happening on this track so far today, so it will continue to rut up and it will get a bit more difficult. But as we do that through the day, we also pick up to our more seasoned drivers, if you will. So they're ready to go on these tracks that are a little bit tougher through this final turn. Nice rotation there down to the bottom. 3 wide, trying to get a twofer. Not going to get either one.
Wow, that's great driving right there by 124.
Yeah, that's Caden Isabella, as we talked about before, inside of the top 5 in points. Man, she made a beautiful move there, but unfortunately just not quite enough steam to get underneath both of those cars.
Yeah, so between Blake Helms, Chase Mencken, and Caden Isabella, they have a
there
battle.
She goes.
Oh, again. Making a pass, though. So Blake Helms and Caden Isabella made a pass on Chase Mencken.
Caden Caden Isabella right there and the white car, the number 24. Hanging tough. Good battle right there.
Yes, 124. Caden Isabella doing an amazing job.
I believe that's Blake Helms, the 31X. She's trying to get past.
Yes, that is Blake Helms. Chase Mick and Caden Isabella all running 1, 2, and 3. Not on track 1, 2, and 3, but it's a battle going on between them. They are running 4th through 6th. Oh, and look at the pass that is trying to be made right there with the 124 of Caden Isabella. Didn't quite make it.
Great lines. I mean, she is going outside in. Here's what she's doing. She's going everywhere he isn't. And that's how you pass somebody. So many times you get locked in behind somebody, and then if they do make a mistake, you can't take advantage of it. But she's doing a beautiful job here as we go back up to our leaders, Luke and Landon. Both of them driving a great race here so far and starting to check out here just a little bit. Again, that mandatory caution will bring them back together, and you just never know. Darren Green currently in third. Blake Helms and Caden Isabella back in there battling as well.
That's what's exciting about that mandatory caution. I know we've talked about it earlier, but what it does is it brings that competition back together. So you might be in a rhythm and running a great race, but guess what? You get that mandatory caution, and it just makes you have to rethink how you're driving, get back in that rhythm once the green flag goes.
Yeah, of course, this course being 1.4 miles, that is a pretty long track in terms of short course off-road racing. Battle here for the lead. How about this? Landon Safer with a big run up the back. It's got to make you wonder if there's something going on with Luke's car. I wonder if that thing is starting to overheat a little bit. There are some safety mechanisms inside of these Polarises with the CVTs. If they start to see a lot of heat inside of that belt, it'll start to shut them down just a little bit. So I'm curious if that's what's happening there. It seems to be still on par with Landon, but that was an interesting move. Actually falling off a little bit from Landon now as well.
Yes, he is. There's quite space between Landon and Luke. And Luke, right here though, catching back up a little bit in the turns, but you could be correct on that belt. They do run belt tips too. Sometimes they have to let up just a little bit so they don't burn their belts, because the belts right in all of these cars, if they go, you're done for the race.
Yeah, you're done. That's the drive line.
But it looks like he's picking it back up.
Yeah, coming right
through.
back. You know, and there's so many things. One of the things that I learned when I ran a season of pro buggy, again, it looked like a pass here for the lead. One of the things I learned when I was racing is when you're inside of this car, you'd be amazed how much you can't see. Local caution here, so they're going to check up. Clearly somebody is off course just past that turn. But you never know. It might have been a vision thing. The craziest things go on inside of these cars. You see them do crazy things, and you're scratching your head like, why would they do that? Well, a lot of times they just can't see where they're going. I mean, mud on their visor. Clearly he was out front, so you wouldn't think that was the case. But who knows what was going on inside of that car. Exactly.
Landon Safer actually has the fastest lap time so far of the race at a 1:42.956, with Luke Safer right behind him at a 1:43.626. So Landon definitely is running a faster lap time. But Luke and him have been battling it out this whole entire race.
So I said local caution. That is a mandatory caution. My apologies. 3 laps remaining here. We will have a shootout at the end. And Landon and Luke were absolutely going at it there. Pretty exciting stuff. And, wanting to lead that to that mandatory caution is so important as well. You want that fresh start.
Oh, the 242 out of their car, so this must be...
That's important. That's Darren Green. Darren Green comes in here 4th in the points. I mean, that's a devastating hit right there. Finished up on the podium at our last race here during Memorial Day weekend and actually earned a 3rd place overall out of this one early. And with all the cars in this class, man, it's a devastating hit in terms of the points.
Yes, it is. We will be going around. They do one sight lap, I should say, not really a sight lap, but once the mandatory or the competition yellow comes out, they go around just one lap. But we did have that car like we saw off track, so they might wait to clear him off before they go back green. But Landon Safridge, our current leader, just trailing along, hoping. What's going through your brain right now? You're in number 1 spot. You have 3 laps to go. Are you sitting there going, okay, I need to hold my line? Do I need to pick it up or just keep my pace I've been going this whole entire time?
Yeah, of course, the start is the key. I mean, you want to try to get a little bit of an advantage on that start whenever you hit the throttle. Of course, Landon's twin, Luke, right there, is thinking, I need to get through turn 1 good. I need to find a quick opening here and see if I can make quick work of my brother here on this opening lap, on this restart. And, of course, now it's Caden Isabella who has jumped up into 3rd place. So they're going to have to deal with that young lady as well. And she has been racing her tail off this race, really driving some great lines. So let's see if her car has the speed to keep up with the 2 Seyfrieds. Be very interesting here.
Well, even though there is a pace car that is bringing them around, when that green flag drops, it's like I said earlier, it's free game. So Landon has to be on it. He needs to make sure that he is on the gas as soon as he can, as soon as he sees that green flag, because he's the first one to see it. Even though your spotter's in your ear, so there the green flag is waved.
Oh, and a good start here by Luke. Luke's going to make a run. Caden goes down to the bottom, saw a small opening. That was a low percentage move, and oh man, a chain reaction there. A couple of cars getting together. It's going to stack them back up in here. Looked like the 96 in there as well. I believe that was a 96.
Yes, and an 04 of Terry Lackey was the one that ended up being the last car to get to go again. What an unfortunate restart for those drivers. But Luke and Landon and Caden, great start for them.
Caden saw that hole in the bottom and started to stick her nose inside there, realized it was just not going to happen, and checked up just a little bit. Really wise decision there. Landon so far still out front. Difficult to try and remember the 2. So Landon and Seyfried, if you look at time and scoring L. Seyfried, and then the numbers are inverted, so it's 82 and 28. That can confuse you as well. But
right.
It is the twins that are out front. Caden Isabella hanging right there with them so far. And Blake Helms also keeping pace.
We'll just have to start saying the Seyfried boys.
Yeah, there you go. We'll let them sort it out during dinner.
Yes, you know what I love? I just saw that Landon on the gas going through that turn, making that right-hand turn, and on the gas, lifting the tires just a little bit. It's pretty cool to see him pushing his limits in the turns.
Yeah, carrying that inside tire, pressure on for sure. Caden right now hanging with him. Unfortunately, went a little bit wide in that turn. It's going to cost her some real estate, and that's how easily you can lose ground to somebody in front of you. She made one small mistake, a small mistake. They stayed on par and consequently put 3, 4, 5 car lengths between the 2 of them. But look at this battle for the lead. Here we go. It is the 28 of Luke Seyfried. Stuck his nose up there beside him, tried to make it happen, could not get it done.
Wow, what a race going on. But now there's a little bit of distance, but almost made that pass, going over the over jump.
And that's what Caden has to hope for. Caden Isabella has to hope that they get racy up there. They get to racing each other, maybe slow each other down. She could find herself right back in the hunt here with 2 laps to go.
Yes, and that is allowing Blake Helms is also catching up to Caden Isabella. But Luke and Landon going through our whoop section. That is a really fun section. Those whoops are actually really big. They can do full speed through them, but it's kind of like a moto style where they have to, on motocross you have to ride the whoops a certain way. That's exactly what they do on the ones on our race course out here.
With the exception of the second race, round 3, which happened right here Memorial Day weekend, these 2 drivers have been first and second every single race so far this year. It's quite a domination of this category that has a lot of talent inside of it. And it was Landon that unfortunately finished 7th there the last time he was out here on this track. So no doubt looking to pick it up here and rebound with a win if he can hang on.
And we do have 2 laps remaining, and let's just see what these 2 boys can do. Oh, bicycle by our leader. Oh my goodness, Landon Seyfried just flopped on his side.
Yeah, man, I mean, you're hanging it out, right? You're going for it and feeling all the pressure. Luke doing exactly what he should do, which is apply max pressure. White flag coming out here, working his way through this final turn, but applying all the pressure he could. Pushes Landon into a mistake. It's going to cost Landon big here now. Unfortunately, Caden Isabella will bump up into 2nd place. Great effort there for her as well. It would be a season best finish for her if in fact she can hang on to it. Safety out there immediately to make sure that Landon is okay.
And he was trying to save it. You could see by the way he was trying to turn into it to try to save it, and it just did not have enough to do it. But pushing himself, that turn is a very tricky turn, talking to the drivers. That's the turn that everybody is, worried about, and flopping exactly what Landon just did.
Yeah, the RS is a little bit shorter wheelbase. I mean, those things, you've got to have some quick hands to save one of these things whenever it bites you like that. So far, Luke having a great last lap here. No real pressure from Caden.
And Landon, unfortunately, he had the fastest lap of the race at a 1:42.956, with Luke being behind him at a 1:43.137. But Luke Seyfried, as long as he holds on to it and doesn't push it too hard, will have that win out here today.
So Seyfried out front, trying to finish up this last lap. Caden back there in the 124. Blake Helms at 31X. Mankin and Rinkmeyer all inside of the top 5. A little bit of gap here, as it turns out. We had a heck of a battle going on for the lead.
And I just saw Landon Seyfried's name pop up green, so it means he's back on track. So get finishing points, but checkered flag coming out here for Luke Seyfried in that number 1 spot. What an amazing race by those twins, even though Landon ended up on his side, but Luke keeping with it, kept out front. Caden Isabella in that number 2 spot. Blake Helms in 3rd.
That is 4th consecutive win for Luke Seyfried. How about that?
Wow.
Pretty solid effort out here the last couple of rounds. It looks like the 82 has gone for a ride. I'm sorry, that was Landon. They got him rolled back over, and I don't know if he maybe finish up this last lap here and at least come across the stripe as we take a look at the rest of the field making their way across. Keegan Cummings, Braxton Moore, Bree Seek, all making their way across. Bree Seek currently inside of the top 10 in the points with that Polaris.
Yes, and Rick Schroeder, Randy Clifton. We'll see if Terry Lackey ends up finishing, because he was a part of the incident in the restart after the caution flag. All right, Justin Moore just crossed as well.
So a couple of the players here right at the very end as we take a look at Jaden Lindemood, the 777. Last one there to roll across the stripe. I believe that will wrap things up here as we take a look at our handy unofficial results. With Luke out front in that pressure-packed last couple of laps. Caden Isabella there in 2nd. Blake Helms in 3rd. Chase Mankin, Blake Rinkmeyer to round out the top 5.
And then Sean Philbin in that 6th position. Bella Bouchard in 7th. Keegan Cummings 8th. Braxton Moore 9th. And Bree Seek taking the number 10 spot.
And I've got to fix this. It's not the first time in my career that I've done this, but I apologize. I was referring to Caden as a female. Caden is definitely not a female, not even identifying as a female today. Caden is a male, so great job for Caden. He did a great job. We saw him making some great passes throughout the entire race, really picking his way forward. So I apologize, Caden. Will not do it again. And congratulations on your podium finish. Sometimes you just got to own it.
Yes. And we had a great race out here. 19 cars taking that green flag out here today. And it's been an amazing day of racing. We're out here for our 2023 Visions Off-Road, brought to you by Can-Am. And there we have our RC track is active. We're sitting over here in our production truck, which is an amazing air-conditioned area, which is awesome. I will not complain about where we're at.
No,
whatsoever.
not at all. And we're located just behind that RC track as we go back and take another look at this initial start here in the Expert NA category. Great racing action out here so far today. The track is wonderful. The weather's even better. Great to be out here at Visions 2023 presented by Can-Am. Throwing it down here. A great points day for sure as we continue on. Great stuff right here for sure. And, of course, Luke Seyfried with a great win makes it 4 consecutive. And he is down there with our Erica. Erica?
Luke Seyfried, our unofficial race 1 winner. Luke, your patient driving was rewarded after the competition yellow when your brother tipped with just a lap and a half to go. Take me through those last few moments of the race en route to this win today.
My brother ended up getting around me, and I didn't like that, so I stayed right on his bumper. I think I might have caused him to make a mistake, but hey, I won.
And you have to be there in the end to get this win. So what's it going to take tomorrow to stay in front of him that whole race?
We don't have a race tomorrow.
Okay, just one race for this Pro Turbo Bowl. Congratulations on this overall. It was a well-deserved one.
Thank you.
All right, and that'll wrap things up there with Expert NA. And we're going to take a quick break there as they groom this track one more time. You do not want to go away, though. The big dogs are coming out to throw it down. The Pro Turbos, and there is a bunch of them, are ready to get after it when we come back. Stay with us.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
And we welcome you back to Visions 2023 Short Course Off-Road Racing presented by Can-Am. There's a look at the Pro Turbos. The big dogs are ready to throw it down. It has been quite a battle here between the Miller brothers, Cody and Hunter. Kyle Chaney has been in the mix all along the way. Don't want to count out a Corey Willis. Corey Willis's brother also competing. Zach Beavers with big power. Cody Taylor fifth in the points. Kanan Baker also inside of this one. Tim Farr, one of the most decorated off-road racers in the country, also inside of this one. It's loaded up. Scott Champion, of course, our reigning champ from a year ago, inside of this one. It is stacked up. There's the PPEI number 17 of Corey Willis, who's talking about him, said he really struggled in qualifying, so he's got to scrap from a little bit deeper in the pack there. They will have a mandatory caution here again, much like the first 2 races that we saw. So looking forward to this one. Cody Martin there with the number 15 sitting on the inside of row number 2. Looking forward to this. Always exciting.
Always exciting, and we do have right there sitting on the outside of Cody Martin, the young gentleman of Cashley Croy, who's out here running with the big dogs. Last year was his first time running the race here at Mid-America Outdoors.
So a little bit earlier, Eric had a chance to catch up with Kyle Chaney, currently second in the points, and one of the players here at Visions.
A prominent name and face you know and love in our Pro Turbo class, Kyle Chaney. Kyle, you opened up your season with 1-1 finishes for the overall in round 1, but since then it's been kind of a struggle as you've been plagued with some bad luck and haven't been able to get the upper hand in a lot of tight battles. What's it going to take to right the wrongs and turn this Pro Turbo Championship campaign back around for you and your team?
Yeah, no, I think we got a solid car this weekend. We raced Champ last weekend, and, we got some good data off of that race, and, I think we're ready for this weekend. I really like the layout of the new track. It's super technical and racy, so, and you got to drive really hard to go fast here. So, I think there's probably going to be, more likely to break in this new track, but there's going to be some separation between a lot of the drivers because you're going to have to really put it down out there. I think, me and Cody at qualifying were almost like 3 seconds faster than third. So there's definitely going to be some separation, but it's just how hard do you want to push to how long do you think your car is going to make it and how many laps are we going to get.
So after the first few rounds we chatted, and you said you and your team went back to the drawing board and got the car on the dyno. So what changes did you make in order to give yourself the edge here this week?
We went back to a gasoline tune over an E85 tune, and I don't know. I mean, it's just, we wanted the car to be a lot cleaner, a lot smoother, put more power to the ground, less wheel spin. So, we went and did some shock work and stuff too. So we, I think we're there. We got a good car, and it sucks we're not going to be able to race today. But hopefully the weather turns around and it'll be good for us to race tomorrow.
Well, good luck out there, Kyle.
Thank you.
No doubt a dominant factor there. 3-time consecutive King of the Hammers winner, has won 6 cross-country side-by-side championships, 3 more short course championships. The list goes on and on and on for Kyle Cheney. I mean, he's an absolute animal out here, and one that you have to watch. And, of course, he and the Miller brothers, as we documented, have really put on a show. Cody Miller qualifying in the number 1 spot as we take a look at our Ultimax grid lineup. Kyle Cheney, P2. Cash LaCroix, 14 years old, up there hanging with the absolute best. Nice job for Cash. Cody Martin outside of row number 2. Cody Taylor and Scott Champion fill out row 3. Jacob Geisendorf and Corey Willis will fill out row 4. Tim Farr and Cross Kirchmeyer in the 5th row.
And then we have Kanan Baker in the number 11 spot. Zach Beavers, 12th. William Thomas, 13th. Mike Park in 14th position. Robert Van Beekem in the 15th. Mitchell Huddleston, 16th. Chad Dusich in the 17th position. Connor Martell, 18th. Hunter Miller, 19th. And Lucas Pierce, 20th.
Yeah, a key name there as we take a look at the last 2. Austin Vanover and Tyler Rimmerreed. Taking a look at Hunter Miller. Qualified down there in the bottom. He had an issue with the car right off the bat in qualifying on the outlap and just never got a chance to put one together there in that 15-minute session. So Hunter Miller, who comes in here 3rd in the points, has a lot of work to do here to get back up to the front of this field. Again, that mandatory caution, I'm going to keep pushing that. He's got to bide his time. Pass as many cars as he can there in the first 4 laps. Know that mandatory caution's coming out. It's going to bunch him back up to the front of the field and then get after it again. So he can make up a lot of ground.
Yes, and we do have the stacked field out here. A lot of these, we have some of these drivers, I shouldn't say a lot of them, but some of these drivers are doing double duty today. Not only just on short course racing, but they're also going over and racing in the Ultra 4 USA 4900 class, which will be happening later on. But we do have them coming around right now for our green flag.
There we go. Pro, Turbo, getting after it. 2 Can-Ams up front on the front row. Oh, man, a contact right off the bat between the 2. Not uncommon for these 2. They will absolutely throw down. Looked like Cash LaCroix might have wanted to stick his nose in the middle of that as well. Kept the car clean. Wise decision.
And Cash looks like he's running in that 3rd position with Kyle Cheney and Cody Miller in 1 and 2.
So we'll keep an eye on these guys on this outlap here. Track looks really good. Keep in mind they did water it down, so there's going to be a couple of sections here that are going to be a handful. But both of these absolute seasoned veterans, as we take a look at the number 91, that is Kyle Cheney. So Cheney getting the point of that start as they duked it out there.
Yes, Kyle Cheney going through our step-up area, going down that backstretch. The backstretch right there, that's where they get a lot of speed, but they do have to check up slightly just to make that right-hand turn going into the S section.
And that was Cody Martin that was looking to stick his nose in the middle of that fray there at the initial start. Cash LaCroix has fallen down into 4th. Scott Champion right there in 5th place, so the reigning champ from a year ago just got off to a really rough start here this year, but has rebounded here nicely as of late. So we'll see if he can start picking his way up into the points.
Have not seen Hunter Miller quite yet on camera, but there was a yellow Can-Am back there. Not sure if that was him or not. Scotty Champion making his way through.
Yet again making their way through that right-hander there. You can see a little bit of over-rotation for, I believe that was Cody Miller.
Yes, and that was that right-hand turn that we were talking about earlier that is a very off-camber. But there we do have number 2 right on screen. That was Austin Vanover.
Cheney up front, Miller in 2nd. Now it's showing Cash LaCroix in 3rd. Cody Martin in 4th. Corey Willis in 5th has picked up a couple of spots. Keep in mind he started off there in row 4 in the 7th position, as I recall. Scott Champion now in 7th.
And Kyle Cheney has checked out right now. He's going over our whoop section. That is a very fun section, like we were saying earlier. It's like a moto section. They have to run those whoops perfectly but he's checking out just slightly from Cody Miller. Oh, we do have somebody on their side. That is that the 38?
I think it's Zach Beavers.
It does look like the 38 of Zach Beavers. Very unfortunate.
Trying to get a little bit of help here to roll him back over. Maybe the car is okay. Maybe we'll get lucky. And one more person to help push that up past the center point, land it back over. That car makes a lot of steam from what we understand. Somewhere north of 300 horsepower.
Yes.
Keep in mind these things weigh in at 1,750 pounds, so that's a great horsepower to weight ratio for sure.
And Zach Beavers has been racing other things other than short course as well, or has in the past. So lots of seat time by these guys, but we do have a great shot of a battle going on. Trying to make out these numbers. There's a number 1 of Scotty Champion, Jacob Geisendorf.
Yeah, dicing it out back in here, looking for an open spot. Easy to overdrive these turns and open up the door. Local caution right here, so everybody has to check up.
I'm wondering if that's where Zach is down on his side, or if it is another incident.
So there it is right there. I believe that's where Zach is, and looked like about a turn and a half early. So they've got to check up. They are able to drive into approximately 50 feet before the first caution and then stay off throttle, not close the gap up as a pass being made right there.
Yes, that was the number 4 of Tim Farr.
Tim Farr absolutely going after it. And that was Scott Champion that he passed.
Yes, these guys are on it. These are the professionals. They've been racing for a long time. You have to be, you need to step up into the pro class, but wow, what a pass that Tim Farr just made on Scotty Champion.
Yeah, Timmy Farr, I saw him in his prime, when he was on the four-wheelers back in the day. Absolutely incredible. 13-time Pro ATV champ, including 7 Pro MX National Championships. So he's an absolute monster. Ironically enough, Champion, who he passed, is also a pro moto guy as well. So great stuff out of those two guys.
Yes, and there we have the other Miller boy right there going through, pushing his way through, trying to make his way back up to the spot, having the difficulties that he had yesterday. Super unfortunate, but there's Cody Martin and Corey Willis.
Yeah, Corey Willis right in the middle of that dogfight.
Yes, and Hunter Miller is right on the tail of them. So it's a 3-car battle going through with Cody Martin, Corey Willis, and Hunter Miller.
Well, and we've got to touch base right on Hunter Miller. I mean, he started off at the second to last row. So a great effort there, and I'm surprised he made it up as far as he has this quickly, but he has absolutely done what he needed to do to get up here close, especially knowing that mandatory caution is coming up.
And it looks like they had Zach Beavers put on the entire side down, but look at that. Corey Willis.
Oh, beautiful job.
And Corey Willis took that same exact line last lap because he's...
Here comes Miller. Miller slides it right in the middle and then tags the outside rear with his left front. It spins him around in a circle and loses a couple, 2-3 spots. But, man, he has been in absolute kill mode from the back of the pack. And that's how he was getting it done. Beautiful pass, though, as he was up ahead of Corey Willis, just attacked a little bit too hard.
Yes, and that is what you get whenever you're pushing it really, really hard. You're on it, you try not to spin out or do it something like he was doing coming from the back of the pack, but that's so unfortunate he did that. But you know what? He's going to push it, probably get right back up front. But Corey Willis making it through the whoop section. Cash LaCroix right there going by us. Corey Willis, though, is catching up to Cash just a little bit. Looks like Corey Willis did get by Cody Martin as well.
Now, Corey, of course, will have the advantage of that mandatory caution here coming up in just a moment. That'll help him close up that huge gap. That's a time where you take care of the car. Listen to your spotter. How much room do I have? Okay, a lot of room here. All right, just take care of my car. Wait for that mandatory caution. Stay on pace here, of course, in case something were to happen. But no point in really pushing it on the edge when you know you're going to get a little bit of help. Here's a look at the 15 car of Cody Martin. And once again, the 48 of Cody Taylor.
Great battle going on between those two. Cody Taylor trying to make that inside pass, did not quite make it.
And back into that local caution area. Unfortunately for Zach Beavers, as he had rolled over previously, and still have safety workers down there trying to help him out. Looks like another caution flag now coming out here right at start finish, and that is quite possibly our mandatory caution, and it is. So they'll drive up into that. And hopefully they'll be able to get Zach Beavers up, rotated out of the way so that we will have a completely green course when we go back racing for these final 3 laps. We have some fast cars up in the front. Kyle Cheney got that early lead and was able to check out and drive away, keep some good track time. 1:44.2 the lap time, best lap time. So a near a full second, 9/10 of a second on Cody Miller in terms of lap time. We'll see if Cody can hang with him. A lot of times the track will come back to these guys as they set their cars up for the end. Hats off to Cash LaCroix, the 14-year-old still hanging in the top 3.
Yes, he is definitely holding his own out there. Another young kid that gets a lot of seat time. He races also in like the rock bouncing and the knockout hills. He's racing against our big names later on at the America Pro Rock, which is going to be cool to watch. But Cash LaCroix, young gentleman, just came into short course racing out here with us last year. He's doing an amazing job out here in the Pro Turbo class. And you can see Kanan Baker getting a little slideways there. That's Miles Hasselquist's famous word, is slideways.
Yeah, Rob Clever's been using that for a lot of years as well. Going back to talk about Cash LaCroix, that is a Johnny Greaves or a Greaves-built car. So not just Johnny, but Johnny and CJ both intimately involved in that. Really saw something they liked in that young man, and they put together a great car for him. He's certainly taken advantage of it here as we take a look at Kyle Cheney, your current leader, the number 91, and followed up there by the number 22 of Cody Miller. The difference in the Miller cars, as you try to keep an eye on them, the Cody Miller's is number 22, of course, but yellow plaid roof up there on top of Cody's car, typically anyways, as we take a look at Cody Miller and the 2023 Red Bull Ranch Scramble champion and third at King of the Hammers and UTV Pro Stock, 2022 Texas Outlaw Series reserve champion, also a reserve champion in the Red Bull race at Crandon, 2021 Texflex Park champion. I mean, the list again goes on and on for these Miller brothers, for Kyle Cheney, Tim Farr in a different discipline. Great to have him out here, though, as he's been sorting his car out. Is that left rear a little low?
That's why I think he's got a flat tire coming about.
And that would explain the huge difference in lap time, that near 1 second, if in fact that's the case.
It is.
Oh, it is for sure flat.
Down. Oh, no.
So Cash will be looking at that, and Cash's spotter, I'm sure, also making note of that.
Wow, that is not going to be good.
Yeah, the right-handers are going to be tough.
Or Cody Miller, I say Cody Martin. Wow.
The right-handers will be tough here for Cody Miller, and that'll be a place where Cash LaCroix is going to want to try to take advantage. Coming back around here, looking for the green. It is out. 3 laps to go with the Pro Turbos. Let's get it on here right away. Cash LaCroix sticks a nose down underneath in that first turn. Tries to come right back. Cash has a spot. Cash picks it up. That flat tire, no doubt, detrimental there to Cody Miller. Kyle Cheney trying to drive away here. Cash LaCroix trying to hang on the back bumper.
And we have also seen Kyle Cheney last year in one of our races. He ended up finishing the whole race on a flat tire himself. But hopefully Cody Miller can hang on to it, finish the race. Obviously, he won't be up on top of the box because
here comes Corey Willis. Corey Willis in that rhythm section. He's able to get around Cody Miller as well. Contact a little bit further back. That is the number 15 car of Cody Martin. That might have been Cody Taylor that tagged him.
Wow, that was very scary. Being in the air and touching tires is always a scary situation, but obviously these are professionals out there. They handled it awesome. They didn't have any issues with it. But wow, what a race going on. The race is going on in the middle of the pack right here. They're all so close running together.
Yeah, you get these restarts, man. It is absolutely on. People are seeing blood, and we've got a big wreck. Somebody going for a big ride right there, trying to get a lock on that number.
Yes,
looks like it's the number 15 of Cody Martin. Yeah. Wow. Vicious battle that was going on around him, and we had just seen that contact previously over that tabletop in that rhythm section.
We have another car that just went off course just a little bit, but Cody Martin taking that tumble. Not sure, it was one of the Can-Ams, I'm not sure which one it was that it looked like was in it with him. It was so unfortunate.
So stringing them back out here now, Amsoil is going to bring us a replay of what happened here to Cody. Things got pretty sporty in here. Everybody knows the tail. A little opening down there, and it looked like, was that?
That's Hunter Miller.
That might have been Hunter Miller trying to take advantage of the bottom there, and it just closed up as fast as it opened up. I saw that small opening, and he's going to stick the nose in there if he can. Unfortunately, Cody Martin, and no fault of Cody Martin's. No fault there. I mean, that's a racing deal right there is what I would call it. But unfortunately, Cody Martin tagged it with that right rear, man, and it launched him.
Yes, and Cody Martin was on a slight bicycle when it happened as well, so not 100% control of the car when that happened, so there was nowhere for him to go. But Kyle Cheney checking it out. Cash LeCroy closely behind him. And what we were talking about earlier, this is what you want to do. As a racer that you're racing against a professional like this, you want to try to follow their lines. The people that are winning, that are on top of the box, you want to try to learn their lines. And then you know how to race them. Cash getting a little off.
Using all the track and then a little bit more. Not uncommon when you're hanging it out on the edge.
But you can tell right there, it's a kicker that's kicking all of the cars up, and it makes you off a little bit once you are in the air, and there's nothing you can do. But Cody Miller and Hunter Miller battling it out right there, but we do know that Cody
that
has
left
that
rear
flat.
Is flat, yeah, for sure.
And Jacob Geisendorf right there in the mix. Oh!
Big moment. And that might have been, was that Corey's brother?
It's Jacob Geisendorf in the number 93.
Okay. I see a white flag flying there, so one lap yet to go. As Kyle Cheney out front, Cash LeCroy trying to hang with him.
Look at Kyle Cheney's time. He picked it up. He's now at a 1:39.342.
Yeah, getting after it. Not real sure what. Oh, just tagging a little bit of dust, it looks like, down there on the bottom. Yeah, Cheney driving away here right now. Cash LeCroy just needs to keep his nose clean here, come across with a strong second-place finish. That would be a great effort there if, in fact, he can finish that up. It would be his best finish of the season by far. Finished up here 6th Memorial Day weekend, the second race. But
great job by Cody Miller out there with a flat tire. He's still running in that 5th position, so we'll see if he can hang on to it to keep that top 5 spot, at least for the race today, being one of our points leaders.
Yeah, beautiful job here. Cheney putting together another great effort here. And, of course, Cody Miller falling back there. That's going to open up the door for a big gap. Of course, it was Kyle Cheney who had a tough second race here going back to Memorial Day weekend. Around number 3, finished 16th. So that is what created the big gap in the points, 113 to 100. So he's going to have a shot at making some of that up here, depending on how race 2 goes tomorrow night.
Yes, and how cool it be for them to go and race in the evening time tomorrow. Completely different, but he is on it. He wants to be in that number 1 spot today. Coming down the last part of the S turn, that right there is the area that a lot of people struggle in, that we were talking about earlier. It's a very tricky corner, but here we have Kyle Cheney coming through for the checkered flag.
His 3rd win on the season, his 6th podium on the season out of a possible 7. That'll give you an idea how consistent he has been. We go back and take a look at Corey Willis here in the number 17. Corey Willis currently in a podium position there in 3rd place. And looks like he must have already crossed the finish line. Congratulations to Corey. Cash LeCroy, the young man, the 14-year-old, finishing up in 2nd. Corey in 3rd. Hunter Miller from the 2nd to last row comes up to finish up in 4th. Jacob Geisendorf, as you talked about before, there to round out the top 5. Cody Miller, who was in 2nd place, had the flat tire, hangs on for a 6th place finish. And Scotty Champion ends up in 7th. So Timmy Farr back there in 9th inside of the top 10. So everybody crossing the stripe here in this Pro Turbo category. Number 43, unfortunately.
Yeah, Tyler Rimreed right there, stopped on course. Doesn't look like he has any movement. It's kind of like he's stuck, it looked like, for a second.
Bennington, Nebraska racer there.
He's racing in multiple classes this weekend. So we saw him in the Pro NA. Now he's in the Pro Turbo. He'll be racing Ultra 4 USA. He is also racing in the Nitro Cross in the side-by-sides as well.
Very cool.
Yes, so he's got a lot of seat time going on for him this weekend.
So that'll wrap things up here for race number 1 in our Pro Turbos. We will have Expert Turbo coming up here next. And we'll have a couple of more races, a couple more sportsman categories, and then we'll have the Pro Lights come out here to finish up race 1 here on the weekend as we take a look at our handy results here in Pro Turbo. Kyle Cheney, Cash LeCroy, Corey Willis, Hunter Miller, and Jacob Geisendorf inside of the top 5.
And Cody Miller in 6th position, Scotty Champion 7th, Mike Park in the 8th, Tim Farr 9th, Cross Kirchmeier rounding out the 10th spot.
Take a look at the next 10 here, and Thomas, Martell, Deutsch, Baker, Rimmereed, Van Beekum, Taylor Martin, Vanover, and Zach Beavers, who unfortunately rolled over in the middle of that race there early on. Tough round for Zach Beavers, who had a really nice season going here as well. Mitchell Huddleston and Lucas Pierce to round out the field a little bit deeper down in there.
And unfortunately, there is Cody Martin getting towed off race course. He'll be working hard in the pits, getting his car back together. He wrenches on his car. He works on his car. His family's out here with him, and it's super cool because he has his little kids. His little boys are out there always working on his cars with him, or trying to.
So the start of the Pro Turbo race, and give you a little highlights package here of everything that's going on. Cody Martin was in there. This is an incident that involved Hunter Miller, who was scrapping up from the back, and, of course, Corey Willis as well. Great stuff going on there after that mandatory caution. Great stuff! Oh, and right there, things got a little sporty as well, and that's what ended Cody Martin's day right there. All right, Erica is with our winner, so let's get it out to Miss Erica Allreed.
Kyle, redemption was the name of the game coming into this race, and I'd say you'd accomplished just that with this race one win. Is it safe to say that this was the drive you were looking and hoping for after recent struggles?
Yeah, for sure. And then after qualifying, I wasn't real happy with my qualifying either. We qualified second, and I felt like we were a little faster than that. So we went out today. I got a good jump on Cody, and I saw all the rock in the track, and I knew that, if I drove aggressive, I was probably going to get a flat. So I just stayed real smooth and calm, and I just started pulling him. My spotter said I was pulling him, so I just stayed real calm and smooth. And then at the halfway, hammered down for a lap, got a little decent of a lead, and just kind of cruised. Cash did great. I think Cody got a flat, so Hunter ended up working his way back up. But, man, the track is awesome. This new track layout's awesome. It's super technical. It's fun. It makes for some really good racing, so I'm excited for tomorrow for the main.
And you said that you're feeling incredibly confident in the changes you and your team made to the car for this race. Did it live up to your expectations, or is there still more you're searching for race 2?
Yeah, we're going to go back and review the footage and see where we can make changes. I know we weren't the fastest everywhere on the track, so we'll go back and make changes and see if we can't get there for tomorrow. But we got a great starting spot for tomorrow, and they're racing Ultra 4 right now. My teammate Nathan Parker's over there racing right now, and we race Ultra 4 here in a couple hours. So I ain't even going to take the suit off. I got to go right over there, hop in my Ultra 4 car, and go race for another hour and a half. So I'm looking forward to it.
Pulling double duty here this week, and congratulations on this race one win. Guys, a more characteristic drive for the number 91.
Once again, congratulations to Kyle Chaney, and we have the Expert Turbo lining up, and as they get them lined up, we will take a quick break here. They're going to prep the track here just a little bit. We'll get them all ready to rock and roll when we come back. We'll turn them loose. Stay with us right here at Mid-America Outdoors.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
have no TV in here either.
Down the back there, of course, throughout the back section of this course, through the rhythm section, if you want to refer to it as that. There's some tabletops back there. There's some whoops back there. There's a lot going on for sure. And, whoa, we got one that went completely off the track there to the left-hand side, did not gather a number, spun it back around, and jumps right back in the fray. Got to love it.
Wow, and there's Austin Dinger right there. And Donovan Willis battling it out with the number 52. Or no, that was a 57 of John Calagrew. So 86 of Donovan Willis out front with Austin Dinger closely behind. John Calagrew trying to push his way back up into that number 2 spot. He is running in that 3rd position right now. Taking it really hard. We have one more turn before they come over and get the first lap in for our expert turbo race, with Donovan Willis in that number 1 spot with a 1:45.064, Austin Dinger in a 1:46.065. So great race between 1, 2, and 3. Largest class, like we were saying out here in the Expert Turbo. We have a lot of our racers that have moved up this year into this class from our Amateur Turbo last year.
Yeah, Donovan Willis, as you talked about, leading Austin Dinger there in 2nd place. Good battles going on there. Austin Dinger 2nd of the points. Mickey Schroeder leading in the points in this particular category.
And they are checking up just a little bit.
Yeah, obviously a local caution there, right?
I didn't see a flag, but yeah, they were. Oh, there was somebody off to the side, so we just didn't see the flag on camera.
John Calagrew there in 3rd place, just turned 50, out here having some fun. Sponsors has a number of cars out here, I should say. The 86, though, right now getting it done. That is Donovan Willis, and plenty of pressure being applied by Austin Dinger. Austin Dinger winning the first 2 rounds of the season, was on the podium in round number 2 at Wheatland as well. Very fast out here.
Yes, and you can see right now Donovan Willis is trying to hold Austin Dinger off, but he's following so close behind. These S-turn section right here, it is very tricky. You have to know your line, run your line well, and you cannot leave the door open whatsoever, or you will have them pass you up.
Creating a little bit of space now between the two as Willis is getting away just a little bit, but those two with a great couple of first laps here out in this race have created a big gap between themselves and third place of John Calligaroo, Johnny K's. Johnny K's one of our sponsors out here as well. Great to have him on board. Owner of the car that Tim Farr was racing there in the Pro Turbo category.
And Donovan Willis hanging on to that number 1 spot, but look at Austin Dinger getting ready to try to take that pass, and unfortunately getting on the outside, so I'm not sure if Donovan, here we have a yellow
local
flag.
Caution, so that pass attempt will be null and void. By the way, Chase Kemp jumping up into the 3rd spot along with Rusty Pipes. Austin Braden now all inside of the top 5.
So Austin Dinger out front right now did make that pass. Not sure if that pass was made right before they were able to make that pass, because you cannot pass under a yellow. So we'll see how that plays out, because that was very close to the yellow flag.
And specifically, it's a 57 car, unfortunately, that has an issue there off to the side. And driver of that is John Calligaroo. We spoke about him and was currently up in there, the lead pack. That explains why he is no longer inside of the top 5.
Exactly, and we do have Kemp in that number 3 spot, but Rusty Pipes. So look at this. We have on board. That is Lee Knowles, one of our Mid-America ambassadors, but how cool is it to see on-board camera with Mr. Lee Knowles running currently in that number 11th spot.
Yeah, 2022 Amateur Turbo champ with 3 wins and 5 podiums. Was 3rd in Amateur NA in 2021. So has been out here for a while. The reason why he is one of those ambassadors. Great to see him doing well, and looks like he had to give that lead spot back. My guess is that came from race control. Dinger went high right there, opened up the door, and let Willis get back in front. So they deemed that pass coming into the caution area not legal, and that's all he gets for it. That's he got lucky.
Exactly.
Because that could have been a lap penalty.
Exactly, and they are coming into a competition yellow. I thought I saw the yellow flag waving. There we go. So we have 4 laps that will be remaining in this race. So competition yellow coming out. But it is a race to the flag. Once you get to the flag, you have to slow down. And out of the 25 cars, we do have, it looks like 20 of them that have made their first lap. So I'm not sure why we do not have 5 of the cars that are out on course right now.
Blake Helms and Lee Knowles battling right there to the stripe. Blake Helms rounding out the top 10 there. Jason Roper just ahead of him. Max Fullman. Michael Green as we go in reverse order here. Jordan Collegia there in 6th place. Austin Braden in 5th. Rusty Pipes making a good charge up through the field here in 4th. Chase Kemp 3rd. Austin Dinger and Donovan Willis is your current leader.
And they do make a couple loops around. They do not go, obviously, around the whole entire course when we're under the competition yellow, because that would just take way too long. So they do take a couple laps around, and then they'll get back going here in just a moment. We have 4 laps remaining of our expert turbo race. And if you're at home, just make sure you tune in to AOE.TV all week long. We have all kinds of action going on, all kinds of activities going on, I should say. But there's Lee Knowles, who had the onboard camera in his bright orange Mid-America Outdoors Super ATV Can-Am.
Yeah, Donovan Willis comes in here 3rd in the points, looking for his first win of the season. Did finish 2nd here in the first race, round number 3 during Memorial Day weekend. We're speaking of Blake Helms and Lee Knowles there just a few moments ago. Let's get a look at the number 41 car of Lee Knowles, one of the ambassadors that you were just speaking of a moment before, and the onboard camera there on the lower right-hand side to show you what it's like inside of the car. You can see the screen up there as well in front of them to protect them from the debris from the cars in front of them. Pretty much a stock dash inside of that one.
I love seeing this in-car view. It's pretty cool. Yes, that screen definitely, because we do have rocks out here, but all short course series usually require screens on the front of their vehicles. You do not want those rocks flying in because the rocks can be as large to break the visor on your helmet, or hit your hands or hurt yourself. But we are getting ready to go back green here in just a moment as Rusty Pipes and another car
contact. Yeah, a couple of them hooked up there. Tough go of it here on this restart. You can see the 47 right off the bat of Rusty Pipes, as you were talking about, and lined up on the back, hung up on the back of somebody, and they go from what was a really nice position there, probably 4th and 5th, to the back of the pack.
Yes, that is Chase Kemp and Rusty Pipes that just now were tangled up on the start. And that's what's so unfortunate, because being so close, you want to be close to your competitor on a restart. But what it looked like is his bumper got hooked onto his rear bumper.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, open wheel racing here, right? So if you go tire to tire, it's going to launch one of the cars up in the air. So easy to do. And as you mentioned before, hooking up bumpers as well, another thing that can end up as a result of one of those moments. So both of them, I mean, one in podium position and the other one right outside of podium position, and now in the back of the pack with a lot of work to do.
A lot of ground to make up. Rusty Pipes did have an unfortunate incident at the Memorial Day weekend race out here where he ended up not being able to race the second day. But Rusty Pipes, there we see him. It looks like his front right has some kind of issue possibly going on.
We'll see when they come back around here as you're watching Rusty Pipes. I believe Austin Dinger might have taken over the lead here from Donovan Willis. We'll see if we get a good look at that.
Oh, because we
showing the 86 right there of Donovan Willis, but there's a car way out in front, and that would be Austin Dinger.
Great move by Austin Dinger right there.
Dinger coming around there, carrying some good speed, no question about that, and talked about him kicking off the season in a big way. Came out here, won both races in round number 1, then stumbled a little bit in the first round at Wheatland, finished up 15th, but bounced right back to finish up 3rd and 7th overall. Had a tough round 1 out here. 20th is where he finished on Memorial Day weekend, and again rebounded nicely in the second race to end up inside of the top 5. So a couple of up and down moments for Dinger, but when he is on, man, he is tough to beat, and he is certainly on here today.
Yes, you have that correct right there. Donovan Willis does have our fastest lap of the race at a 1:45.065, but Austin Dinger out front is the man of on a mission for this race to keep that number 1 spot. But Donovan talked much about Austin Braden this race, but he's one that is usually up there on top 2. He's a hardcore driver. He's a good driver, but he is now running in that number 3 spot right there.
Jordan Galicia inside of 4th. Max Fullman to round out the top 5. Michael Cream, Jason Roper, Lee Knowles a little bit deeper down into the field.
And Austin Braden trying to make that pass on Donovan Willis. Now, Donovan Willis, he was on it earlier. You could see that he was out front, obviously, for the majority of the part. I'm not sure. He looks like he might be kind of either letting up. I know that corner is the tough corner in our S turns. But we have Austin Braden closely behind.
Good battle here for second place. Second and third, you can see the white flag just came out there for Austin Dinger. That's how far ahead he is. So doing a good job, Donovan Willis. Taking that inside line, might have opened him up there for turn number 1. Willis does cross the stripe first, but Austin Braden was right there. We'll see if the 894 can get underneath him. Hasn't happened yet, but boy, a lot of pressure there as they enter this final lap.
And Austin Dinger had his fastest lap, having that clean air last lap at a 1:41.992. So great job by Austin Dinger. Obviously, like I just said, having clean air, pretty cool to see. But we do have another battle going on. Not sure what number those are going into turn 1. Oh, and there's the 444 of Mickey Schroeder, I believe.
Yeah, correct there. And we haven't talked about Mickey Schroeder. Mickey Schroeder came in here as a points leader, and haven't seen him as part of this race the entire time. Clearly a mechanical issue going on there. So really deep in the field. And Mickey Schroeder has been on the podium every single round with the exception of the first race where he finished 5th. So a tough go of it for the 444.
It's so tough because rough racing is so tough. You're doing so well, having a great season, and then all of a sudden having issues. The Austin Dinger going through our S-turn section there. Looks like there was a local caution right there. So you have to go 25 miles per hour is the speed limit through a local caution. and no passing, but obviously he doesn't have anybody around him to pass him, but 25 miles per hour is what you have to do through the local cautions.
Yeah, it was a big subject in the drivers' meeting as well, as a lot of them will try to close up a gap there. That was a 53 car, I believe, of Randy Clifton that was off pace.
It was, I believe that was Rusty Pipes from earlier.
Oh, was it Rusty Pipes? Okay.
Was. Sorry about that.
Austin Dinger, no worries. And Dinger back up the pace here now as he completes the final turn of the final lap and looks to drive this thing back across the stripe. And that looked like a white flag to me instead of a checkered. I could have been mistaken on that.
You are correct, because now our timing up here is saying 1 lap. So they
we'll run another one.
Might have thrown the white flag a little premature earlier on, but here we are. Austin Dinger's got 1 lap left to hold on to that lead.
Yeah, huge gap right here. Some 7 seconds or so back to Donovan Willis. Willis and Braden were having a great battle there for second.
There's that great view again of Lee Knowles on the in-car. Pretty cool to see. But Austin Dinger in that number 1 spot, and also the fastest lap of the day so far in his class of the Expert Turbo out of 141.992, making that left-hand turn look super easy back there on the turn where we have the step-up is right before that. It's a great setup.
There you go. It's what we were talking about before. Donovan Willis and Austin Braden having a great battle here for second place and still duking it out here again on this final lap, the final lap here. So they'll buzz it around here. We'll see what happens if, in fact, they can pick up a spot. A couple of cars back in here having a great final lap race.
And there we have them right there. Great driving, though, by Donovan Willis and Austin Braden going, oh, my goodness. Austin Braden keeps trying to stuff his nose in there, but he just does not have enough oomph to get him past
Closes
Donovan
right
Willis.
back up here, and that's part of running a good line here for Donovan Willis. Make him go the long way around. So good stuff. The bottom right there may be open just a little bit. So Austin Dinger looking to pick up the win here is way out front. So 7.5 second lead here. But we'll go back to this battle here for second place. See if Donovan Willis can hang on to it. A nice little bit of breathing room there as he crosses the stripe. So congratulations. But Willis and Braden really putting on a great race there. Colicchia and Roper right behind him also racing tightly as well. So some good battles here inside of the top 5 in the Expert Turbo category.
And what a great race that Donovan Willis and Austin Braden putting on for us at the end. A great show. I know there were other battles going out towards the end of the pack as well, but we were sticking with the number 2 and 3 position. So what a great race all around just now for our Expert Turbo class.
So good stuff, man. A really stacked class. Really tough to see Mickey Schroeder taking a hard hit here in this particular round. That's going to close up the points. He came in here with a sizable lead at some 25 points, 113 to 89 over Austin Dinger. So Dinger's going to jump back up into the fray here. This will not affect overall points here after race 1. As we talked about before, there's 2 races here for this category. And it will be a combination of those 2 races. The lowest score, kind of like Moto, if you will determine the overall. So we'll take a look at our handy unofficial results here. And this is Expert Turbo, by the way, not Pro Turbo. Austin Dinger and Donovan Willis, Austin Braden, Jordan Colicchia, and Jason Roper all there inside of the top 5.
And then Maxwell Reese-Fullman in that 6th position, Michael Green 7th, Lee Knowles in the 8th position, Blake Helms in 9th, Chris Adelot in that number 10th position.
Stacked up really big class here as we take a look at the top 20 now with Chase Kemp up in there. Bree Seek runs in a couple of different categories, finishes up in 12th. Frederick Stewart, Branning, Clifton, Schroeder, Mickey Schroeder, our points leader down there in 17th. Rusty Pipes, unfortunately that restart really hurt him. Johnny Kay, a little bit deeper as well, had a moment there in the beginning of the race, and Grant Stephen in the top 20. McCleary, Len, Hoop, Shipman, and Rick Schroeder. Kendra Hoop with another tough round here. Tough go of it for her. Another ambassador came in here 12th in the points, has had some good results. So, quick little highlights package here. The Expert Turbo category and some of the shenanigans, if you will, going on a little deeper in the field. So, Good stuff here as we have our pro classes underway. Of course, the pro lights still yet to come. We have a couple of sportsman classes coming up next. We will turn this booth over to Scott and Matt. They will have some fun, and T. Stone will be down there talking to our winners as well. We will also have Erica Allreed to cover our winner interview right now, so let's get it down to her. She is with Austin Dinger.
Austin Dinger, our unofficial race winner. Austin, you were one of the drivers that was actually excited to only have one race to prove your stuff, as it gave you more laps and more times to work your way from your 5th qualifying position to 1st. What was it like negotiating the traffic and chaos for this top spot today?
Well, the start was super interesting. We had I think we went 5 wide into turn 1. Everybody's sitting there banging off each other and just had a good line and stayed on it. Was able to get right behind Donovan, which is a great racer, so I trusted him and we ran. Got the halfway caution, and then after the next corner, I was able to get around him. So it's a good feeling. Been struggling with some car issues, but it's a good weekend. So happy to be out here. Thanks, Mid-America, and thanks to all of our sponsors.
As the race wore on, you seem to get faster and faster and continue to set your fastest lap times. Do you feel like everything just clicked for you today?
I do. I still don't feel super comfortable in the car right now at the track. It's definitely, there's a lot of different conditions out there right now, but the car's working good as we settled in. It was nice to get in a groove and get to drive a little bit. So, yeah, it's a good feeling.
Well, if that's how you race uncomfortable, I'm curious to see how the rest of the season goes for you, but congratulations on this overall.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Nice job there. Thank you, Erica, and congratulations to Austin Dinger there as well. Beautiful stuff. All right, we'll take a quick break here. We'll turn it over to the other guys, and we'll go racing in just a moment. Stay with us.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Welcome back, everybody, once again. My name is Scott Rain, along with Matt Edmondson. You can't wipe the smile off your face this afternoon, man. You've been, between rounds of racing of us being in here in the booth, you've been walking around the hill, talking to fans, talking to racers. What have you been hearing out there?
Well, I just got to watch a couple of the most awesome races out here. Pro Turbo, Expert Turbo was insane. That was an awesome race we just saw. Everybody's loving the track. Everybody's loving the pool. And right there is your Ultimax grid lineup for Vet 40 Plus Turbo. Rusty Pipes, Mike Buckafusco, Jeff Johnson, Hall, Murphy, Hill, Knowles, Davidson, Jimenez, Schroeder. All coming up here just shortly, along with a few more drivers there. You see them locked and loaded in the gate right here. Yeah, so we're excited to see this one. Yeah, so you were talking a minute ago about the break that we got to step out for a minute. Everybody's loving the track. The fans are as stoked as they can possibly be. I mean, it's a great day. We got to see down at the other end of the track, Mark Gomez is in the pond warming up for his freestyle show later. And, man, just great racing. Everybody's having a good time. The mood, the vibe is all time, and record crowd. We're just having a blast.
It's kind of one of those deals like today's racing specifically. We kind of got dragged down a little bit because of the rain yesterday. Everybody was all pumped up and ready to rock yesterday morning, and then boom, Mother Nature says, not today. Let's do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
But then this morning, kind of a slow start, but right now we are full tilt boogie, and everyone is just so damn excited right now out there.
I mean, the action is just incredible, and Pro Turbo, we got to see race 1 of Pro Turbo a minute ago. Unfortunate luck for Cody Martin right there. An excellent race for Cash LaCroix.
Oh, no kidding.
Third in that.
14 years old.
Yeah, and, Corey Willis was flying. I mean, man, the whole entire field in Pro Turbo, Expert Turbo, Pro NA, that was credible. So now we're going to get to see it all go down with Vet 40 Plus Turbo.
Yeah, how about the race that Rusty Pipes and Lee Knowles had?
Yeah, exactly.
They're coming off a hard round of racing a few weeks ago, Memorial Day weekend. But, man, green flag is out. We're underway early on in the Vet 40 Plus Turbo. Again, this is round 5 of the 2023 MAO side-by-side series, and somebody's already got an issue at the top of the hill there.
And we'll see who this is. They come around. Vet 40 Plus Turbo. All the action right now on the screen. Is that Lee? No, that's not Lee.
No.
Track looking good out there. We're starting to see some deterioration in the track. You're seeing some potholes. You're seeing some divots and things in the track. So getting a little bit harder there. You see some blue groove coming out of the back section. But, man, I'm telling you, the track is fast. Everybody's really liking this new layout here for Visions. And I'm excited to see all of this racing going on right here today. So
there's Lee. He's back. Was it 4th place? I think I saw him. It's easy to pick up that orange car.
So there's the 41. There's the 901 of Bucka Fusco right there, running in 2nd. So what we're seeing right now is showing Rusty Pipes in the lead. Bucka Fusco running in 2nd. Johnson running in 3rd.
Yeah, this track has gone away in a lot of the turns because not only is there you see a little bit of a blue groove starting to form, but also the ruts are starting to kick. You see these cars dancing through the turns, even at almost walking speed, when they have to come almost to a stop, get a rotation of the car for the next turn, and then accelerate again. Right in those areas, there's ruts forming, and you can see these cars dancing through those turns, which is a big indication of the track going away.
We're on board right now following this battle. And there you see Hall making a move on Bucka Fusco, getting that position. Bucka Fusco going to try to hold on to it on the inside right here. Couldn't do it now. Lee Knowles has set his target on Bucka Fusco. If he can find a way, he's going to try to get around him and continue working towards the front of the pack.
Yeah, I'd say, with the addition of the competition yellow, I think everybody on that track, if they've planned their strategies correctly ahead of time, and a lot of the drivers haven't ever done this before, so they don't know how to handle that competition at the halfway point. If they plan it right, you want to be 3rd place or further forward. I'm happy with 3rd. I'm happy with 2nd. I don't have to lead at this point in the race. But if you're 4th on back, you want to get your butt as far forward as you can.
Well, there you see Knowles. He's still trying to find a spot to get around Mike Bucka Fusco. Murphy out front leading the charge right here. So it looks like Murphy, Hall, Bucka Fusco, and Knowles. Moving on back, Pritchard rounding out the top 5. And there's my man Perry Mahaney in the 6th position right there. We got a battle right here. Bucka Fusco is literally doing everything he can to keep Lee Knowles behind him. Lee looks like the faster driver right now on the course, so he's going to.
That was a pretty beat-up car there.
Find it. I guarantee you, Lee's got a spot. We talked about this earlier. He knows where he's faster on the track, and he's looking for that opportunity right now. And Bucka Fusco is driving a great defensive race right now to hold on to that spot.
Yeah, I got to throw it out to Lee Knowles. He had a beat-up car after Memorial Day weekend and have it turned around. and repaired, fixed, rebuilt for this weekend really shows me a lot of how bad he wants to be back here, because that car was beat up.
Yeah, Rusty Pipes is the same way, too, so we're seeing him out there. He's running in 9th right now on the course. Looks like he just dropped back to 10th. Maybe having an issue out there.
Here we
got a battle at the front, Murphy and Hall. Murphy's still going to hold on to it, but Hall is getting in there and showing him a wheel right now. He's going to have the inside line going into the corner right here. Let's see if he can make the move. Murphy's going to carry the speed around the outside up the step up, and he's still holding on to that position. Four laps left. We will have a competition caution that will come into effect here just shortly.
Yeah, that white flag
will back up. But right now, Murphy, Hall, Buckafusco, actually looking back, it looks like, yeah, Lee Knowles has made the move. So Lee Knowles has moved up into the 3rd position on track right now. And if I know Lee well, he's set his sights on 1 and 2, and he's going to try to run them down. Lucky for him, competition caution will be coming out here just shortly, and that'll allow them to re-rack, tighten up, and the race will be on again.
Yeah, great time to make that pass for position right before the comp yellow, which should be coming out this time around. And there's that blue groove forming. Man.
We saw it happen in Expert Turbo. That's where I think I saw today, Scott, that competition caution come into it'd be the most beneficial for some drivers. I saw Austin Braden make some moves after the competition caution to get up there in the field. And
Cash?
Yeah, Cash did too. I mean, Cash had a great restart in the second half of the race, made the pass, moved into second.
Okay, let me prove my point about the competition yellow.
Yep.
I'm listening to you talk about the excitement that it brought to the race after that yellow. Imagine if that yellow wasn't there. We would have had the same kind of racing we would have had, but complete runaways in the first, 4, I think it was?
Yep.
First 4 cars are just gone and separated. There was, in all actual, unless something catastrophic happened to the first 2 cars, Cash didn't really have a chance to catch them.
Yeah, he probably would have finished in that position. That competition caution did do some wonders for some guys out there for sure. It allowed them
and the
to,
fans.
Yeah, well,
provided entertaining racing.
It's basically like you said it earlier. I mean, we're going to tighten it back up, and we're going to bring the excitement back out, and we're going to show it to you all over again. So that's what we did, and that's what we're doing right now. If you're at home watching, we thank you so much for tuning in and joining us today. Visions 2023. This is round number 5 of our short course championship series. So we're running through everybody today. Our pros went once today. We'll bring them back again for one more race. That will be tomorrow. But lots of excitement. Ultra 4 getting started.
Yeah, going on right now as we speak.
The American Side-by-Side Takeover Triathlon is going on at the pool. I'll be joining them to help out with Joey on that as soon as we get done here.
I wouldn't expect anything
And then
else.
later on tonight, you'll be able to watch Joey and I and Tripp go down to the pond. We're going to do the Mark Gomez freestyle jet ski show in the pond first to kick off the evening festivities, and then right after that, we're going.
Explain what the pond is. There's probably a lot of people that don't quite know exactly where it's at.
So the pond is a beautiful place here on Mid-America's property that's filled with fish and Mark Gomez tonight. So he's going to do a bunch of flips, but no, we have some beautiful parts of the property here. One of those parts is the pond. It's you might be able to see it every once in a while on the live feed when you see the far end. There it is right there. So there you see Mark right there, the Black Rifle Coffee Company sponsored jet ski rider right there. He is the world champ coming off that big win, and we brought him all the way from Lake Havasu right here to Jay, Oklahoma. And there you see him right there. You might be able to catch a shot of him doing a flip for us in a minute. But if you can't see him here, guess what? You can see it tonight, so come hang out with us. We're going to have all the fun down there.
If it makes it easier, if you're on the hill looking at the racetrack out in front of you, that long back straightaway, if you keep going straight, don't turn left, keep going straight, you're going to end up in that pond.
Yeah, you'll be able to see it, no problem. We're going to have so much fun back there tonight. The knockout hill climb, if you've never seen one of those, we get those big bouncers. We build a hill, and we run them side by side straight to the top. It is lots of horsepower, big tires, and there's the green flag. So we're back on it. Vet 40 Plus Turbo, 3 laps remaining.
I got to tell you, I'm surprised Hall didn't get right back on the bumper real tight before that flag was flying.
Yeah, so no change up front. So Murphy, Hall, Knowles, Buckafusco. Normally when you get that competition caution and you say, oh, we got one.
Man.
Not sure what happened right there. That is the 13, it looks like.
Would it be Jimenez?
I'm not sure.
Mahaney? I'm going with you on the 13, so I'm going to guess, since we don't have a 13 in the lineup, I'm going with the 3.
We'll get our...
Oh, look at, let's go back up
we got
front.
a battle
Joe.
up front, right? So you got 46 Hall is sliding in there. So I do believe Hall has just overtaken the lead from Murphy right there. There's Knowles still running in third. So 46 making his way around the 39 of Murphy.
Lee Knowles is now
I believe
pressuring.
that Murphy's having a problem, it looks like, because Knowles is right on him, ready to overtake him. It looks like Murphy's trying to drive some defensive driving right now. And there you see, still no. Buckafusco's back in the mix too, so not really sure what's going on right here. Rugged Radios is telling me right now that is the 73 of Pablo Jimenez. So you were right, it was Jimenez. We hope he's okay, and we'll get that car back off the track and continue racing. The Cybertizing car, there he is. There is Gus, the man, the myth, the legend. Hardest working individual on the property, I would argue.
I'm surprised he doesn't have a house on the property someplace. He just lives here.
Yeah, he pretty much does live here, but...
Yeah. Well, our producer says we wouldn't have time to go home if he did live here. He'd come right. And the thing is, some of it's by his own choice. He can't sleep because he knows there's another project that needs to be done. Is that Lee pulling off the track?
Lee pulling off the track.
Oh,
What's
man.
going on here? Maybe he's having an issue with the car. I see him put his hand up there. That is no good, unfortunately, for Lee. Not sure what happened. So we got Hall, Murphy, Buckafusco now moving into the third position on the track.
Well, you can't mention one driver without mentioning the other. With Lee Knowles pulling off the track, we have to go back to his best friend, Rusty Pipes, now running in the top 10 in that 9th spot. So a little bit further back. I'm kind of surprised to see that, though. But they did just come off a race, 2 races ago?
Yep.
Both of them?
Yep. Yeah, so both of these guys are, and like we said earlier, Rusty Pipes had a pretty good crash at one of the earlier rounds, so he's coming back right now. He may not be 100%. We're just glad to have him back out here. We're glad to see he's okay and having a great Visions 2023 with us. So not a bad start to Visions 2 for Hall and Murphy and Mike Buckafusco running 1, 2, and 3 on the track right there. There you see the 90 of Pritchard. And it looks like the DD214 of Davidson in that 6th spot. And 7th, that's the 27 of Johnson. Looking very patriotic out there. Beautiful cars Johnson's got.
Yeah, I got to. This is turning into one of those sports, and I've always felt that in certain areas of this racetrack, the cameras don't do it justice with how fast these guys go and how high they fly through the air. And then if you had a chance to actually go down on the racetrack, it's mind-blowing that the banking and the size of some of these jumps is just phenomenal what these guys drive through.
There's the white flag right there, Scott. So not a lot of time left for your Vet 40 Plus Turbo.
Whoa, we got somebody up and over.
Going over.
That's a strange place.
Looks
Unless you
like
just got
the 90. That's Pritchard. So Pritchard was up there battling with Buckafusco running 4th and looks like got a little caught in the corner there and rolled it over. So unfortunate for Pritchard.
It's almost like
that'll allow the DD214 at Davidson to move up a position. So, and there you see Buckafusco. I believe Buckafusco may have just made the move on Murphy right there into the 2nd position. Now he's got
he's not waiting.
set.
Look at he's going for the lead right now. He's chasing down our leader.
I want to say, looking at that car in front, Kevin Hall, it looks to me like he may be having an issue. It looks like there's a lot of camber on that one rear. See it, rear?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Not sure if he's having a problem right there or not. But Buckafusco is trying to chase him down right now, and he's getting awfully close.
And the thing is, with it, looks like maybe it's a ball joint of sorts, or maybe it's an axle starting to slop around. The bearings. When the back end of the car is going to be loose. and bouncing side to side. But in a straight line, it's okay for the most part. But when you're in those turns, that's when he's going to suffer.
Well, let's just hope he can make it. He's only got a couple more corners left. Some of these corners are probably the hardest on that car with them being off cambers and on the side of the hill. But we'll see if he can make it to the finish. The white flag has already come out, so if he can hold it together, Kevin Hall could get the victory here in this Vet 40 Plus Turbo.
Just a few more turns. In fact, one more turn right here.
Coming around this, we'll hit the Can-Am finish line jump, that Project X tabletop. There it is.
Made it last.
Buckafusco in second. There's Hall. And it looks like the DD214 at Davidson coming across the finish line in the 4th position. There's Jeff Johnson.
Nice run by Rusty, man.
Rusty
Comes
Pike
back.
Moves up to 6. Yeah, there's Perry Mahaney. Bearded Stitch right there in 7th. Great race for Perry. Vet 40 Plus Turbo. So we saw Vet 40 Plus NA go earlier. This is the Vet 40 Plus Turbo. If you're at home and you're watching, that is the difference of a turbo car and a naturally aspirated car. They make a little bit different power. Both extremely fast on the track. We have seen NA cars run in a turbo class, but you'll never see a turbo car run in an NA class. So
there's Jimenez
he's back on the track. So that must have been a
baby rollover,
not nothing serious. You know, just had to flip over real fast, make sure everything was good. And now he's back out there and on the gas, coming through the finish line right there. Pablo Jimenez, the 13. So we still got some drivers out there. And there you're seeing your handy unofficial results right there. Murphy, Buckafusco, and Hall, 1, 2, and 3. Then you got Davidson, Johnson, Pipes, Mahaney, Pritchard, Jimenez, and Knowles rounding out your top 10. And then you've got Hill, Schroeder, and Young there in your 11th through 13th. So that is Vet 40 Plus Turbo results right there, presented to you by Handy. So big shout out to the track crew right there. They are working hard to get the track cleared so we can get back underway and racing. And I do believe, Scott, we have one more race in these short course cars. But right now, check out these highlights. This was an awesome Vet 40 Plus Turbo race right here. We saw Mike Buckafusco and all of them right there on the track just doing work. So great job to all your Vet 40 Plus Turbo drivers right there. They had a great race, and it looks like we are locked and loaded and ready to go on the line right here. So we're going to have what looks like another rolling start right here.
Yep, I was going to say, yeah. Amateur naturally aspirated, which means carbureted.
Well, I can tell you right now, there's some fast names in this. I see Ryder Van Beekom. I see TJ Sievers.
Yeah.
Josie Watkins is back out here. There's Ashley Rowden.
Dude. Well, it sounds like Tiffany Stone has our winner trackside getting ready for the interview. That'll be kind of cool. We haven't seen Tiffany yet this afternoon, so that'll be nice to see.
We got the parade lap going.
Thanks, guys. Down here with the number 46 of Kevin Hall. Kevin, that was a great run out there. We're still figuring out everything unofficially, but going off of that, you had a 6th, 8th in the last few rounds. Now you're top of that spot. How does that make you feel?
Oh, I feel pumped about it. I'm so excited to be here again this round, and just look forward to next round, and just, loving it out here.
Well, we've done something a little bit different for this round. We entered that competition yellow. Anybody who knows, that also gives you that chance to really hold off stuff. How does that change your drive style, knowing that we're going to have that mandatory caution, but yet you still got to push through?
You don't have to be flat out off the start. You know it's coming. You just work your way through the pack and take it easy and make it last to the end.
Well, this has also got to change a little bit of your drive style. You got to be a little bit more methodical, but nice run out there. Best of luck. We're going to get all those results for you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a great day.
Awesome. Back up to you guys.
Well, thanks a lot, Tiffany, as we get ready to go racing just a moment away from taking that green flag for amateur naturally aspirated with a lot of cars in this field.
Yeah, this is a very big field right here. So the amateur NA, we saw amateur turbo was a pretty big field also. So there it is, the Ultimax grid lineup. Van Beekom, Sievers, Greenfield, Watkins, Medlin, Rowden, Jordan, Speaks, Summers, Schroeder, Lemming, Worley, Popper, Deesh, Schindel, Strickland, Hawks, Cotter, Sandberger, McKesson. And that is it right there.
Wow.
So all the action, TW moving out of the way. They're going to get the green right here, and we are ready to go racing.
I'm going to go out on a limb right now. This young lady has been so fast today. We could be witnessing history. I don't want to jinx her, but we could be watching history. I don't think it's ever been done before in MAO history where we've had a woman, a young lady, win 3 races in a single day.
I'm not sure we have either, Scott. That's a good point. We're about to see if Josie Watkins can do it. She's running in 3rd already. So she's got to do a little bit of work to get around Sievers and Van Beekum, and they are no slouches in this amateur NA class. So
Van Beekum out to the early lead. Nice job by that young man. Another young driver out of the Phoenix, Arizona area.
We got some drivers bunching up in the back. There you see your top 3 coming down the hill, high speed.
There's that big
There is that big divot in the track. We've been talking about that. I've heard some other drivers talking about it. But that did allow what I believed is Josie Watkins moved into the 2nd position. We'll find out right here in a second.
I want to say something may have happened to Sievers because he hit that thing so hard at the bottom of the hill. I think unless we see him come in the picture very soon,
Watkins
I think
is right
he may
there.
have stunned himself. He may have a stinger.
He's in 3rd position right now, so still on the track. Watkins has moved into 2nd position, and now she is on the gas trying to chase down Ryder Van Beekum, who's leading the charge right now. Sievers back on the tail end of Watkins, though, not letting her get away. So hopefully
that's good to see, because I know he was running in 2nd at the time, and he nailed that rut at the bottom of the hill, and all of a sudden just like, I don't know if his foot kind of slipped off the pedal, which could have been happening, but for a moment he lost his spot and he kind of stuttered. So I wondered, I was starting to wonder if he had a stinger or kind of knocked himself loopy a little bit.
It did buck that car quite a bit in the back when it hit that, so hopefully everything's good right there. You see it. It looks fine. He looks like he's back up there and just ready to do battle with Josie. Josie's driving a great race right now, holding on to that 2nd spot. There you see Medlin running in 4th, and look at Rowden. There's another female in the field in the top 5. That's awesome right there. So, we got one over on its side right here. We'll figure out who that is. Lost a front left right there.
Wow.
Back to the battle at the front for 2nd and 3rd right here. Ryder Van Beekum, meanwhile, out front is checking out. Fast lap right now, 150.144. Josie Watkins with a 152.781. So a little bit off pace there with Ryder Van Beekum, but still in a great position, running in that 2nd spot. So you're right. You know, you said it earlier. It's pretty awesome right here to see 2 of the ladies in the top 5 right now in amateur NA, with Ashley Rowden running in 5th position and Josie Watkins running in 2nd.
And the track is holding tight in most of the areas. You see a little blue like right there. They're not too much worried about it because the trucks will be able to handle it, which is coming up next. The last race of the afternoon with, I should say, short course race of the afternoon with the Pro Light trucks.
Whoa, look
What's
at the moves
happening
being
here?
made right here.
Wow.
Is that would be Schindel. The 121 of Schindel engaging the turbos and making some moves right there. I take that back. They don't have turbos.
Nitrous?
Yeah, he did something because he slungshot himself right up there in the 2nd position around 2 drivers.
See, now this is what...
See what happened right here. That also allowed Sievers to move back into the 3rd position. So that's pushed Watkins back to the 4th spot. So now our ladies in the field are 4th and 5th right now.
See, the cars should not... They're supposed to maintain the same space between them through the yellow zone, and it looked like to me Sievers made up a ton of ground. Now 2 cars behind. They all bunched back up as if it was a competition yellow.
Yeah, the great thing about it is, and here's the instant replay from AMSOIL so you can see exactly what happened.
It,
we got
checked up.
Yep. Oh, there's our bicycle. You saw that front left wheel just fold under right there, and that's what went ahead and got that car over on its side. So 4 laps remaining. Van Beekum, Schindel, Sievers, Watkins, and Hawks. Something's happened to Ashley Rowden. She's dropped back to 8th position. So you've got Hawks, Medlin, Jordan,
Look
Rowden.
at Schindel pulling the outside of our leader, Van Beekum, right now. They're aimed at the pond.
They're sending it.
Wow.
That is a move right there. Schindel going around the outside.
if that's not deflating right there, when you get past on the outside of a high-speed turn like that, and you had nothing for him, I guess you're racing for second almost. But what a power move by Schendel.
Van Beekem led the whole entire way. Schendel coming through and taking it over. But, Scott, we got competition caution that'll be coming up here shortly, and it's going to allow Van Beekem and Sievers and Watkins and everybody to bunch back up. And we'll also have to pay attention to, if any, I'm sure our race officials are, but if there was anybody that advanced any positions, went too fast under caution, like you were just discussing something like that, that could play a part into what we see as the official results at the end of this also.
It's hard to make those calls while the race is going on, because if they take their eye away from looking at tape of what just happened, that means their eyes are away from the current racetrack, and that they can't do that. So I'm sure they're going to work on it.
Van Beekem trying to go around the outside and find some speed.
There's the competition
there is the
yellow.
Competition caution, yep. All right, so we'll start this competition caution. 3 laps left in your amateur NA. Final race of the day on the short course track in the side-by-sides, but don't go anywhere if you're at home watching. Next up, we're going to have the Pro Light trucks take the course.
Pro Lights immediately following after the Pro Lights.
That's right. We're headed up to the pool. We got
4400s going on, man.
Well, yeah, you can watch 4400s if you're at home.
The broadcast will follow them right up there.
You're not going to be able to watch what we're doing at the pool, unfortunately.
Which I know where you're going to be.
Totally not. It's not as cool as 4400, so definitely going to want to stay tuned in and watch that. Yeah, I mean, definitely better in the water, but we'll be watching it on the big screen at the pool.
There you go. So our top 5 right now, Kendall Hawks in that 5th spot, Josie Watkins back and forth, TJ Sellers in that 3rd spot, Ryder Van Beekem fell back to 2nd as he led right from the start, and Paxton Schendel, power move on the lap right before the competition yellow on the outside down by the pond turn, that left-hander. I'd have to say, as much as my heart's pulling for Josie, my head is telling me it's going to be Paxton. When he pulled that power move on that left hand passing on the outside, I don't think anybody can have anything for him.
Well, I can tell you this. There's 3 laps left. Ryder Van Beekem is going to be on a mission to get back around Schendel. I don't know if he can do it, but he's definitely going to try. Seaver's going to be the same. There's Watkins, Hawks, Medlin,
I think I just
Jordan.
saw Ryder Van Beekem brake check and Seavers.
Did you?
I think so.
Well,
they've got a history,
find out.
and
they're
and more times than not, it's those two that kind of pull away from the field and battle with each other.
Well, there is your current leader, the 121, flying Old Glory on top of that all blacked out Razor right there.
And Ryder Van
Beekem in the second position.
Yep. Big kid, young kid.
Yeah. Always happy, always having a good time. And there you see TJ Sievers running in 3rd position, the 101, also in the Polaris Razor.
When I'm watching these guys race, and you take a moment and think about it after watching them a couple rounds, after a year or two, I hate calling them amateurs. That's an amateur class. My gosh.
Yeah, it's definitely Ryder Van Beekem's been putting on a show for us for a while, and so we've seen a lot of races with him, and now we're seeing Schendel come in here and show us that he's got all the speed as well. So every one of these drivers out here are incredible racers in this amateur NA division, and definitely look for them to be moving up in the next few years for sure. So that's the exciting part.
Here we go. How about this? Van Beekem ducks to the inside.
Not able to get it done. He better watch out because he's got Sievers trying to come around on the inside too.
Well, now we're going to watch and see if Schendel pulls away at all. Not really.
So Schendel's still the fastest on the track as far as lap times.
Here we go again.
There's the battle. We are going to duke it out right here all the way to the end between these 3 at the front. I feel like Schendel, Van Beekem, and Sievers putting on a show for you at home and everybody here at Visions 2023.
So the rest of the field comes around. I'm trying to see how far back up. She's not out of it yet either. Josie's right there.
Josie right there running in fourth. Very strong race for Josie. All right, here comes Ryder and the crew. Ryder's running in second.
I just can't believe, look at the air they're getting
lead.
off that tabletop. Jeez, just flying.
There in the back of that field right there was Ashley Rowden. Tighten it up. The gap's getting closer, Scott. We may be able to see a battle here to the end. Ryder wants to get around Schindel so bad. You can see it. He is pushing that car super hard. Hopefully he can push hard and get around. We don't want to see him push too hard and make a mistake. We've seen that happen several times today with people that are right there ready to make that pass. They just push a little too hard.
I'm liking how Van Beekam's car is handling. Watch him go into the corners. He'll nail the brakes. The car will dive down in the front. He'll set the car, be able to make the rotation. Get back on the throttle. The back of the car just like sits down. Front bite, front traction. But then look at Schendel. Anything, anywhere that Van Beekem has gone and tried, Schendel's right there.
Yeah, right now Schindel's still got the speed. I mean, Van Beekem's right there close, but he's going to have to get a lot closer than that if he's going to make a move on Schendel. And Sievers has slipped back just a little bit. So right now, Van Beekem and Sievers running almost the exact same fast laps at 149.3 and 149.4.
And look how they pulled away from Sievers and Watkins, who've got their own battle going on for that last podium spot.
So 2 laps left right here in Amateur NA. Schindel, Van Beekem, Sievers all shining right now out front. There's Watkins in 4th. And there is Cotter in the 5th position.
The white flag is coming out this time around as they make their way around the racetrack. And our current top 10 right now is Jackson Lemming back in that 10th spot, Kendall Hawks, Dakota Medlin, and then 8, Crichton Jordan, 7th, Cruz Worley, 6th, Mason Cotter in the top 5, Josie Watkins 4th, TJ Sewers in that 3rd spot, Ryder Van Beekem and Paxton Schendel up in the top 2. And yeah, they pulled away.
Yeah, the 121 of Schindel on the gas right now, trying to get to that checkered flag. He's going to have one more lap as they come around right here. There you see the white flag waving. So this is the last opportunity for Ryder Van Beekem. If he's going to try and make something happen, he has got to put it together inside the next 2 miles.
Yeah, it sounds like a long time, long distance. 2 miles, but not at these speeds with these obstacles.
Yeah, you're coming down this hill right here, clocking upwards of high 70s, low 80s. If you're pros, you're probably moving a little bit faster than that, but this is a very, very fast track. You can do a big, big 2-mile track like this and not a lot of time when you're carrying the speed these drivers are carrying. And this is, we see the 116 on the side of the track. That's unfortunate. That is McKesson.
One last time down that long back straightaway.
I wonder if any of them got a jet ski show on the way.
Carl,
there's another one. Who we got there? That looks like the 101. Is that Sievers? Oh man, that's Sievers. So that takes Sievers. That bumps, I believe that puts Watkins in the 3rd position.
That final podium spot. What happened?
Yeah, so not real sure about that, but that was definitely the 101 of Sievers having an issue right there.
Well, we're going to find out real soon. Where did Van Beekem go?
We should be able. Van Beekem is not too far behind the 121 of Schindel, and here we go. The 121 of Schindel taking the checkered flag right there, and the big win amateur NA. Here comes Ryder Van Beekem.
Well, we watched history in a different style.
That's right.
I want to say she has 2 wins under her belt and a 3rd podium.
That's right.
I don't think any female driver has ever podiumed 3 races in a row. And Josie Watkins, I want to say, is the first one to do it here in the MAO Short Course Series. Congratulations to her.
We got Cotter, Worley, Hawks and Jordan all coming through. Looks like we're getting all the rest of our amateur NA field cruising. And you know what? I think we have an AMSOIL instant replay that we are going to show you
what happened to Sievers
right now of what happened to Sievers out in the front of the field right there, coming around the corner. It looks like, if I'm looking at the tracks right, it looks like he may have gotten a little wide and some loose stuff and then caught traction. Unfortunately, ended up on his side there. So rough one for Sievers. Great race, though. They're getting that car flipped back over to make sure he's okay. Big shout out to the track team right there. Our recovery
right
guy
in the middle of it, Gus.
There is Gus.
Man.
Yep, holding on.
Wow. Whatever he's taking to stay healthy, I need about a six-pack of that.
Well, there you have it. Elevate your day with a handy, and you can have these handy unofficial results right now presented to you by me. Paxton Schindel, Ryder Van Beekem, Josie Watkins 1, 2, and 3. That was an awesome race for them. Josie Watkins, incredible day right there. Mason Cotter, Cruz Worley, Kendall Hawks, Crichton Jordan, Dakota Medlin, Doug Summers, and Ashley Rowden round out the top 10. Jackson Lemming in the 11th spot, Landon Popper, Rowdy Speaks, TJ Sievers, Colin Greenfield, Annie Schroeder, Cohen McKesson, Austin Deesh, and Carson Sandberg. Then you've got Jonathan Strickland in the 20th position right now. And that is the handy amateur NA unofficial results. Look at that right there up at the top. My favorite person out here at the track. That is Uncle Brad.
Uncle Brad.
Uncle Brad in the house. And there is our highlights from amateur NA. So Ryder Van Beekem getting out there. Ended up getting overtaken for the lead. There you see Schindel making the move right there. Absolutely flying coming around. So we've got Schindel out in front, and once he got there, he just ran away with it. And I do believe we have an interview with him right now with Tiffany Stone.
Nice job, Paxton. That move that you made right before the Comp Yellow, that really secured the second half of the race for you. Implementing that, how do you feel?
I feel great. The track was super good, just at prime time, and just the car handled amazing with the track.
Well, in that first half, you were running lap times about 148. Towards the end, you were about 144, getting faster. Did it seem like the track was coming to you and the drive style was going to what you needed?
Yeah, I started getting more used to the track because it's my second time here. But the track, I adapted to the track super nice, and with no one in front of me, I could just run my clean air and just go.
Well, taking that unofficial top spot, who'd you like to thank today?
I'd like to thank my dad and my mom for getting me out here, first of all. I'd like to also thank ORW for getting everything, giving me everything that I need, like limiting straps and that. I'd also like to thank Polaris Razor for all the help that they do for me. I'd like to thank GBC Tires for hooking up out here today. I'd also like to thank Powder One for getting my car all powder coated before this race. Also Fiberworks for getting this beautiful carbon fiber on my car too. And Buggy Whips for my beautiful whip, and everyone else who helps me out there.
Well, nice job, Paxton. This is showcasing why taking that top spot right before the Comp Yellow really helps you out. You can kind of set the pace and drive the style that you want. Back up to you guys.
Well, thanks a lot, Tiffany. And congratulations to that young driver. We had one heck of a race out there. In fact, I guess you and I are going to step aside one more time as we get ready for one more short course race here this afternoon. It's the Pro Light MAO trucks in just a moment. Meanwhile, we'll see you after this.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job.
The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage.
Elevate your racing with a handy.
Welcome back to Visions Off-Road 2023, presented by Can-Am. And we are back here once again. So one race yet to go here this afternoon, and that will feature our Pro Light category. Of course, we'll have our pros back to run another round tomorrow evening, late in the afternoon, and wrap things up here. That'll just be our small portion here of what's going on at Visions. Ken Stout and Pam Hall has joined me back in the booth here. And Erica Allreed will be down there to talk to our winner in just a moment. We'll get you our starting grid here for the Pro Lights. This is round number 3 for the Pro Lights. For all of the side-by-sides, as you know, Pam, it's been round number 4. So the Pro Lights showed up for the first time this year at that beautiful place in Wheatland, Missouri. So it was great to see them as we bring to you our Ultimax starting lineup. Kyle Greaves, Johnny Holcher, Connor Berry, and Kanan Baker will all be in competition here today. Unfortunately, a couple of the other players not able to make the call.
Yes, we do have those 3, Jacob Rosales, Austin Vanover, and Kyle Knott, that did not make it here. But we do have our 4 drivers competing right there on the starting line. It is a super cool day today out here. All the racing has been a blast, but right now it is all about the green flag is coming out in just a moment.
Land rush start here. They put them up on the converter, stand on the throttle. Everybody's got a fair shot out of here going into turn number 1. Kyle Greaves is our number 1 qualifier. Looks like he might get the whole shot there. Connor Berry down on the inside scrapping with Johnny Holcher. Connor Berry with a big run down to the off-camber right-hander, and he might roll to the lead here. Good start by Connor Berry, the CBR number 2 truck. That is Kyle Greaves on the inside. Side by side they go as they will head through this turn here out into the rhythm section, duking it out. Oh, and Connor Berry over-rotates just a little bit. That'll give the lead to the KGB-backed machine of Kyle Greaves.
And as we saw, that Johnny Holcher has taken over that number 2 spot from Connor Berry. So unfortunate for Connor. He had a great run going, but we do have 10 laps in this race today, so anything can happen.
Had a chance to talk to Kyle Greaves there just a little bit, and he said they were not real happy with the rear gear choice that they decided to go with, as Holcher and Connor Berry now duking it out. Connor Berry trying to get back around Holcher. The number 44 truck goes outside in on him. Bobbles there for just a moment. It was kind of an odd moment. It just did not have any forward momentum, and that allows the number 2 truck to regain that second position.
Yes.
These guys, by the way, sorry to cut you off there. We talked about the mandatory caution and the other side-by-side races. It was 4 laps and 3 laps. For the Pro Lights, we'll be going a total of 8 laps, so it'll be 4 and 4.
Yes, and that you saw they had that awkward momentum, you said, going forward, and that was a very steep hill. So if you get slowed down trying to get that, because they are not 4-wheel drive vehicles, get that momentum going up that hill. But we do have Connor Berry in that number 2 spot with a 138.044. Kyle Greaves at a 135.465. And Johnny Holcher at a 139.976.
Yeah, good point there. Kanan Baker, who also competes in the Pro NA and Pro Turbo category, in 4th place, trying to get out of here clean. We'll find out if he can pick the pace back up there. Lost a lot of ground on that start. But, yeah, you bring up a good point. So the trucks weigh in at 3,400 pounds, and they have V8s in them producing approximately 500 horsepower or so. Manually shifted automatic transmissions, kind of a conundrum there, isn't it? But they actually will move the lever so they can control that automatic between 1st, 2nd, 3rd gear, whatever they decide to do, and probably do use 1st gear here at this particular track with some of these turns.
Now, during our break, after they qualified, I did go catch up with Johnny Holcher to talk to him about the track layout, and he said that he had a blast out there during their qualifying. He thinks this is a really fun course, but he's obviously trying to learn from Kyle Greaves. He was trying to get in Kyle's head a little bit earlier on, but here we do have Kyle Greaves in that number 1 spot. He has won all the rounds overall for the whole entire season out here, and you did point out to me that he did lose, I think it was on the first
one of the
round,
races there, that second race there at Wheatland. CJ Greaves, that is his cousin, that is son of Johnny Greaves. Of course, Kyle Greaves, who we have out here now, and Kanan Baker and Johnny Holcher getting together.
Johnny Holcher must have had some kind of spin out or something, because Kanan Baker and him did have quite a gap between them, but it looks like
flat
Johnny
left rear.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say.
So that'll definitely slow him down. Might even be, I'm not sure what the hot pits area here is like, but with the mandatory caution still in this race, it might be worthwhile for him to come in there, change that left rear, and get back out here, see if he can salvage a spot or so. But going back to Kyle Greaves, Kyle Greaves winning the first 2 races here. And, of course, it's a combined low score, as we've discussed before, for the overall win. And he got that overall win as Johnny Holcher's tire carcass there laying off to the side. And then, of course, Kyle Greaves won the first race. It was C.J. Greaves who won the second race. So C.J. finished up second overall. Kyle won first overall in the first round. And then our second round, it was Kyle Greaves all straight across the board. So there goes Johnny Holcher. It looks like he will try to get into the hot pits area and possibly change that tire.
All right, Kyle Greaves still out front with a 1:35.466 of his fastest lap time as far this race. Yeah, and Connor Berry will be back there watching, taking some notes. Connor, just a young driver here, just his second year inside of the Pro Lights, has a couple of wins out on the West Coast in the Gas Series. As we watch Kyle Greaves here, he's the reigning 2022 Pro Light champ from the Champ Off-Road Series, has 15 wins in this category now, is knocking on the door to enter the top 10 of all time of the people that have won inside of that category. And he's doing an amazing job out here this week for Visions 2023. Spoke with him also as well. He was talking about how this track is like a motocross style, so getting in rhythm on that whoop section, he said it messes with your head a little bit because you got to switch gears to kind of a moto style jumping in the whoop section. But he's doing an amazing job. He's not showing that it's in his head whatsoever right here. Yeah, and you can see, keep in mind, they qualified this morning, right? So they were the first ones on the track, and now they're the last ones on the track, and this track isn't even remotely close to what they saw this morning. So it's fairly gnarly right now, man. It is rutted up. There's some holes that have developed, and, of course, they'll have to learn all of those undulations that are here on as well. The 44 truck, the Yokohama back machine of Johnny Holcher, now with a fresh left rear, able to come back out here and attack, and don't know if he went a complete lap down or not. We'll try to get that figured out. It looks like he did go a lap down here. So he'll pick up the rear and have another charge at it here after the mandatory caution. Well, that was a very quick tire change, though, because he wasn't off the course for very long. So to see him back out on course so quickly, but look at Kyle Greaves is getting ready to possibly lap him if he catches back up to him. So he is technically still on the lead lap. As you look at time and the scoring, he hasn't crossed the stripe yet for lap number 3, but he's still in front of our leader. So technically on the lead lap here. Great job by that crew, as you just mentioned, to get that left rear changed and not go a lap down. He'll take advantage of that mandatory caution, be able to snub right back up on the back bumper of Kanan, and it looks like he has, wow, I thought he had a flat left rear again there for a moment, which would make me think that maybe a hanger or something was sticking down there, but looks like it still has plenty of air inside of it. It did look a little funny also, the way the dirt was kicking up on it, but he's doing an amazing job back out on race course, trying to not get lapped and stay on that lead lap, but Kyle Greaves, Connor Berry, and Kanan Baker will not be too far behind. Yeah, and a look at Connor Berry right there. The number 2 truck got off to a great start, man. He was really putting up a battle as the caution flag waves there. That's a mandatory caution. So 4 laps in the books, 4 to go. Put up a great fight there at that land rush start right alongside Kyle Greaves. It was pretty exciting to say the least, and unfortunately over-rotated just a bit, and that gave the nod, of course, to Kyle. Johnny Holcher followed right in line, put him back to third, and Connor scrapped back up into second. Then Holcher had the flat tire. Kanan and Holcher, I think, got together a little bit as well. We'll see if Kanan Baker rolls up here into third place. Of course, Holcher is in the back part of this course making hay. He's way in the back over there, still hard on the gas, like, come on, guys, give me a minute, here I come. So I raced Pro Buggy for a full year. I know what that feels like. I was on the lead lap, but I'd be way in the back. So everybody got a lap off except for me. I had to run the caution lap as hard as I ran a race lap just to catch up with the back of the pack. So, but boy, what a great year it was, and learned a lot about short course off-road racing and what these drivers are actually feeling and going through. But how cool is it, though, that he had a flat tire, got in the pits, his pit crew did an amazing job, changed it, he's still on the lead lap. Now the mandatory caution came out. He's going to be right back up behind Kanan Baker here in just a moment. So how cool is that to have such a quick pit stop? And right there he went through that little dirt area that made him look like he had a flat tire again, but it's just the way the dust is on the track. But Johnny Holcher really trying to kick it up to make sure he can get back up to the pack before they go green again.
Johnny Holcher, a talent as well, 2020 Champ Series champion, 3 career wins in Pro Light, finished first and second at Glen Helen in the Gas Series. So good effort there out of the number 44 Yokohama back machine as he continues to hustle around here. Looking at the reigning champ, the Champ Pro Light champ, I should say. Kind of a play on words for sure. Connor Berry, as we talked about before when he was out here in Pro NA, the 2021 Mod Kart champ, 2020 National Series Mod Kart champ, 2018 National Series Junior 2 champ, and racing here in Pro Light for his second year. 35 career wins, 70-plus podiums since he's been racing at age 9, currently 18 years of age. So a lot of seat time for that young man, and he proved it there at the start. He was ready to rock.
Yes, the young gentleman right there, Connor Berry. Here, there is Kanan Baker, another well-seasoned racer out here at the young age of 15, and he's now in the Pro Lights. Being 15 years old in a Pro Light truck has got to be such an awesome feeling for him. Yeah, really exciting. 2021 Pro NA champ. Really talented in the SU, or the side-by-sides, I should say. Runner-up in 2022. Also competes in Pro Turbo this year. His sister, as we've talked about, 1 year older, 16 years of age. She also competes in Pro NA. Racing family as they come back around here. Final turn, looking for the green flag. That is Kyle Greaves out front, waiting for our starter. Boom, that's it. Everybody stands on the throttle. We're going racing. 4-lap shootout here at the end of this Pro Light race. Round 1, or race 1, I should say, of round 3. Connor Berry right there. Johnny Holcher knocking at the door of Kanan Baker. Hopefully, he's hoping to get around him. He's a fast driver. He's been doing it for a long time. Has more time in the Pro Light trucks than Kanan Baker, but Kanan Baker definitely knows how to hold his own.
Connor Berry with a nice inside line there on turn number 2. Unfortunately, just did not have the drive up the hill that Kyle Greaves had. So Greaves puts a little bit of distance on him here. They head back into this rhythm section as you talk to Kyle about it. Maybe a better term is unrhythm.
Yes, we used to call that back section the non-rhythm section because of the way they were a little off camera last year.
Certainly makes sense, right?
The rhythm, non-rhythm, but Kyle Greaves out front, Connor Berry behind him. Kanan Baker's still holding his own in that number 3 spot.
Kanan getting a feel for it. First time, Kanan has been in this category this year, so really only a handful of races, and Connor Berry gets off course, goes for a vicious ride. I can't believe the left front is still attached.
Wow.
And stuffs the nose right down underneath there. I don't think made any contact with Kanan. Kanan racing him hard. Kanan will race you hard, but Kanan checks up just a little bit right there, and somehow Berry hangs on to the spot. Of course, that opens up the door for Holcher to come after Kanan. Wow, exciting stuff there. Those 3 cars, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all duking it out. Connor Berry getting off course just a little bit and really banging the front end of that truck on a hill there, if you will, a hillside.
Yes, that was a hard hit, but his truck's still going along, and he's still in that number 2 spot, which is another amazing thing. But how cool of a camera view was that? It was like straight on from where he hit that rock hill.
Make the highlights real for sure. And how about this? Amsoil Instant Replay is going to give us another look. So kicks him off that jump a little bit, goes off the left side of the track, and I thought his day was going to be done. I mean, it blew the fiberglass off of that fender because the left front tire just was jammed up into the well so far. Yeah. Wow. Our producer said his teeth are still chattering. He might not have any teeth left. I don't know.
Oh, my goodness. But you know what? He's still in that number 2 spot, kept on trucking along. Like it didn't even seem like it phased him when he just hit the rocks and off course. But
right foot down.
Exactly. Pedal to the metal. Oh, wow. That was an amazing replay. Awesome Amsoil replay right there by our production team is completely amazing, and they're working hard to keep this going for us. But we do have Kyle Greaves still out there in that number 1 spot with the fastest lap time of a 1:35.466. So roughly almost 3 seconds faster than Connor Berry overall on the fastest lap time.
Yeah, and he's got enough room now to get out there and take it easy through some of the sketchy parts. But however, the battle for second is absolutely on. Oh, and Johnny Holcher was just squaring him up. Had a shot at that second position. I was just about to give his crew kudos again for changing that tire, like you said, keeping him on the lead lap, now taking advantage of the mandatory caution and bumping his way up into second if he could get there. And unfortunately, man, that track threw him a curveball and around he went.
Yes, you're 100% correct. I mean, just that little bit of a bump. unfortunate for Johnny Holcher because, like you were saying, he was getting ready to square up and take a pass on Connor Berry if he could get around him. But Connor Berry's still in number 2 spot with now Kanan Baker in third. Kanan Baker
CBR machine, yeah. And Kanan there in the number 21 all-white truck.
All of his vehicles are white and gold, so all of his race cars. And then Aliana, she has that awesome hot pink and black color. She runs in a Polaris RS1 as well. But Kyle Graves, 135.466, still has that fastest lap time out here for round 3.
Kanan Baker up and down as this track continues to change here dramatically. Kanan's been as quick as a 145.5 last lap around there, 149.4. However, keep in mind the vicious battle that was going on with Johnny Holcher, and right in front of them, of course, was Connor Berry. So whenever you get in a situation like that, it's going to cost you a little bit of time. You can't rip off a fast lap. However, this guy just continues to get it done. 146 flat, quick time 135.4. He'll just continue to rip them off here. He knows how to group them together. Once he finds his groove, he's as tough as anybody in the country, that's for sure.
Yes, and Kyle Graves, like we were talking earlier, how he made his debut in a Pro 4 truck. An unfortunate, reasoning why, but he made his debut in Pro 4 truck. And I was talking to his dad yesterday, and he's going to be going back and doing some more testing in that. So he's getting lots of seat time as well.
Yeah, great opportunity there. Opened up the door for him as his uncle, Johnny Greaves, of course, the multi-time champ there, 7-time Pro 4 champ, 100-plus wins inside of a Pro 4, went for a big ride, and I believe you were talking about Scotty Lawrence also went for a big ride there that weekend, and I want to say maybe Henderson as well in race 2. I think he went for a pretty decent ride, so a bitey track there up there at Antigo that bit a couple of them, but it opened up the door there for Kyle Greaves to hop inside of a Pro 4, and he did a great job, just kept his nose clean. Here comes Holcher again. Holcher driving underneath Kanan Baker, trying to get that spot. Kanan scrapping back on the outside, hangs onto the bottom, goes right back down to the bottom, protects that just a little bit. Holcher to the outside on the right rear. He goes outside in and a little over rotation, and Kanan Baker hangs it out there, had nothing to do. All he could do was wait on the truck, and Holcher, I don't think it did it intentionally, but on the throttle tags him just a little bit, and that ends it, sends Kanan all the way around.
Wow, what an amazing race that's going on right here. It looked like both of them were on that outside line, a little bit of more wet dirt out there, but I don't think Johnny had anywhere to go. Kanan over-rotated, and Johnny was just right there, unfortunately. But Kyle Greaves back on our whoop section, our little whoop section area, but this is our last lap. They have had the white flag out.
Yeah, one more to go here for the KGB-backed machine. If you want some good fabrication done, there's a guy that can get it done up there in the De Pere, Wisconsin area, up there around Green Bay or so. He and his father are amazing fabricators. Kurt Greaves in this game for a long, long time, working on his brother's truck there for many, many years, Johnny. And, of course, Kyle comes up and now intimately involved here with this program as well, as you might imagine, talking about Kurt Greaves. That is Johnny's brother. Drone there following the 34 truck around here. Kenda Tires program on that one as well. Has done an amazing job. Talked about him winning the championship last year in the Champ Series. Very vicious series there for sure, and does a great job. So making his way around here. Very knowledgeable person on the other end of the radio there to help keep him calm and cool. No pressure here. Just drive a good, clean line and bring it home.
Yes, and just a couple turns left. He's actually on the last turn right now before he goes across and getting that checkered flag. Kyle Greaves in that number 1 spot.
Nice job. So that is 4 wins out of the 5 possible. Of course, we talked about his cousin CJ grabbing a win there at Wheatland as well. Here comes Kanan. Johnny Holcher somehow back and, oh, that's right. We saw that whole moment there. So where Kanan unfortunately over-rotated. Yeah. So, Johnny Holcher will end up in that 3rd position after they made that tire change. I mean, gathered up another spot, right?
Exactly.
So put him up on the podium. So great job there out of that crew there for Johnny Holcher to get him back out there. Connor Berry scrapping all the way through. Gave us some highlights as well. And we'll go back and show you this start one more time. It was all Kyle Greaves here today as he continues to chase that $100,000 here in this Pro Light category. Great stuff here. Good battle there for second. Hope you enjoyed that. When we come back, we will talk to our winner, Kyle Greaves. Stay with us here. This is Visions 2023, brought to you by Can-Am. We'll be right back to talk to our winner.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
And once again, welcome back here to Visions Off-Road 2023. And, of course, it is brought to you by Can-Am. We're going to show you our results here from our Pro Light category. It is race one of round 3. My apologies. Race 1 of round 3. Kyle Greaves now with 4 wins out of a possible 5. His cousin CJ, who showed up, had not been in a Pro Light truck for 10 years, and he grabbed that other win. But Kyle Greaves, Johnny Holger, they're showing in second instead of Connor Berry. We'll have to double-check that. And Kanan Baker inside of the top 4. Let's get it down to Erica, who's with our winner.
Kyle Greaves out for another Sunday drive. Kyle, this marks your 3rd consecutive win and 4th overall in this truck series. But not only have you just won, you've done so in dominant fashion. How do you manage when to push and when to be conservative, especially when knowing the lead that you have?
Well, Connor Berry actually came out off the start. You know, I got to run up the hill, and all of a sudden there was a blue nose that came up next to me. I'm like, holy man, I better get going here. And he played really nice. You know, he could have gave me a wheel in the left-hander at the back, and but he didn't. You know, so it was great racing. And surprisingly, I had a coil wire go out, so I was down a cylinder, and it was almost a blessing in disguise because it wasn't able to let me to blow the tires off as much as the dry slick was. So it was just about patience and protecting the insides on restart because you know, they'd have a full engine and I had maybe half. So we just did the best we could. We were scrambling before the race. After practice, we had to change a lot of things, and you know, I just got to give it up to my team. You know, they worked their butts off. We went from Antigo, Wisconsin, left Monday, drove here, got a prep on the truck yesterday, and it's a really good setup that we have down here. So we're just gonna get ready for tomorrow and probably go relax in the pool a little bit because I'm sweating, but I'm definitely excited. I got to give it up to Kenda Tires. They weren't too about this series yet because they didn't know what was going on, but they were willing to throw tires at me and at least get me going down here. So thank you, Kenda Tire, Aaron Precision, KGB Customs, Ultra Race Wheel. JP Remington got me some fuel to get down here, and you know, he's been helping me out for 3 years. ATD Charlie, Fox Shocks, Hoffman Motorsports been tuning these Fox Shocks right in. But yeah, you know, dedication to my whole team. They just bust their butts all the time. My dad, my brother, my fiance Kyra, Amber, my brother's fiance is here, so it's a heck of a day, and we're just going to keep celebrating. And John, I'm dedicating this race to you. I know you pushing me to get in that Pro 4 and do good for you, so I'm just trying to show what I'm worth.
Well, speaking of all of those different classes that you race, you found success in no matter what kind of car or truck that you're driving. So what's been going right as of late?
I think we're just getting more comfortable in the seat. I know my skills aren't completely there, but we're really working on it. And with all the seat time that we're getting out here and then bringing it back there and just going back and forth, I'm getting really comfortable with my truck here. So we're just going to keep going with that.
Kyle, congratulations on this win. We look forward to seeing you back out there for race 2.
That was a laundry list of people to thank there. Even he remembered a lot of names. I had to beat up on Kyle there just a little bit. It's pretty good stuff, though, man. Congratulations to him. I'm glad everything went well for him. They've already started grooming this track because we will go to race 2 tomorrow. You can join us here at 6 p.m. in Central Time, and we'll bring the pros back out here, and, of course, the pro lights as well, Pro NA, Pro Turbo. They'll all be duking it out for race number 2. That'll happen at 6 o'clock Central Time tomorrow. It's been a great effort out here, Pam. A lot of good racing. It
has been a great day of racing. It's not even over. I'm headed over to the Ultra 4 USA, so you guys make sure you stay tuned in.
Take off. You got to get there. So for Erica Allreed and Pam Hall, I'm Ken Stout. Hope you enjoyed all the great action here from Visions 2023 by Grand Can-Am.